there for Paul.
That's very good.
To open his account for the weekend. A proper rock that one in. Got a lot of time for Paul, though. He's a good buddy. And he'll probably come up the tower at some stage this weekend. So he's good for a chat. So the golf colours, Morris Minor. Now again, I have to go back through notes, but this is a cool car as well.
So the Morris goes through 1446 at 94 miles an hour. Not sure why we're just on one lane at the moment. It is run what you brung anyway, so what comes down we will run.
Right, 1471, 91 mile an hour from the Anglia. Rapidly trying to catch up on all the notes from various race weekends, various meetings, because so many cars that are going to be running today have appeared at other events.
Well, they tend to appear mostly at the Nostalgia events.
They do, yeah.
This one particularly, is this Nick Curtis? It used to be Nick Curtis, I think.
The Mr. Mouse, I think this one is.
That's the one.
Just don't hang about either.
Very nice looking 1062 at 125 miles an hour. Now this car we know very well.
Boy. Danny Wilson.
It is Danny Wilson.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that. Glad you beat me to it.
I think this is Pro Charged. I can't remember.
It certainly appears to be.
Yeah.
Member of the Outlaw Street Gang. Car with huge potential. That's probably going to start with a 964, 143 miles an hour. Without the pedal, that would have been a low 9, I think.
Apologies, that's Steve Matthews in that one.
Oh, sorry.
The thing is, though, you've got two very similar cars. Yeah, Outlaw Street, number 30, is Steve Matthews, the Consul. But nevertheless, awesome.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll give the ET to Danny Wilson and see if Steve Matthews notices.
Oh, dear.
So we will be back to 2 lanes, and we're not racing, but effectively kind of racing. Got a whole bunch of bikes down there as well. We'll put in some runs. Excellent stuff. That's what you need on a Friday morning when you're supposed to be at work. 15:24, 89.
Oh, loads more to come from them. That's our good friends that stay at the Airbnb up the road, driving from Norwich with that. I love
and
that
why
car.
not?
Yeah. I've got to give a shout out actually to someone that would normally be running today but not, and that's Colin Wood with the Husky. He's going to be here this weekend, but he hasn't got the car. As we know, he broke into the 9s earlier on this year. Absolutely awesome performance. But Colt, I hope to bump into you at some point over the weekend. Where and when on site, I don't know. but we will definitely catch up. Right, so can't quite see the number. It's Arrow Street 17.
It is.
Well, bizarrely, I've got that down as Adam Campion in a Mini, but unless he's changed vehicles or the number's changed.
Maybe identifies as a Mini, mate. Yeah. It's a very 2024 thing to do. 1082, 124.
That'll do.
Not bad at all. So the National Sprint Association are with us with some amazing, amazing works of art this weekend. There is a long and deep connection between sprinting and drag racing. And by that I mean bike sprinting, not running very fast. 15:45 at 78 miles an hour, still breaking the speed limit.
Yeah, that was Paul Rees going through there on the Triumph.
Pairing lanes absolutely packed from the moment they open. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but it's a nice, orderly queue. I think that's the best way to put it.
Using the centre line to ride down just so he knows where to go. 12:13, 114. Certainly rather wild looking 12-second run. Okay, one of the cast of thousands for Nostalgia Superstock. NSS 81. Taking on another console. We are back to pairs of cars.
Yeah, that's Dave Tildesley down there with the Dodge. And if I'm right, that's Danny Wilson's dad's car, I think. I need to check on that.
You could well be right.
1370 at 106 and 1406 at 98. Well, that's a car we do know. One of our regulars, Rick. Good to see him. He's going to be running in Nostalgia Superstock, of course, but getting a checkout pass in Run What You Brung. Hence, that's why he's requested for Sportsman Tree. Now then, what's the issue? Runs in the very high tens. And so good to see the Morgan back once again as well. Now the advantage being is that Rick car will really launch hard. The Morgan that builds up speed towards the strike. Rick 1136, Morgan goes 1248.
That notebook is very well loved, isn't it? You couldn't lose that, could you? Because otherwise you'd be stuffed. It's always nice to see a car that's on the racetrack looking like a full-on race gasser with a tow bar. 1293, 103 miles an hour.
I'm not sure if that was Dean Morsley, actually, because I think he's entered into Gasser Circus with that one. I said they're coming through so thick and fast at the moment, I'm struggling to catch up. Right, Steve Foreman with the Impala. We know it's going to run a 15. It's what flavour? Be high 15 or low 15? But
the first one was a 75.
So 1579 this time round. Steve has actually done Sportsman ET with the car. I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. He decided to have a go at the racing and had fun. I haven't seen him since, unfortunately, though. It'd be good to have him back. So he knows what racing is like. Come back and have another go. All right, Jared Heathcote with his Nostalgia Superstock Chevy. Jared goes 13.15 at 105. Right colour, right car. Just so much yes. It really is.
Any Chevy is a good thing. Definitely. That's definitely a good thing.
Go on, boy, go on. We're going to go into the 10 straight away. Oh, not quite. 11:31, 109. Nice to see the pairing lanes filling up. Excellent stuff. Run we brung here at Dragstalgia 2020. 3 days of nostalgia racing here. We've got guests joining us here. We've got all sorts of things going on this weekend. There are celebrations all over the place. You've got Barbecue Central this weekend. You name it, it's everything. You've got there's a big Nostalgia Superstock one tomorrow night. I think there's a hog roast with Supercharged Outlaws. Even the Outcast Outlaws have got it's just everything going on out there. But one thing you need to do is make sure you visit the Nostalgia Marquee. That is a must-stop visit. So Peter McGuinness going through with a 11:31 at 109 on the Kawasaki H1500, one of the old school stockers. This is one of your ultimate box of chocolates, the pairing lanes at the moment. You've got all the different flavours, all the different wrappers, but you just do not know what's going to come round the corner next. It really is good.
Unless you don't look behind you. But yes, absolutely that. It's a great way to spend a Friday.
Yeah.
There's rods, there's classics, there's pickups, there's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Right, Alan Ward down there on his Suzuki Nostalgia Pro Stock bike. Suzuki GSX 11ET. Big engine in that, 1426cc. Having a close look at the wall, but kept away from it. Goes through the gears to run 11:42, 118. Sport for choice on pickup trucks now.
Different vintage pickups. In the Kestrel Lane, we have a 1292 at 106. 1576. I think we need to do... Colin, we need a new catchphrase for this weekend, which is, I'd love to see that in Sportsman ET. Because there are so many cars that could be in Sportsman ET that would just make, well, they'd be very competitive and a welcome addition. So, young Mr. Bishop with the CUDA in the Kestrel Lane.
I think that's Simon Swarbrick down there.
I think it is, but I was just going to say that, but it's very hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, because it hasn't got any race number on it. I'm pretty sure it's Simon.
Simon's car would have, well, still have race numbers on it, I presume.
Well, if it goes high 11, low 12, expect the CUDA to go into the 9s. Maybe it didn't lift. 43.81 obviously did lift.
Bit of a cruise from our day. 40.26 in the other lane. I think proves that we were both wrong, unfortunately. So that cracking little MG. Looking way more like a hill climb car, or at home on a hill climb, than it would do down here. Do at 123, and the MG picks up with a 12.13.
Right, Pete Crisp. Oh, gold pot's been pushed back. What a shame. Love the two-tone paintwork on that. That's really pretty. Right, Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel, one of the nostalgia superstockers. Look at those pairing lanes. Nicely topped up, shall we say, with a great mix of vehicles and bikes, of course. Now then, are we going to see a low 10? Done a lot of work on this recently. 1056, 125. That's not bad for the first run with the, shall we say, a slightly revised combination. But look forward to seeing them push the numbers down into the low 10s. That's where they want to be. Right, Stuart Arthur. No, hopefully he's coming round. Or has he just been pushed? I'm not quite sure. I know he's okay, he's running. Right, one of the best car names of the year, this one. I do like this car. What'll it do? It's just brilliant. Love the graphics. And he, like so many others, have got the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund stickers on the car. Thank you ever so much indeed.
I still love to know where all these cars come from. Who has all these cars at home ready to go?
Oh no. Right, so Stuart Arthur's first run of the weekend.
And it will be at 1250, 105. And I'd love to see that in Sportsman ET. Me. What a car, seriously. Nostalgia Superstock is going to be fun this weekend. A couple of Nostalgia Superstockers.
That's Paul Singer, 1266 107. The trouble is, I call Paul Ash sometimes, and I call Ash Paul. I always get those two muddled up, so I always have to double check the entry list to make sure I've got the right one. That was Paul Singer, but you'll see when Ash Rawson comes round.
Well, guess what? Another Nostalgia Superstocker. Just to give us an idea of flavour for this event, Colin, and how popular it is now. When was Nostalgia Superstock kind of sold out?
What, for
months ago?
Oh, yeah. Well, basically, at the start of the year, when we did the awards night back in January, we were advised there would be a cap on entries of 72, I think it was, and it literally went up to 67 very, very quickly, and then a couple more sort of found their way in. It will be a 64-car ladder. We've had a few drop out, unfortunately. So, but yeah, we still have this. There will be 64 plus, hopefully. Gary Court. His first run of the weekend. Gary goes 1180, 114. Right, this car I have not seen before.
It is a 55 Chevy. At least most of it is, I think. Look at it.
I know. It does look good, doesn't it? It's.
Oh, it's cool. It doesn't matter. It's out there. It's racing.
I mean, that is. It's either a superb patina paint job, but I think that's how it's been
Probably
found.
how it is. Yeah,
that looks really, really smart. Sometimes it's sacrilege to paint a car like, if it's found like that and it works, then leave it alone. Just looks cool. Yeah, 1491, 87 miles an hour. Do not change that car's appearance. That's just spot on as far as I'm concerned. I do like that. So a little bit of a clean up in the Slick Tricks lane. I think the oil dry down there gives a little bit of a clue that somebody was potentially dropping a bit of fluid out there. Let's have a look in the lanes. Again, good mix. Simon Devos is down there with the Frankenstein Chevy. Good morning to the Frankenstein gang. How are you all? I'll pop by and see you all later. Also, you've got the Malibu down there. And, all these Nostalgia Superstockers. Mind you, it's the biggest entry of the year for them. So do expect to see quite a few of those in the lanes today. I would expect to see some of the Gasser Circus making their way down a little bit later on. Got to say many thanks to Nervous Nick. Although I didn't respond to him via email, I do apologise for that, Nick, but I did get all the notes. Thank you ever so much indeed. And a little bit of information on each of the cars running in Gasser Circus this weekend. I've also got the points table as well. The current points is only 20 points between the top two. And that's Chris Layram with the Outer Gas car, and Honky Tonkin of Steve Matthews, 20 points behind him. Actually, only 10 points behind them is Sean Milsom. I think misbehaving, so very close.
Is Steve Matthews running, or is that a different Steve Matthews?
No, there's two, there's a few Steve Matthews.
Okay,
right,
that'll be why.
No, this is Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. There's another Steve Matthews that's got the console in Outlaw Street. So,
I thought he was just posh and had lots of cars.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that's quite a sizable clean-up for the pop that came round there.
Yeah. Ah, right. I've just had a message from someone. and it'd be lovely to have a chat with him because it's a good opportunity. He says, "Good morning. How do I get up to see you?" Come up the stairs, Bob. I don't know where you are, Bob, but give us a clue, and then we will guide you. But there is a set of stairs by the catering area where the Bankside VIP is. Just come up those stairs. The door's open. Come and say hello. So hopefully he'll suddenly appear.
I would say follow the smell, but it's the first hour of the first day, so it's not that bad yet.
No, we have a very special... here he is. No, this way, Bob.
Right in front of you.
Bob, this way.
Bob.
No, this way. This way. he's seen this view forever on social media, and then he comes up the stairs and can't find the way in. But he's here now. Really good to see you. Let's get a headset on this man.
There you go.
He was sightseeing in London yesterday. He's done the touristy bit.
No, this is the touristy bit. This is proper tourist stuff.
And now, finally, we get to welcome into the tower the one and only Mr. Bob Beck.
Yeah, it's only one because they broke the mold. They knew they made a mistake.
Yes. Yeah. We had heard that in advance.
Yes, so, I understand you were warned. Yeah.
But welcome to Santapod.
Thank you.
Obviously, welcome to the UK as well. This is a bit of a bucket list, this one, isn't it?
It is. I was trying to come over here in 20, but obviously no one could go anywhere in 20.
Yeah.
So finally made it over, and it's great. Got
Good.
to thank Jeff Stillwell for helping.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. Love this place.
Well, as I say, the door is open this weekend.
Yes.
Any time that you want to come up and have a chat or join in, you're
Okay.
absolutely more than welcome.
Or take over. Give it a more authentic feel. You never know.
Well, yeah. I'll help you when the Moon Eyes guys come up.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're very good friends with Shige and Chico, of course. And obviously Dale, that's
Yes.
come over with the team as well. I had a chat with Dale yesterday. Really good to see him back here.
Yeah.
But without a car this time, because the previous times he's come over, he's bought a car.
Still got a car. He just has to kick Simon in the shins.
Well,
and then
is that
what it is?
Yeah.
Well,
Of
he
course.
sold 2 of his cars. They're here. They're
yeah.
engine.
Brian Gibson was the other one, the Identity Crisis.
Yeah.
It's so good to have Dale back as well.
Yes.
Very quickly, Bob. Just for those people out there, there's loads of drag racing fans out there. I think everyone's sitting in the pits really looking at everything. But please, can you just give us a little bit of background on your history in drag racing? And
my history in drag racing, some of it's good, most of it's okay. I started out with drag racing as the announcer for Los Angeles County Raceway. So that was 1977.
Palmdale.
Yeah.
Palmdale, yeah.
Palmdale, yes, Palmdale. And it was AV Raceway to start with.
Okay.
They changed it to LA County Raceway. Then I worked for Good Guys Rod and Custom, announcing their races. I've been at Irwindale for the last 14 years, and with NHRA doing their hot rod reunions for almost 30.
Terrific.
Right, Freddie Smith putting his first pass of the weekend in, running in the old school Stockers. That's a good looking run. Sounds good. Goes 966, 136.
Sounds like a dream day job. I was always jealous of anyone that was anywhere near LA County because you used to have all the really cool Southern California fuel auto shows.
Yes.
Didn't you? Yeah.
We had just about everything. LA County Raceway was good in the fact that you couldn't go to Pomona on a regular basis. Fontana was closed down, so the only quarter-mile track left was Los Angeles County Raceway.
Yeah.
So on any given weekend, you could see some of the top runners. If it was an off weekend for NHRA, they were practicing.
Sounds ideal.
Right, a regular at Dragstalgia, Chris Spry. Oh, sorry, no, that's wrong class. It's Chris Spry, actually.
Yeah, 10:29 at 1:26. Typically for the Nostalgia Stockers, they'll be down in the 8s, but I think, are they qualifying later today? Or is it
I believe so.
I think everybody starts running today. So this event, as Colin said, welcome to the UK. This is a problem unique to us, is that we absolutely can't talk during burnouts.
Yeah.
I think probably everywhere you go, there's a chance you can make it anyway.
Well, it's only one track I work at where we have the cars driving through. And that's in Reno during Hot August nights. and they actually drive through underneath, and the same situation.
Excellent. Well, this place has kind of just evolved this way. Really, it's like a lot of the. To be honest with you, great drag strips all around the world it's an evolution. It's not something that's the new modern stadiums. Yeah, they're good, but they're facilities. Yep. They're not, So Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Gasser.
He wasn't worried about reaction time, was he?
No. He's not worried about the money. Definitely not that.
1065, that'll do.
Well, let's face it. Anyone who's here racing is not worried about money.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what any of us get into it for.
Very good
is
point.
it? Yeah.
In drag racing, if you want to make $1 million, you got to start with two.
Two, that's it. Yeah.
Absolutely that. Or if you want to buy a streetcar and keep it as a streetcar.
I know.
All right, okay.
It is what it is.
It's your car. It's your car telling you to behave and stop trying to race it.
It's one life, mate.
What kind of car, Colin?
69 Camaro.
Oh, there you go. All right.
It's parked outside the Nostalgia marquee with a little trailer on it. So you may have seen it there.
Did see it.
You'll be pleased to know they're quite common over here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mainly here, as in within a square mile of where we are at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a few of them running this weekend.
I love the Morris, though.
Yeah, it's class.
Well, the good thing, that's one thing I was just going to say, that it'd be great to get your thoughts on a lot of stuff, because back in the formative days of drag racing in this country in the 60s and 70s, so many of the races, getting your hands on like high-end, high-performance American V8 stuff was virtually impossible, and it was so expensive. Right. So what a lot of them did was, what did they do? They went to like the local scrap yards, or they used the regular engines out of the regular cars. So you'd find loads of Jaguar engines in things, BMCs, tiny little like 3-4 cylinder supercharged engines.
Yep.
They ran really quickly. They did. They ran really, really well.
Well, it's interesting to me because I like the British car. I was weaned on British cars. I had a lot of British cars when I was younger. And to see them here, I went through the booth there, took a look at the old dragsters with the BMC or the Kent motors and things of that nature. That's interesting to me. I see these all the time. Valiant, not too much, but American muscle cars, I see those all the time. So seeing the British vehicles, the British powered, and the approach. The British cars are done differently. I like it.
It's just a different way of doing the same thing, isn't it? It's just a different take on doing the same thing.
It's pure hot rodding.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the base vehicle is.
Yeah, we have our own brand of crazy on this side of the world as well. Plenty of them in cars, a lot of them on bikes.
But you see a lot of different things, and you've got a different approach because you've got different equipment, different things. Like look at the wheelies on the starting line with Volkswagen taillights. It's just unique. You don't in the U.S. you wouldn't find that. They'd put Ford taillights or something on it, teardrop taillights.
Well, that's because it's easier to get stuff. That's again, a lot of it, the vast majority of it is down to the availability of it, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You use what you can.
Right, previous car was Rob Cawthorne. This is Carl Kenyon, his first run in the Plymouth in the style of Superstock. And the regular Willis. Always good to see the Willis Walls represented here at Dragstalgia. And that, of course, Chris Coburn. I don't think Chris has ever missed a Willis Wars race here. I think he's done every single one.
Yeah, you're right.
And he comes to the Vintage Nationals, comes to the Nostalgia Nats. Any opportunity he's got to run that car, he's here.
So the unfortunate thing we suffer from over here, which is something that if you live in LA or that area, you have the same problem, diminishing amount of racetracks, unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah. Right now we're down to 2 in Southern California. Irwindale, where I work, and then in San Diego area, south is Verona. Those are the 2 only in Southern California. You have to go to Bakersfield for one. Now they're building a new one in Bakersfield.
Oh, okay.
Go back to your bike.
No problem.
Right, Steve Howe in the Kestrel lane. Going alongside Dean Stevens. Well, Dean got his nose out in front. The 1025, 132 problems, though.
Yeah, left lane's got a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dean normally runs into the 8s. with that machine. Yeah,
It sounded like he was running out of gears then, because it went for the clutch and shift, and the noise stayed exactly the same. So
yeah, it's what test runs and practicing
exactly,
for, isn't it? Really. So yeah,
we're building a new track. The people that I work for at Irwindale have purchased a circle track, but there's enough room to put a drag strip in.
Okay.
So they're going to put an 8-mile drag strip in, and that's going to give everybody a chance to come out and play. Bakersfield Formosa Raceway, they're limited and they're expensive. So by putting in a short 8-mile track, it's cost effective. People with streetcars can come out and have fun on a Friday or Saturday night. And that's the goal of that track. It's not to make big races, it's to get everyone involved.
You need the grass. I mean, we have 2 in this car. Well, actually, I beg your pardon, if you include Spitfire down in the west. Yeah, we've got 3 racetracks, if you will, but this is the only real permanent one up at Melbourne, near York, up in the north of England. It's an 8-mile track. It can only ever be no prep on it whatsoever, because the owners, the people that work with them, but they're allowed to do it, and it's great fun. It's a great fun place to go. We do have an abundance of old airfields, but as you probably gathered, England is a lot of people in a small place.
Yeah.
So the noise, all that kind of thing. Sorry, Colin.
No worries. Jake Cawthorne going through. Bob Gallagher being pushed back. Yeah, shame for Bob, but he'll be back down later on. Jake, a nice 11:21 opener him.
Yeah, beautiful 55.
And that has been racing a long time. That's Ray Turner with Green Onions. He had some stickers made. I think it's 40 years he's owned and raced that car.
Wow.
Absolutely cracking job.
Good 60 foot. He did leave well.
And a 1091, 120 miles an hour.
You know, I like talking about the Tri-5 Chevys. Everyone thinks that Chevrolet's first V8 was the 265 in 1955, and they're wrong. Chevrolet's first V8 was in 1917. 17. They had a V8 engine ahead of Ford, but because they became part of General Motors, they didn't want the V8. And that's what caused the Chevrolet brothers to leave General Motors. They got into a we call it a pissing contest, I guess you could say.
You can say that here too.
With Willie Duran, and they left General Motors. Their name stayed on the cars, but they had been in business for years before they joined General Motors. So they had their V8 car, and they were performance guys.
Yeah.
But their first V8 was in 1917.
A long while before. That is the other Steve Matthews with the honky tonk in 57 Chevy.
9.6 coming up.
Ish.
Yeah. Oh, 74.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what I said. Ish.
He's. I think he had a little bit of wheel slippage off the line. Not much.
Okay, Mick Sharp. Is that Andy Cunningham down there? I think it
No,
is.
that's.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know that one.
Love the Anglias.
There are the few of them hanging around the countryside here. We still, you probably see by the size of the villages inside the roads, that's why the size of the cars is, pretty much there.
1948, that Anglia.
Now, that same basic body was from 1937, wasn't it? All the way through early 50s. They changed the front end.
998, 132.
Let's see. Well, now we got to judge Herb's reaction if it was that all right or not. It was okay.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I think it'll be in the 9.8s fairly soon. Or he has already run in the 9.8s. All right, Pop going through them.
Not going to do it, huh? Oh, he's going to get a time. Okay.
I think the 8-second 60-foot tells the story.
Yeah.
8. That's quite impressive, actually. Oh, knock 8 seconds off that.
Yeah.
It's 11-second car. Yeah. No, it's not. It's 12-second car. Forget I said that.
All right, Dave Tilsley back down once again, going alongside Rick Denny.
The Rick Denny.
It is, yeah.
I'd love to see that in Sportsman ET. Sorry, that's
I'm joking. Yeah.
because he used to race in Sportsman ET. I haven't seen him for actually around the race for a while.
He destroyed an engine completely,
Okay.
and it's as Rick will openly admit, it's getting funds together to rebuild.
Good reactions in the right lane.
He's a good racer.
He's
is
been
our
around.
Rick. Been doing this a long time. 11:45 and 13 is 16.
Yeah, one theme you're going to hear over this weekend a lot, Bob, is that there's an awful lot of people here, me included, that remember people in the formative years of this sport. 60s and 70s, especially in the late 70s for me, with Ray Beadle, Jim Snow, people like that coming over as well. Don Prudhomme, 1980. That was kind of when Don Prudhomme came over with them, and Tom Hoover. That was kind of the pinnacle of that area, because it's the most amount of. I think we had 22 nitro funny cars in little old England at the World Finals in 1980. And it was mobbed. It was like nothing else on the planet. It was like the Glastonbury of the drag racing world. It was amazing, absolutely amazing. And obviously with Don Garlett's in '76 as well. That was another one of those moments too. There's been a lot of them over the years.
Well, I'm still surprised. I mean, watching this, I'm surprised that drag racing didn't take off here earlier on. I'm just amazed. They had the first U.S. invasion, I guess you could say, coming over.
A vast majority of it, and a lot of it happens around the world like this. It's due to those pesky people called American Airmen. You see, they wanted to go. They wanted somewhere to go on the weekends, like you just said, run on Friday and Saturday nights and have fun, and that's where the vast majority of it came from. Like an awful lot of the organisation in places like Germany. They're American airmen that were stationed there with a lot of the big American air bases. And there's lots of people that, again, in the formative days over here in the 60s, that's where it all came from.
Well, see, then in the U.S., we think the sports car craze came from here.
Yeah.
With the airmen and so forth, the military coming back over and bringing sports cars.
Yeah.
That was the foundation of what became the Corvette. They saw the Jaguars and the MGs and said, we got to build something. Because all these sports cars are getting popular.
Travel broadens the mind, especially in the drag racing world.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was Holly Butcher driving the Dragster, her first ever run in the car. Clicks 100 mile an hour on the first pass, 14:26. And first time ever driving the car, finding a way around it, and she's only going to come back and go quicker and enjoy it even more. And then, of course, she'll be getting her own car, and the seed has been sown.
And then be skint forever. I think is where you were going with that, wasn't it? Really.
Oh dear, oh dear. Steve Foreman is back down again with the Impala, going alongside Adam Krasinski.
With a much more like it 0-1 reaction time.
Yep.
$11.56.114, and the Impala slowing down actually. 16.50.
Yeah.
Jim Tucker with a Hellfire Hemi.
Love it.
Again, a car you probably see every day driving around in your hometown.
Just on the street, yeah.
There's a couple of these in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend as well.
Yeah, I'm nuts for flames, so that one's beautiful. Uh-oh. He just backing up to a burnout?
Let's have a look. Yeah, that's one that you can't see a damn thing, can you? It's yeah, just trying to get the tires a little bit warmer.
Yeah, he didn't do much of a burnout there. That was very limited.
Okay, running with the Supercharged Outlaws. I think we've got about 19 or 20 Supercharged
It's a strong
Outlaws.
entry, actually, for Supercharged Outlaws. Almost a similar number, actually, in the Cannonball this weekend. I think it's 17.
That's right.
In the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Get a little bit out of shape.
Yeah, enough to make him lift, luckily.
950, 110. I'm not sure, has he broken into the 8 yet? I don't think he has, actually.
Okay,
Anyway.
I'm not familiar with British cars. What is this one?
It's green.
Yes, it
At
is.
the bottom.
Half of it is. Yeah.
It's a proper old school Ford.
Is it?
Ford
Okay.
Consort.
Ford
Was it a Zephyr?
I think that's a Zephyr.
So we never got those in the States. We got the Anglia, but we didn't get that. We got the Cortina. I had a Cortina when I was younger. And I had an
Really?
Anglia, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like I said.
Of all the cars you could choose in the US, you chose a Cortina.
Yeah, it was a GT,
Okay.
you know, and it was fun. Now, I did trade it for a Jag, though.
$13.16,
Yeah.
$14.38.
So I was 5 years old. My cousin had a TR2.
Okay.
It took me for a ride. I couldn't see over the dash. I was so small. But that excited me about sports cars. The first sports car I was able to get was a TR3, and I had 4 of them. Did you ever do anything
4.
simple? I had 4.
Yep.
And then a GT6, then 2 XK.
GT6,
Yeah.
cracking car.
Oh, it was fun. It was claustrophobic as
Yeah.
can be, but yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, they were
Then
great.
2 XK120s, the Cortina GT, an Anglia station wagon. We called them. I don't remember what you called them here. Bug Eye Sprites, or you call
Yeah.
them Frog Eyes.
Yeah.
I road raced those.
Hopefully we've got one of those running this weekend. We haven't seen it, the Sprite, for a little while, have we?
Yeah.
Good point.
And a couple of MGs stuck in there as well.
So you're an honorary Brit then, really, aren't you?
I don't. Yeah. Guilt by association.
That's
you know.
right. All right, Triggers Broom. He's in the Kestrel Beer Lane.
That car was built the same time I was. Look, 1972.
Unfortunately, being pushed back.
That stuff break. There's some great, interesting cars walking through the pit area. I'm just totally excited about this.
It's this weekend sort of hopefully, weather permitting, gets going really like later today and definitely tomorrow. And the stuff that turns up it still blows my mind.
People
and I see it
build
every
cars
year.
just for this event now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
It is. It's just jaw-dropping, some of the stuff that appears.
I really like the later model Anglias. Those are cool. We didn't get those in the States. We got the earlier models, but we didn't get this one. Ford was not very nice to us.
well, maybe they were. It depends on your point of view. Maybe they were really nice to you.
I must admit, I have never seen that car in the Slick Tricks lane before. That is a total new one on me. How's the race car sticker on there? Full cage. Looks pretty serious, actually.
Yeah.
It says 1967. The 400 cubic inch motor squeezed in that. And what's more, original body lines from the outside.
It looks like he had a little bit of issue off the line.
1092, 124. Now, bearing in mind, I've never seen it run on the track. That could be its first ever pass, so it will only get better from there.
His 60 foot was better than his reaction time.
I think this has got to be the most commentators we've ever had for a Run What You've Run.
Probably.
For the vast majority of the time, we don't even have any commentary on Run What You've Run at all.
I think that's the fun stuff. I mean, that's what we do. I work at Irwindale, and that's what we do on Thursday nights. It's all Run What You Brung. 5 hours and the place packs. We have great cars, great people. Introducing drag racing to a lot of people on those nights because it's easy.
Does it really work with the whole getting people onto the track, off the streets kind of thing? And
It does to an extent. We've got to deal with the street racer mentality where they don't want to go to a track because the car won't pass tech. And that's the hard part.
Peter McGuinness goes 11.14 on that one, 118. That's his quickest of his runs so far.
yeah, well, we on that very subject, like we have events like today is being run that way, It's called Run What You Brung. It's been around for 50 plus years, where you can, provided you've got a driver's license and a crash helmet, you can just show up, and I'm sure you have the same thing, where you can just show up and come and race, come and have fun.
And that's the goal. It's to have fun. But you find people, they'll spend their money on going fast, but they don't think about the safety aspect.
At all.
So in many cases, they won't pass tech. And that's the deterrent. You get a street racer who builds to go fast because he's going to make money on the street by match racing people.
I think the other difference you've got as well, especially in that area, drag racing came from Southern California, is that you have straight roads.
Yes.
Have you seen a straight road since you've been here? Maybe the airport runway you landed at, but that's probably about it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's real. It's very difficult to find anywhere here. Funny on that very, very subject. In places like Sweden and Norway, specifically Sweden, it's a very big, empty, open country.
Yeah.
They have a lot of cars that come in from the US, and street racing is
and they had a big drag race last weekend.
They did. They have Street Week. They have Swedish Street Week this weekend for the next week or so, touring around the southern part of the country. 150 Swedish miles, which is just about, it's nearly 1,000 miles, the journey. All on unprepped 8-mile racetracks as well. It's quite fun.
Yeah, part of the I like the no prep. That makes the driver learn how to drive. Where you have a track where it's always prepped, they don't know how to set the car up.
All right, Roy and Mitchell. And Andy Cunningham. Andy going through the 12.16, 111. It goes 13.76, 97. Their first passes of the weekend. Certainly won't be their last. All right, Chris Coburn with the Willis. And Sam Glenn, we think, the straight shooter.
I think the sun's just come out.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does from here, dear me. Imagine it's like sitting in there as well with luminous windows.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
You have to put some sunblock on soon.
It's one way of making sure.
Oh, no, Bob, you've got to get pod face whilst you're here, mate. Pod face, it's a common affliction. Basically, when you're on the banking and you're in the sun all day long, the breeze comes in and you go home with pod face.
It's basically it's the UK version of Windbird. Is what it is.
So 10.69 for Sam, 13.04 for Chris.
Another one of those small anglers.
Oh, those are big, roomy cars from where we come from.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We must be a small nation, I think. But
I've got a Model A Ford, 1929, and it is not much bigger on the inside.
Sure, it's not. And Alan Skip with the Nostalgia front engine car running with Wild Bunch. I think he will be this weekend.
Yeah. Done a few changes, actually. I think they're gunning for some numbers. Oh, yeah. That launched nice and hard.
Man, it's moving.
913, 150.
Well, Captain Jack Sparrow down there doesn't look hugely pleased.
I caught up with them last night, actually. Once the car's sorted, then Ford will be back behind the wheel again.
Is that the right idea?
Yeah. Get the young whippersnapper to show him how it's done. All right, the one and only. Oh, hang on, I'm just going to make sure that is Bob.
Yeah.
It is Bob, yeah. Bob Main.
This car's been around a long while. I remember this car in my youth when it was owned and driven by Roy Webb.
Yeah, the little Spider-Man altered. And that lovely 1930 Ford. Challenging aerodynamics back in the day, but
Overcome that with horsepower. It's fine.
indeed, that's the best way.
Henry never thought about aerodynamics.
The Bobster goes 11.56, 117. 15.06 at 88 for that lovely 1930 Ford.
Sorry, go on. One thing we were just discussing and explaining about tracks closing and all the other stuff as well.
Yeah.
One of the, believe it or not, this place has one of the longest calendars in the drag racing world, actually, I think. Normally starts about February time, finishing up in November.
Okay.
If you bear in mind this is summer, can you imagine how cold it is in February and in November?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not.
Well, I was here, the last time I was here was November.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, we got to experience it.
But that's Gary Parks, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's bizarrely, it's the two number 53s actually got 53 in Supercharged Outlaws, Gary, and number 53 in Nostalgia Superstock. That's Mike Graham.
You know, I'd go for the Hillman over the Mopar. I'm just that way.
Well, watch the Hillman go. .202, 134, plenty more to come from the Purple Days team. 1203, 115 from the Mopar. Right, Dalton Scarlett, the winner of Dragstalgia last year in Outlaw Anglia.
Back to defend his title.
He is, yeah.
Oh, also in his debut event.
It was his debut event last year.
Yeah, he should. To be honest with you, he should have just quit after that weekend. To be honest, never going to have a weekend like that. We had some Australian guys here as well last year. I don't know how much you follow it or check in, but
A little bit, yeah.
The quickest and fastest Outlaw Anglia is a blown car from Australia, and the man himself came all the way here to compete in a massive field of Outlaw Anglias. I thought I saw some metal bouncing down there. Yeah.
Oh no, Ty.
Yeah, that's an amazing roll bar. I mean, wheelie bar. He's got more tubing in that than I've seen in some roll bars.
Yeah, the roll bar's quite beefy as well.
Yeah.
That's Dalton Scarlett, pro-charged. Big block Chevy in there. Turned down by comparison, that
He
one.
shut it
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. But just a case of making sure everything's working. It's another potential 6-second car if it all goes to plan. But yeah, he had
The numbers that they were running in testing this year.
Oh, has he run already?
Oh yeah,
He has run,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. He
sorry.
did one of the private test days, and his 60-foot is knocking on the door of 1.0. Now, bearing in mind it's pro-charged, that really picks up on the run. They're actually getting the 60-foot down. I mean, okay, Webbo's been 101 with his, but Dalton's car is really coming on strong now. They're just working on all the incrementals throughout the run to then stitch it all together to make it work all the way through. Good approach, but Dalton's not shy of the car, as we know. Mark is incredibly proud of what the team are achieving, and I really look forward to seeing how they get on. Bizarrely, Ty Strevet has just driven out the gate, and he's going to appear round the back there in a moment. So whatever came off the car
Wasn't that bad.
So you can drive it back to the pits and fix it.
Did see aluminium bits bouncing over there. This is Rick Denny one more time.
They're moving through the lanes pretty quickly.
As always.
Oh, 004 light. Look at that. Nice one, Rick.
More like it.
That's where it should be. Yeah.
There's a lot of people to get through. You can see it's fairly busy.
I'm seeing some interesting cars pulling in the lanes. I love that the 66, 67 Dodge Charger made to look like Buddy Baker's car from NASCAR.
That I think that's Adrian Portelli, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one.
yeah.
It is the one. Yeah. What I was going to say to you about run times as well. Obviously, February to November. But one of the outstanding things about this place is we're allowed to run from 9 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. 354 days a year, something like that, which is quite something in the modern world because, due to noise restrictions and the like.
Well, we're lucky in that respect at Irwindale because we're in an industrial area.
Okay.
So we run, weather permitting, all year round.
Yeah.
We don't shut down. It may get cold for us.
Yeah. Relative.
Relative. No, it gets out of the 40s and 50s at night. So for us, but we can run all year round, and we run till 10 o'clock at night.
That's great.
Yeah.
But we don't start till 5.
Yeah. Ah, right. Okay.
So on a Thursday night, we do that. Then on the weekends, it's usually start at 10 o'clock in the morning and go till 6 or 7 o'clock.
So but that's a great run. That's a great amount of time to be able to run for as well.
Yeah.
Because there's an awful lot of tracks around the US that do have to shut down in the winter as well, depending on location.
Well, Paul Terry gets the run in there, 11:60, 619. Prior to that was Glenda Thompson going 5th, 13:95. She's going to be one to watch out for in Nostalgia Superstock. Car is pretty consistent, so it is certainly going to be one to watch. And Glenda can pull a light as well.
We looked at this car as we were coming in. With fat tires, it's got huge tires in the back. That's steamroller size.
11:27, 130 miles an hour.
It's respectable for a car that looks like it's all steel. So that's good.
So the lanes are still packed, and they will be all day. What time's qualifying start, Cole? Is it about 5 o'clock
It's quite
this
late,
evening?
isn't it? Yeah.
It's like 4 or 5 o'clock this evening. I know we were a little bit late starting this morning, but that was weather-related, goes without saying.
That was a free car wash.
We get a lot of them.
Yeah.
In fact, everything should be immaculate, judged on that.
Yeah.
So, just to give you a rundown, actually, we have a lunch break at 12:30 to allow the track crew to stand down for half an hour. When we come back at 1 o'clock, and also that's when the live stage opens in the Vintage Hub as well. The Hall of Fame auction opens at 2 o'clock in the Nostalgia Marquee, so I know there's a lot of people that are interested in quite a few of the items. We have a dinner break at 4:30, and that's when Run What You Brung finishes. And then at 5 o'clock, when we come back, that's when qualifying starts.
Then.
All right. And qualifying will start with Gasser Circus, to be followed by the Willis Walls, the Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, Old School Stockers, Outlaw Anglia, and Nostalgia Superstock. The track is aiming to close around about 6:45, but obviously we've just got to see how it goes.
Yeah, I was thinking there might not be too much chance of that, but
you
we'll
never
see.
know. You never know.
We'll see. So, Bob,
Yeah.
sorry to keep asking lots of questions, but you're
fine.
here.
Oh,
so,
no, this is our chance to,
is
to
it?
actually
Yeah,
get
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
go
of
for
stuff
it, yeah.
from him.
pick his brains. Well, go on then.
Cross-examine.
No,
Go ahead.
you carry on, because I'm trying
No,
to
it's all right.
keep up on to date what's going on out there.
So, you have been around drag racing in Southern California for a long, long time.
Yep.
Most memorable moments that you can think of? Any particular that stand out?
The first pro race I went to was at Pomona during the Winter Nationals in 1970. I wanted to see Wild Willie Bosch in his altar because he hangs his arm out the door and has this one hand on the steering wheel. He didn't disappoint. He got sideways, tires smoking, one hand on the wheel, one hand on the door, and it was amazing. And I was on my way to Vietnam. That was
Okay.
That was my break before I went over, and that is the only thing that stands out from that race. I was there all day. That's the only thing I remember.
There's
Willie Bosch.
lots of moments like that. But that's a very cool. You were actually there. Was that where the photograph came from? Was that the
Yes.
year the photograph came from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it did not disappoint. That was great.
I always say that. Drag racing is the Wile E. Coyote end of motorsports, where basically strap yourself to a rocket or whatever the hell you want to do, and just hope you survive. Really.
And people have done exactly that.
Precisely. That's exactly what I mean.
He was a Captain Jack's got a rocket-powered go-kart. He's 80-some-odd years old. He still races it.
He does indeed, yeah. We have our own version of that called Eric Taboul from France, who is the fastest man on two wheels on the planet. So Adrian Portelli with a really nice looking wheels up launch. Probably to a low 10. High 10, 1097, 121. Yeah, so again, apologies if you know, but
No
Eric is the only man on the planet on two wheels that's run a 4 over a quarter mile, 497 at 290 miles an hour. Yeah, he nearly didn't stay on it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He's only his hands that was on the bike in the end. He was like...
There's a photograph of him just when he went through the finish line and his feet are above. He's laying on the bike and his feet are above his head. Right? However, he did, the one thing I will say about it, he had the common sense to say, right, that's it. I'm not doing that again.
I did it. I proved it. I don't have to do it again.
That's right. If anyone wants to come and beat it, have at it, basically.
Right, Steve forward, 1554. Truck goes 1578.
I love the sound of this dragster. This is British ingenuity. We won't see anything like this in the States.
Well, not at all. Not even at a VW race or something like that.
Well, VWs, yeah, but...
okay, it's mainstream racing, yeah.
That's Graham Rawlings, of course, in the little slingshot. Say VW powered.
Is that VW powered?
I believe so.
Okay. We don't find too many front-engine dragsters with a VW engine.
965 at 135. Not hanging about either.
Yeah, he took the long way down the track.
He really did, but I think that's one of his quickest runs ever, actually. That was really good.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really
you've got
good.
a great
965.
view of the cars going down here. You can see them. The other, the place that like this, I worked. Saint. I can't even think now.
Salt Lake City, where they got the tower in the middle. Is that the one where they got the tower in the middle?
No, we were in St. Louis.
Okay.
And St. Louis has a tower set up like this as well, so the cars come out.
This is James Griffin.
Oh!
Yes.
Okay. The car you mentioned.
New colour scheme. Car looking very, very good indeed. Running in the Wild Bunch, of course. It's already been 965. Hunting for the 8s.
Well, there is a 9.10 dial on the back end, which tends to give you tends to give you a good idea of what's about to happen.
Yeah. Actually, quickest run of the day so far is 9.13.
So far being the operative word.
Yes, of course.
Oh, there's the throttle.
No, he's got nitrous. It gives him
Oh,
the
is
double
that
kick.
what it
Yeah,
does?
that
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
953, 139.
That 910 didn't work, did it?
Yeah, he's got a Camaro as well, James. And I said to him last night, I said, which car do you prefer? He goes, oh, the Alton, all day long.
Yeah.
And I said, why is that? He said, because you get 2 launches.
That was
that
2
proved-
launches.
yeah, that was it.
That was 2 launches.
Right, Jared Heathcote. Oh, he's getting some runs in today. He could be a hot lap specialist today, going really, really well.
Any extra points for the most ET slips at the end of the day?
Used to be. I don't know if there is one this
You
weekend.
don't want to give them any more competitions to enter. They've got they come up with enough on their own.
All right, Paul Smale, of course, with the Malibu. Over into the low 10s. Yeah, 22, that'll do, 129.
Oh, we've got. That's what you came to see, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, that reminds me of what I had. I had the station wagon version with windows, but I always wanted the panel. I'm a panel nut. My everyday car is a panel.
Yeah.
But it's a Chevrolet HHR.
Right,
I remember them.
need to tell you what's going on here. You'll
Yes,
see
please.
a lot of the prefixes are double O's. Yeah, so these are the Outlaw Outcasts. They're running as a group together. They're going to put all their numbers together, and then hopefully later on this afternoon we're going to have the top 4 doing a little race off.
See, I told you they didn't need to come up with any more reasons.
Yeah, so they got together. There's about 14, 15 of them. So Dave Mott and Chris Tyhurst. You see, the double O prefixes means that they are in the Outlaw Outcasts.
Yeah, stage up with the rear wheels as well. That'll help.
Yeah. Whenever we have someone do that, I'd say they've been watching Street Outlaws too much. I think he needs some caffeine. Got to wake them up on the reaction times.
You know it works though. A lot of the time, especially with practice runs, things like that, they just concentrate on making sure the car launches and goes. However, any practice is good practice. So when the tree runs, make sure you're ready.
Yeah, well, we've had a few guys that come out turbocharged, and they want to build the boost up, but they forget that they're at competition alongside
Racing.
them. So that they're building the boost right down.
Steve Lloyd. Good to see Steve. Steve wanted me to do a special shout out actually to the Williams brothers. Steve last weekend ran the car up and the flex plate disintegrated, absolutely destroyed itself. Emergency phone call over to Nick at the Williams brothers workshop. The car went in there Monday morning, fixed on the spot. Back in the trailer, so Steve is running this weekend, and he just want to say a massive thanks to the team. Goes down 45, 117. If it wasn't for that quick work, then there is no way that Steve will be competing this weekend.
I believe my friend of yours, Dale Snoke, built the Dart over the left lane.
That's right, yeah. The Identity Crisis machine of the Gibsons going alongside the Falcon.
Yeah, two American compacts. Now, a lot of people don't remember, though, the original Dodge Darts were not compacts. The first Dodge compact was called the Lancer. And they changed the name in '63 to Dart, and the sales started to go. But the Dart was a full-size car, original.
So the name change was really?
And it worked. This is a good side-by-side.
It's going to be the Falcon getting there first. 10.86 at 120. 2:11.56, 116 miles an hour. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, I was just saying that John Gibson, who's running the high roller Falcon these days, he basically bought this car as a stopgap whilst the work continues on the crowd pleaser Chevy.
I'd like to be able to do that. Have a quick stopgap race car.
There you go.
Right, a couple more of the Outlaw Outcasts.
I can see why the truck would be called that.
Yeah, that's a mobile helicopter landing pad by the look of that.
It's got all the original factory rust on it.
Factory rust, that's impressive.
10.93, 122, and 14.24 at 92. Now, later on today, Loz is going to send me a list of all the Outlaw Outcasts. I know she was trying to work on it last night, but I haven't seen the list just yet. But working very hard on getting this a new group together.
There are some cool cars coming out of the staging lanes right now. They're just amazing. I love them. The hot rod ingenuity is just amazing.
Is it pretty much the regular staging lane you'd see at home, or just with the difference?
To an extent, yes.
Yeah.
We have specialty races that'll bring out some of the cars you have. Most of what we see on a Thursday night drag is street cars with occasional race car coming in to test. Sometimes the regular NHRA guys that live in the local area will come out and they want to do a test. They want to get ready for the races. So they'll test at Irwindale. Mm-hmm. It's not unusual to have a funny car or a top fuel dragster come out just to do some testing.
Really?
And that's, Del Worsham doesn't live too far from the track. So he brings out, he's got his own personal trainer car, with the cars he works on. The funniest thing is he came out with Robert Height one day to run Robert's daughter's junior dragster. and he was the crew chief.
Of course. Why not?
Yeah.
All right, John Dalrymple with the Full Tilt Willis going alongside Wilbur with Willis.
I don't know where you saw that. That was definitely boot open through the finish line on the Willis.
It was a bit of a huff and a puff, wasn't it? Didn't like the look of that. Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Now then, how about this then? Beavis Allen with the Impala used to run a supercharger on this thing, and it twisted like a corkscrew off the line. It really did. Calmed it down a bit now. Runs it in Nostalgia Superstock. One of the good guys out there.
I would love to know what the guys who came up with that design for a rear end were doing or thinking or smoking
Smoking
the day they came up with it, because like
it was a good session. I would.
It's got to be.
Hey, he's still twisting it. That's one thing about those 60 Chevys.
That
They
looks
twist.
that looks like a car that should be in the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Right, Steve Matthews finds a 10th on that run. Was a 964 down to a 954. Beavis goes 1276 at 86.
Simon Devos with Frankie.
That's an interesting Chevrolet. I'm looking at the injection stacks, and I go, you know what? This is pure 60s look, because that's when they started coming out with the fuel injection systems. They had the different angled injector stacks.
Yep.
Now they've gone to shorties.
Teeny little things.
Yeah.
Going alongside Loz with the car that she basically put together herself. Oh, lovely little wheels up launch there for Simon. Running an Outlaw Outcast for this session. Where is he? 10:58. Now, Loz is looking for a 21. And she gets an 1844. That's not too bad, actually, Loz.
Can I, instead of calling them the Outlaw Outcasts, can I call them the OO Group?
The what?
The OO Group. Well, that's what it says, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or the OO Bunch, something like that.
No, they got their own motif, and they're a cool bunch. They're a cool bunch, and nicely put together.
Uh-oh. Purging the I always thought purging the nitrous out in the air like that's a waste of good nitrous. Run the purge line
Good
to the
point.
helmet.
Yeah.
Now,
Why
the
not?
reason is that they tried to get the start line crew laughing.
Is that what it
That's
is?
what it is.
Yeah.
They need to aim it a bit better.
yeah.
Improve the air in general around the place.
That's it.
Nitrous on a car with a tow bar.
Of course.
Yeah.
Got to get his caravan here somehow.
And home quickly.
Yeah, pretty quick.
1208, 113. 1285 at 106 in the other lane. We have a few. There's a Pro Stock bike underneath us at the moment.
We'll occasionally get the bikes out at the track too. One night we had a Harley club come in, and we had 50 Harleys on a Thursday night, and it was just amazing to watch these guys triumph.
Probably. They're not the easiest things to race.
No, well they got saddlebags, and full fairings, and all that.
So, just about Freddie Smith holds on to that one from Chris Spry. Obviously, they'll be running a Nostalgia Pro Stock bike when qualifying starts proper later on. When run what you brung for the time being, though. Nice to get some early runs in.
One other thing that's really bizarre about today that I've just noticed is that how many times have you ever been here and the windmills aren't moving at all?
Not very often.
Like, not moving.
Yeah, noticed that when I came up too.
They're honestly, like any old airfield, it faces southwest because that's where the prevailing wind comes from most of the time. The headwind is normally pretty, it might be like that tomorrow or Sunday. I think it was yesterday, actually.
Yeah. By the left lane, that's got a lot of motor. It's wide.
With a tiny little split tyre.
Yeah, that's going to be the strange part. Let's see if we can hook it. Nope. Nope. It's got the hiccups. Well, it's sure picking up the pace now.
Yeah, it runs it out at 113 miles an hour. A lot of these machines, especially the old sprint bikes and a lot of the National Sprint Association stuff, this is the only event in the year. We have bikes that come out of, again, I'm sure you know, but we have bikes that get brought out of museums just to run on this weekend. Just the hell of it, really. The National Motorcycle Museum, just up the road in Birmingham. They very kindly lend us some fantastic machinery.
All right, Dean Stevens and Peter McGuinness, your next pair.
That's a lot more like it for Dean.
Yeah, he's already been 10.25, but this should be quicker.
Yeah, looks it.
Yeah, 9.34, 139.
That was what he was supposed to do first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting MGB coming up.
I'm interested that you have even had these kind of cars over in the US, and was it really? Because I mean, they're not the sort of cars I would have thought that would have been the best choice for cruising around Southern California or anywhere for that matter.
But they were, and the British sports cars were really very important and very popular on the East and the West Coast. I got involved with them initially living in New York, New Jersey area. When I went to the West Coast, we have such consistent weather. They were very popular, and British sports cars were just, that was the car to get.
Is it just because they're smaller and they're more fun to drive as a result, or is it?
They're more fun to drive.
Yeah,
the size wasn't the issue. The biggest issue was American cars at the time, you couldn't turn right or left. If you went straight, you were fine.
Okay.
But you get into a British sports car, not only could you pass the gas station, but you could turn around it. I mean, you could turn right and left. I was autocrossing and road racing, and that's where I had my bug-eyed Sprite, or frog-eyed. I loved it. They were great. And then I worked on an 8 production SCCA team, and we took the championship in the West Coast. But little Austin, they were easy to work on.
But how long did it take for the American auto industry to kind of get the idea that actually those kind of cars are fun? We need to do that.
In 1953 and 54, Chevrolet came out with a Corvette. Kaiser came out with the Darren. So those are the first production sports cars, and both of those were fiberglass body. The Darren went away because it was Kaiser, but the Corvette stayed against some popular belief by the corporate. The corporate wanted to kill it. It wasn't selling until they finally talked them into putting a V8 in it in 1955, and then the Corvette started to improve because Thunderbird came out with the V8 in 1955. But Thunderbird was a cruiser. It wasn't considered a sports car.
I was going to say that doesn't really seem like a sports car.
And the Corvette, when it first came out, the biggest problem with the Corvette, they tried to emulate the Jag inline 6-cylinder, but it was a pushrod motor. It came out of the Suez. They put 3 carburetors on the side, and then they strapped it down with a powered glide 2-speed automatic transmission. It wasn't a proper sports car. It looked the part. It just didn't perform the part. You had no roll-up windows. You had side curtains, just like typical British.
Yeah.
You had no doors, no door locks. What for? You didn't have windows. You couldn't lock it anyway. But then the automatic transmission was the biggest problem, and the sedan front suspension was an issue. The brakes were the biggest issue in the Corvette in road racing. They wear out brakes.
Right. Okay.
So until '67.
So it was much more of an evolution.
Yes. Definitely was.
Yeah. But quite a long evolution by the sounds of that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Sam Glenn just goes through with the 1065. This is Barry Danby down there with the Anglia.
Yeah, the Anglia is our version of a car that's never ever meant to go quick or fast.
No.
Ever. Yeah. And somehow...
Well, that's why my mother liked the one I had.
Yeah.
I mean, it had 3-speed on the floor. That was cool. And a 4-cylinder. If I missed a shift, the pedestrians would pass me in the interval. Now, this takes a lot of, I would say, guts to take a Morgan and do this to it.
Well, I think that is pretty much a full-on hill climb car.
Okay.
Low, wide, just being out on a drag. Not something you regularly see at a drag strip. It's just this kind of event. That's what they come out to do, but it's a very, very cool-looking car.
Oh, yeah, with that roll cage on it, that is definitely a road car. That's not a road race
But
car.
I get what you mean now. I mean, obviously, cars like that, which have been around for a long while, kind of like that, so much fun to drive, especially on any kind of road circuit or anything like that.
Well, that one's definitely not a stock Morgan.
No, Paul Riley has done a lot of work on that over the years. It shouldn't work, but it does. 1196, 120. He's been campaigning that car for quite a few years now. And I think he has actually been into the tens with that car.
Now,
Pretty sure he has.
What's a run for power?
It's... Oh, now you're asking me.
I'm glad you're asking that question, not me.
Cannot remember.
It's not a Rover V8.
It's got an engine in it. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the governor, Keith Barlett's out with Roaring Rat.
Yeah, ran down into the 10.2s at test run last weekend.
Things he's getting pretty good up here as well these days. 1054, 126 miles an hour. Keith Freeman makes his presence well and truly known.
Making an early stab at the burnout the weekend.
Homage to John Force.
Yeah.
Something like that. But what a car that is as well. That's Keith Freeman from up in the north of England in the Slick Tricks range. Runs as part of the Supercharged Outlaws.
He laid down a lot of rubber there on the track. The streaks are very visible. If he can't hook this thing up, nothing will get it to.
Yeah, he's been running quick. I think he dipped into the 8s recently.
No,
didn't
9. Oh, yes. Sorry, yeah. Safe place is a 9.2.
Yeah.
But it's when he really starts to push it. You never know. Well, let's just see what happens.
It's still a street-driven car as well. A lot of the time, it's the ultimate, one of the ultimate hot rods. Taking on another hot rod indeed. 57 Chevy honky tonkin in the Kestrel lane with Steve Matthews at the wheel. Part of the Gasser Circus. Comes and runs at some of our bigger events as well. He comes and runs.
I got the whole shot. I don't think the Chevy's going to catch him.
Not quite.
The coupe,
936. Good to see him up.
The Chevy didn't do bad. 136 with 144 miles an hour for the Model A.
How good is it to see that man back?
Oh, yeah.
In the Kestrel lane. Now, this guy, honestly, talk about having a proper life. So this guy is from Switzerland. Unfortunately, we play Switzerland at football tomorrow, but that's another story. Guy in there, guy called Christian Zulaf. He lives he has a speed shop. It's called Pine Valley Speed Shop. He lives in the mountains in Switzerland. And just a real hard luck story from last year. He's also got a nostalgia front engine dragster with a blown big block Chevy in there. He ran a 6 over 200 miles an hour on a test run around about a year ago right now. And unfortunately, the chutes thing, it was a beautiful car. It was actually the poster car for this event last year. Chutes didn't come out, and it took him a while to realise. And I mean, that shutdown area is half a mile long, so it's long. Yeah. But from up here, it's a horrible sight when I could actually see the car. You can see the glint of the car going over and over and over in the field up there. So most importantly, Christian's okay.
Oh, that's good.
I am guessing, because John Webster's down there, some chassis changes to try and get the car off the start line. It's a car he races in Super Pro quite frequently. But most importantly, it's real good he's come back.
This is reminiscent of some of the cars we had back in the early drag racing. Little Opel GT.
That's right. That's a funny car.
Yeah, that's
tiny funny car.
Flip top body. I got to work with Junior Thompson in the U.S., who was...
I love the way he just drops names in like that. Right? You can leave now.
I can leave now. I've been lucky. That's one of the greatest things about drag racing. I've gotten to meet a lot of the people I read about and became friends with over time. And Junior schooled me on his Opel that he ran as a gasser.
Fantastic.
So they're
it's like meeting your heroes thing. I always want to know about people like that, but maybe not. I think the vast majority of people, especially in drag racing, are just really damn cool. I think it's a lot more in the music biz that people are a bit strange. when it comes to meeting.
Yeah, we're strange too in cars.
Strange.
Talking about strange, you got here this weekend that came with our group is Bob Moravis, who known as Floyd Lippincott Jr.
He's not strange. That's good.
Oh, no, he's strange. I know, for a long time. We're also in the same car club, which is kind of fun.
So Rory Hart with the little teeny weeny
He's slowing it down.
Opel funny car.
Yeah.
1083, 124. I think that's in the
Not
right
too
year.
bad, yeah.
Ian Challenger going through there with 1140 at 129. Didn't get off the line though.
At all.
No.
2.74 is not the way forward. I actually passed, that's one of the great things again about coming to this event. Passed this car on the motorway in the rain this morning, coming up here, and there it is, polished, out there. Pretty in pink.
We got his free car wash on the way.
I
There you go.
got papped on the M1 yesterday. coming in.
You got paps.
Yeah. So someone took a photograph and come up behind me. I didn't know. So yeah, Nick and I were in convoy coming here, and someone snuck up and, oh, was that you, Cole?
Well, that's kind of an interesting one. The color is kind of bold. A nice chop top. Well, that Morris Minor is really good. Straight, smooth run.
Well, 68 at 103.
This car is really interesting, almost like a Pro Mod with doors.
That's because, believe it or not, many years ago, I think that was Graham Ellis's car in his previous life. The car that he did run in Pro Mod a couple of times, actually. It does have a very long wheelbase. It's still more of like a super gas, super gump type car.
Driven now by Daniel Bates, going alongside Andy Cunningham. .42, 127. Andy goes 12.14 at 113.
He did a good burnout.
Jason Hollenby with the jumping jalapeno.
1960 Falcon. Oh, that's nice.
I'm a bit of a fool when it comes to stuff like this because it's called a jumping jalapeno, right?
Right.
Both words start with a J. So it's either the jumping jalapeno
Oh, yeah.
or the humping jalapeno. Which one is it? That's because one's an English word, one is a Spanish word. I know that, but
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it's going pretty. The wheelie bar hit the ground. Didn't pull the front end up, but the wheelie bar did get down there.
That's a nice run. 1064 at 124.
Dean Maudsley with the Chevy Coupe, the Defiant one. Goes 12.01 at 113.
I think this is going to be the firecracker fuel altered round next. Part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. His yearly outing.
Is this Adam, is it?
It is indeed. His yearly outing to see
Just to frighten everybody.
how much of a highlight really can create each time. He's quite good at it.
Winner of the driving job of the year. Of the event last year.
Yep.
Got it up on two wheels, but sideways, not upwards. He used the
Like
header pipe
It was like
to
that.
hold it down.
One thing with Adam is he's not shy of the throttle. However, the car just does. Well, just doesn't. It's a fuel oil. It doesn't really behave in any way, shape, or form. He is, like I said, one of the least shy with the throttle people I've ever seen. But the driving job he did last year, it was honestly, was it one wheel or two? I think it was one in the end,
yeah.
wasn't it? One with a bit of headers like that sort of thing, and the car has everything in it to run really, really quickly and really well. He's also going on the history thing. He's the grandson of the guy that won we have the format that we have. You call it Chicago style, we call it Cannonball, which is where everybody makes runs and then the added times will go together, whatever. That's how it works in over here. And the original driver of the Cannonball car for the original Cannonball race back in 1981, was Bill Sherratt, who's his granddad.
Oh, okay.
And Bill Sherratt was the one tasked with driving the car that was Don Perdone's army car.
Oh, all right.
So yeah, I would say a few tenuous links, but they're not tenuous at all. They are very real. So Adam actually had the car up for sale and thought, you know what, I haven't sold it yet. Let's see what else I can scare the photographers with. It does run with a small load of nitro on. I'm not sure how much, but it's not a big load, as you can probably tell.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah. So good luck, Adam.
You got a problem? Something?
Yeah, it's one thing about an auto body is you can see the engine. So whatever it is, better safe than sorry. We live in a place in a time of life where it's incredibly difficult to get parts. So, yeah, whatever it is.
Hopefully it's nothing serious that they're just pointing to. You know, one of the things I like about the nitro cars, I can hang around a nitro car for about an hour. I don't need my pills for a week.
Nice. It's called nitro medication.
That's it. I have the bottle in my pocket, but I won't need it after being around here.
It's a cure for many things.
Yes, it is.
And it's also the cause of many addictions as well.
Yeah.
Very expensive ones.
Yeah, it keeps you off drugs because you got to buy all the parts.
Exactly. As a good friend of mine says, drugs and drags are only one letter apart.
Yeah.
However, one is way more expensive and addictive than the other. And you're looking at it.
Yeah.
That might just be a breather or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't see them mopping anything up, so it wasn't too bad.
Jim's forgotten his car. Where's the car, Jim?
Come on, burn out.
Get it. Just come down and pose on the start line. Go and get the car.
I'm looking forward to the tie shake one. Right, folks, we're on lunch break for about half an hour. So please peruse around the place. There's loads to see and do, as we've mentioned many times. When does the auction open, did you say? 2 o'clock this afternoon?
Yep. But pop into the Nostalgia Marquees. That's the place to go. Have a look at the auction lots. See the amazing cars that are on display. Then next door, obviously, you've got Moon Eyes, Dos Palmas. All of those cars down there as well. So Bradford's Topolino, of course, that's there.
They had the engine apart.
Sorry?
They had the engine apart on
Which
Bradford's
one?
car.
Bradford. Oh, goodness
That
me.
thing was all apart. I was like, you're supposed to be racing, right? Yeah, we're just doing a fresh up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just making sure everything's in it after the trip.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was.
So have a wander around. Go and what they breathe it all in.
That's it. Take it in.
Suck it all
That's
in.
what we're doing. No one open the door for a while. That'd be good.
We're going to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when we continue Run What You've Rung in half an hour's time. Until then, we'll see you later.
Thanks for bringing me up here. I enjoyed it.
Anytime, Bob. Anytime.
I may come back a little bit later on.
Right, 1471, 91 mile an hour from the... Oh, dear.
So we will be back to 2 lanes, and we're not racing, but effectively kind of racing. Got a whole bunch of bikes down there as well to put in some runs. Excellent stuff. That's what you need on a Friday morning when He's supposed to be at work. 15:24, 89.
Oh, loads more. That bizarrely, I've got that down as Adam Campion in a Mini, but unless he's changed vehicles or the number's changed.
Maybe identifies as a Mini, mate.
Yeah.
It's a very 2024 thing to do. 8:10, 82, 124.
That'll do.
There is a long and deep connection between sprinting and drag racing. And by that I mean bike sprinting, not running very fast. 15:45 at 78 miles an hour, still breaking the speed limit. Using the centre line to ride down just so he knows where to go. 12:13, 114.
And if I'm right, that's Danny Wilson's dad's car, I think. I need to check on that.
You could well be right.
1370 at 106 and 1406 at 9. And so good to see the Morgan back once again as well. Now the advantage being is that Rick car will really launch hard. The Morgan that builds up speed towards the strike. Rick 1136, Morgan goes 1248. So 1579 this time round.
Definitely. That's definitely a good thing.
Go on, boy, go on. We're going to go into the 10 straight away. Oh, not quite. 1131, 109. Nice to see the Nostalgia marquee. That is a must-stop visit. So Peter McGuinness going through with a 1131 at 109. Having a close look at the wall, but kept away from it. Goes through the gears to run 1142, 118.
Different vintage pickups. In the Kestrel lane we have a 1292 at 106. 1576. I think
Well, if it goes high 11, low 12, expect the Cuda to go into the 9s. If it didn't lift. 1143.81 obviously did lift.
Bit of a cruise past that. 4026 in the other lane. I think proves that we were both wrong. 1092 at 123.
With a great mix of vehicles and bikes, of course. Now then, are we going to see a low 10? Done a lot of work on this recently. 1056, 125. That's not bad for the first Arthur's first run of the weekend. And
it will be at 1250, 105. Nostalgia Superstock is going to be fun this weekend. A couple of Nostalgia Superstockers.
That's Paul Singer, 1266 107, 64 plus hopefully. Gary Court. His first run of the weekend. Gary goes 1180, 114. Right, this car
Terrific.
Right, Freddie Smith putting his first pass of the weekend in, running in the old school Stockers. That's a good looking run. Sounds good. Goes 966, 136.
Sounds ideal.
Right, a regular at Dragstalgia, Chris Spry. Oh, sorry, no, that's wrong class. Yeah, it's Chris Spry, actually.
Yeah, 1029 at 126. Typically for the Nostalgia Stockers, they'll be down in the 8s. It's not something that's... The new modern stadiums, yeah, they're good, but they're facilities.
Yeah.
They're not, you know... So Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Gasser.
He wasn't worried about reaction time, was he?
No. He's not worried about the money. Definitely not.
1065, that'll do.
Well, let's face it, anyone who's here racing, common over here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mainly here, as in within a square mile of where we are at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of them running this weekend.
I love the Morris, though.
Ah, yeah, that's class.
Well, the good thing, that's one thing I was just going to say, that it'd be great to get your thoughts on a lot of stuff, because back in the formative days of drag racing in this country in the 60s and 70s, so many of the races, getting your hands on like high-end, high-performance American V8 stuff.
I see those all the time. So seeing the British vehicles, the British powered, and the approach. The British cars are done differently. I like it.
It's just a different way of doing the same thing, isn't it? It's just a different take on doing the same thing.
It's hot. It's pure hot rodding.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the base vehicle is.
Yeah, we have our own brand of crazy on this side of the world as well.
You use what you can.
Right, previous car was Rob Cawthorne. This is Carl Kenyon, his first run in the Plymouth in the Nostalgia Superstock. And the regular Willis. Always good to see the Willis Wars represented here at Dragstalgia. And that, of course, Chris Coburn.
Go back to your bike.
No problem.
Right, Steve Howe in the Kestrel lane. Going alongside Dean Stevens. Well, Dean got his nose out in front. The 1025, 132 problems, though.
Yeah, that plane's got a problem.
Yeah.
Whatsoever, because the owners, the people that work with them, but they're allowed to do it, and it's great fun. It's a great fun place to go. We do have an abundance of old airfields, but as you probably gathered, England is a lot of people in a small place.
Yeah.
So the noise, all that kind of thing. Sorry, Colin.
No worries. Jake Cawthorne going through. Bob Gallagher being pushed.
Good 60 foot. He did leave well.
And a 1091, 120 miles and
Together to rebuild.
Good reactions in the right lane.
He's a good racer.
He's
is
been
our
around.
Rick. Been doing this a long time. 11:45.
it was mobbed. It was like nothing else on the planet. It was like the Glastonbury of the drag racing world. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And obviously with Don Garlett's at 76 as well. That was another one of those moments too. There's been a lot of them over the years.
Well, you know, I'm still surprised. I mean, watching this, I'm surprised the drag racing craze came from here.
Yeah.
With the airmen and so forth, the military coming back over and bringing sports cars.
Yeah.
That was the foundation of what became the Corvette. They saw the Jaguars and the MGs and said, we got to build something because all these sports cars are getting popular.
Travel broadens the mind, especially in the drag racing world.
Well, I tell you what.
Going with that, wasn't it, really?
Oh dear, oh dear. Steve Foreman is back down again with the Impala, going alongside Adam Krasinski.
With a much more like it 0-1 reaction time.
Yep.
$11.56.114.
We get a little bit out of shape.
Yeah. Enough to make him lift, luckily.
951.110.
It was a GT,
Okay.
you know, and it was fun. Now, I did trade it for a Jag, though.
$13.16,
Yeah.
$14.38.
Same time I was. Look, 1972.
Unfortunately, being pushed back.
That's stuff break.
100 cubic inch motor squeezed in that. And what's more, original body lines from the outside.
It looks like he had a little bit of issue off the line.
1092, 124. Now, bearing in mind, I've never seen it run on the track. That could be its first ever pass. So,
Back off the street kind of thing. And
It does to an extent. We've got to deal with the street racer mentality where they don't want to go to a track because the car won't pass tech. And that's the hard part.
Peter McGuinness goes 11.14 on that one, 118. That's his quickest.
That makes the driver learn how to drive. Where you have a track where it's always prepped, they don't know how to set the car up.
All right, Roy Mitchell. And Andy Cunningham. Andy going through the 12.16, 111. It goes 13.76.
You have to put some sunblock on soon.
it's one way of making sure
Oh, no, Bob, you've got to get pod face whilst you're here, mate. Pod face, it's
Pod
a
face.
common affliction. Basically, when you're on the banking and you're in the sun all day long, the breeze comes in and you go home with pod face.
it's basically it's
Looking for some numbers. Oh, yeah. That launch nice and hard.
Yeah, it's moving.
913, 150.
well, Captain Jack Sparrow down there doesn't look
1930. Ford. Challenging aerodynamics back in the day, but
overcome that with horsepower. It's
it
fine.
did. That's the best way.
Henry never thought about aerodynamics. The Mopar. I'm just that way.
Well, watch the Hillman go. $10.02, 1 million there.
Turned down by comparison, that
He
one.
shut it
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. But just a case of making sure everything's working. It's another potential 6 seconds.
They're moving through the lanes pretty quickly.
As always.
Oh, 004 light. Look at that. Nice one, Rick.
More like it.
That's where it should be. Yeah.
There's a lot of people to get through. You can see it's fairly busy.
I'm seeing some interesting cars pulling into lanes. I love that 66, 67 Dodge Charger.
But one of the outstanding things about this place is we're allowed to run from 9 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, 354 days a year, something like that, which is quite something in the modern world because, due to noise restrictions and the like.
Well, we're lucky in that respect at Irwindale and go till 6 or 7 o'clock.
So but that's a great run. That's a great amount of time to be able to run for as well.
Yeah.
Because there's an awful lot of tracks around the US that do have to shut down in the winter as well, depending on location.
Well, Paul Terry gets the run in there, 1160, 619. Prior to that,
We have our own version of that called Eric Tabou from France, who is the fastest man on two wheels on the planet. So Adrian Portelli with a really nice looking wheels up launch. Probably to a low 10. I said 1097, 121.
his hands that was on the bike at the end. He was like...
There's a photograph of him just when he went through the finish line and his feet are above. He's laying on the bike and his feet are above his head. Right. However, he did, the one thing I will say about it, he had the common sense to say, right, that's it. I'm not doing that again.
I did it. I proved it. I don't have to do it again.
That's right. If anyone wants to come and beat it, have at it, basically.
Slingshot. Say VW powered.
Is that VW powered?
I believe so.
Okay. We don't find too many front engine dragsters with a VW engine.
965 at 135. Not hanging about either.
Yeah, he took the long way down.
So far being the opposite word.
Yes, of course.
Oh, there's the throttle.
No, he's got nitrous. It gives him
Oh,
the
is
double
that
kick.
what it
Yeah,
does?
that what it
Okay.
is.
Okay.
953, 139.
That 910 didn't work, did it?
Yeah. He's got a... All right, Paul Smale, of course, with the Malibu. Over into the low 10s. Yeah, 22, that'll do, 129.
Whenever we have someone do that, I said they've been watching Street Outlaws too much. I think he needs some caffeine. He's got to wake him up on the reaction times.
You know it works though. A lot of the time, especially with practice runs.
Phone call over to Nick at the Williams Brothers workshop. The car went in there Monday morning, fixed on the spot, back in the trailer. So Steve is running this weekend, and he just wanted to say a massive, massive thanks to the team. Goes at 45 at 117. If it wasn't
Started to go. But the Dart was a full-size car originally.
So the name change is really?
And it worked. This is a good side-by-side.
It's going to be the Falcon getting there first. 10.86 at 120.
I can see why the truck would be called that.
Yeah, that's a mobile helicopter landing pad by the look of that.
It's got all the original factory rust on it.
Factory rust, that's impressive.
$10.93, 122, and 14.24 at 90.
Because he came out with Robert Height one day to run Robert's daughter's junior dragster. and he was the crew chief.
Of course. Why not?
Yeah.
All right, John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis going alongside Will Lawrence with Willis.
Because
It was a good session. I would.
It's got to be.
Hey, he's still twisting it. That's one thing about those 60 Chevys.
That
They
looks like a car that should be in the Jetsons.
Yes.
Right, Steve Matthews hired Loz with the car that she basically put together herself. Oh, lovely little wheels up launch there for Simon. Running an Outlaw Outcast for this session. Where is he? 10.58. Now, Loz is looking for a 21. They need to aim it a bit better.
Improve the air in general around the place.
That's it.
Nitrous on a car with a tow bar.
Of course.
Yeah.
Got to get his caravan here somehow.
And home quickly.
Yeah, pretty quick.
12.08, 113. 12.85. Probably, they're not the easiest things to race.
No. Well, they got saddlebags, full fairings, and all that.
So, Just about Freddie Smith holds on to that one.
It's going to be the strange part. Let's see if he can hook it. Nope. Nope. It's got the hiccups. Well, it's sure picking up the pace now.
Yeah, runs it out.
Yeah.
That's a lot more like it for Dean.
Yeah, he's already been 10.25, but this should be quicker.
Yeah, looks it.
Yeah, 9.34, 139.
British sports cars were just that was the car to get.
Is it just because they're smaller and they're more fun to drive as a result, or is it
They're more fun to drive.
that area?
Yeah, the size wasn't the issue. The biggest issue was American cars at the time, you couldn't turn right or left. If you went straight, you were fine.
Okay.
But you get into a British sports car, not only could you pass the gas station,
Yeah.
but you could turn. The Darren went away because it was Kaiser. But the Corvette stayed against some popular belief by the corporate. Corporate wanted to kill it. It wasn't selling. Until they Duntop finally talked them into putting a V8 in it in 1955, and then the Corvette started to improve because Thunderbird came out. The biggest issue in the Corvette in road racing, it wore out brakes.
Right. Okay.
So until
So
'67,
it was much more of an evolution.
yes, definitely was.
Yeah, but quite a long evolution by the sounds of that.
Yeah.
Right, well, Sam Glenn just goes through with the 10.65.
Which have been around for a long while, kind of like that. So much fun to drive, especially on any kind of road circuit or anything like that.
Well, that one's definitely not a stock Morgan.
No, Paul Riley has done a lot of work on that over the years. It shouldn't work, but it does.
So that's like it again.
Things he's getting pretty good up here as well these days. 10.54, 126 miles an hour.
I got the whole shot. I don't think the Chevy's going to catch him.
Not quite.
The coupe, that was good.
9.36.
It's a horrible sight when I could actually see the car. You can see the glint of the car going over and over and over in the field up there. So most importantly, Christian's okay.
Oh, not good.
I am guessing, because John Webster's down there, some chassis changes to try and get the car off the start line. It's a car he races in Super Pro quite frequently. But most important.
We're also in the same car club, which is kind of fun.
So Rory Hart with the little teeny weeny
He's slowing it down.
Opel funny car.
Yeah.
1083, 124. I think that's in the
Not
right
too
year.
bad, yeah.
Ian Challenger going through there with 11.40 at 129. Didn't get off the line.
Well, that's kind of interesting. Well, the color is kind of bold. A nice chop top. Well, that Morris Minor is really good. Straight, smooth run.
1268 of Super Gas Super Drunk type car.
Driven now by Daniel Bates. Going alongside Andy Cunningham. .42, 127. Andy goes.
The jumping jalapeno
Oh, yeah.
or the humping jalapeno. Which one is it? That's because one's an English word, one is a Spanish word. I know that, but
Yeah. Well, he's going pretty. The wheelie bar hit the ground. Didn't pull the front end up, but the wheelie bar did get down there.
that's a nice run. 1064 at 124.
Dean Wolski.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, could we have all drivers to return to their vehicles, please, especially if you are in the staging lanes, because we've got 1 or 2 people with their cars ready to go, and that's about it. So if your car is in the staging lanes, could you please return to it, because we're just about to start racing once again in a few moments' time. So back to Nitro FM for a very, very brief moment. We will be racing shortly, not long at all. Thank you. Well, with track crew, marshals, and commentators as well, fed and watered. We're back. Still, run what you brung for another few hours. Before we go into qualifying later on today. So, first up, Luca Giovoni with a very, very nicely turned out altered called Fast Forward. Luca comes all the way from Italy to play with us. Could have brought some weather. Taking on Tim Stanbury with the Mustang. Tim has actually run this car a number of times here, but also in Southern California as well. We run it, well, kind of Southern California, run it for Moso. Or Bakersfield, if you prefer. It's great to have Bob Beck up here chatting with us. He said he remembers that car running over in the States. So Tim goes 12.18, 114, and 11.12 at 120. Okay, old Scatterbolts taking on Mr. Mouse next. .10.51 at 126 takes a 12.26. Two very uniquely different ways of doing exactly the same thing. Flathead Roadster in the Kestrel lane and small engine slingshot with the Wild Bunch in the Slick Tricks lane. If you notice, especially the roll bar or the roll cage, if you will, on the back, it's got a single bar over the top and then just one hoop down the back, just one. However, power to weight ratio, as you probably gather, is rather exceptional. And it is the little dragster that gets there first with a 14.17 at 108. There's a 14.65. Pair of old school stockers, I think, this time. Another one of the H2s, well, just one, I beg your pardon, out there in the Kestrel lane. .11.37, 118. Now that was a strong looking run. So a couple of the Watch Shops machines. Duncan with the big old Dodge in a Slick Tricks lane. Though we ran later to qualify in Nostalgia Superstock, both of them 10.18, 10.07. Very nice numbers indeed. Jack Bishop with the Cuda. We saw Jack a little earlier with trouble from about half track on. Taking on the immaculately turned out Anglia in the Kestrel lane. 9-second car in Slick Tricks lane. Not sure in the Kestrel lane is the honest answer. Much better looking run for Jack. That will be all the way through to a 9.94 at 130. A very respectable 13.32 at 103 for the Anglia. Okay, Dave Simcock with the dodge. Taking on the little Ford, tiny Ford. $12.68 takes a 15.66. Okay, coming underneath the tower now. Beg your pardon, sorry. One more pair before we get there. Going to be the Mustang taking it with the 1394. Okay, Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster, who I think, subject to Colin's confirmation, was the winner a year ago here at Dragstalgia in Nostalgia Superstock. Bested a 64 car field, taking on another member of the Outlaw Street Bunch. That is the way to purge the nitrous out the top of the aerial. Completely inconspicuous, of course. Now, I just said something I want to check. So Ash Rawson did win last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It's a double breakout in the Standard Superstock final with Vic Parsons. Vic broke out by 200s, Ash broke out by 100th. So yeah, it's a 100th between it.
He's back here for another go. 10.38 and a 9.94 for the little console. I love that car. Is that a Steve Granger? Is that right?
No, that's Glenda Thompson.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Oh, no, sorry, no, you're right. Yes, apologies. Yeah, Glenda's already run. You are right.
It's because I just...
Very similar. God, I've been running around like an idiot out there. So good, so much going on.
Well, you're back.
There's just so much going on.
Well, you came back with a big bag of stuff, which is never a...
It's swag.
Swag.
No, I had to buy some T-shirts from some people.
Of course.
And I feel like a drag racing groupie this weekend. You're just like picking up everything, like stickers, posters.
Just this weekend. 11.31, 116. I wouldn't limit it to this weekend, mate.
No, I know. All right, Rick Denny once again. Now, Rick actually, we believe, is in the lead at the moment for the best reaction time of the day. Now, we've got some money for a perfect light.
0-1, wasn't it?
But, yeah, 0042 so far for Rick. Ooh. So, yeah, he's doing all right, is our Rick. Going alongside, where are we? Just lost the order here. That's Roger Bannister with the Camaro. Got the subtle little Surrey muscle sticker on the side window. Rick 11.32. And Roger goes 14.21.
Jason Hollaby with the jumping jalapeno. pair of Gasser Circus cars coming out this time round.
Yeah, that's Dean Maudsley down there with the coupe, the Defiant one. Roughly a second between these two.
Terrific entry once again for Gasser Circus. Same in every real
26 in Gasser Circus
fabulous,
this weekend.
Absolutely fabulous. No, it's not going to be exciting for Beck much because the stuff
I'm
he
going to
sees
give
all
him
the
a
time.
shout out because he's just having his lunch behind the tower at the moment. Keith Bartlett. Cool. I mean, he goes, right, so yeah, I want to do well in qualifying tonight. I want to do well. So James has said, oh, so you're not watching the football then? Oh, no. You know, I think the drag racer and Keith will take over tonight. I really do.
It didn't last weekend.
Yeah, but that was after.
That's a very
close
good
of play,
point. Yeah,
so
it was.
It was all over.
So 1070 for Jason, 122. So that would have been. Oh, he's still coming round. Dougie Hill with the Motor Mouse going to be part of the baptism by fire. Is this his first ever kind of elimination stroke event with the Motor Mouse? I think he was in Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he's been in Supercharged Outlaws.
Okay, maybe not then.
I'm sure he has. One thing that Dougie is not shy of is putting his right foot down. And the other thing he's not shy of is lifting it off again. He just goes for it. Full respect to the young man.
Well, the car won't stay running at the moment. How annoying is that, though? Being behind the start line, being strapped in, and the car just won't behave. Also, not listening to your crewman when your crewman gives it the cutthroat sign saying, you know, don't do that, and he does it anyway.
Caught up with Jim. He hopefully will get a pass in this afternoon before Supercharged Outlaws as well.
Is he in Supercharged Outlaws doing the Cannonball?
Cannonball, yeah.
No, I just wondered, because that's the first time I think he's ever
He's
not
done-
entered
Yeah.
Supercharged Outlaws.
Yes, he's in the...
Yeah, first car. Is this the first car Dougie's ever driven?
I can't think he's driven anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's young, but...
Yeah.
First car. That's Jim giving us the confirmation. It's his first car.
First guy who's doing it. What's your first ever ride down? Oh, it was in your
the
daily,
Audi.
wasn't it?
In the Audi, yeah.
Yeah, first ever race car I drove was a rear engine blown out old dragster. It certainly wakes you up. All those years of looking at it thinking, I'd love to have a go at that too. Oh God.
Actually, it's not the first car taken up the strip. In the early 80s, when they used to... Hang on. Go on, Dougie. Ah, good lad. 105 to 60. That was nice.
That was looking really good till that
Yeah.
point.
No, first car I ever drove on the strip, the days we used to get the cars off the car park onto the strip to help
Is
clear
that
the
right?
water, was my Morris Marina 1.3 Auto. It was a bit slow.
It's not daft if it works.
Nah, back in the day.
Okay, we've got no way of telling who's actually in the Bantam in the Kestrel lane because double entered this weekend. Just for good measure. We know who's in that one. Alan Lloyd with Gonzo. Purging the nitro system. Unbelievably still running a small block Chevy in there down into the mid-sevens. I was going to say normally aspirated. Well, yeah, it's got a carb on it, but that's about it really. Tons of nitrous. Yeah, not the normal. I would almost venture the nitrous didn't fire on that run. Roland Lloyd, 8:41 at 134, and a 10.34, 129 in the other lane. Or Mr. Elliott, which one I don't know.
Prefix, I should say.
I thought that for Mick martial arts.
It will change. It's Royden Mitchell.
The speed with which you find those, I'm impressed, very impressed. It will be the Chevy getting there first with 11.39, closely followed by a 14.09. I think that's Jack Williams underneath the tower.
Well, it's another one of the Cawthorns out racing. That's Rob Cawthorn, obviously related to Jake.
Where do they find,
that's 12.19.
Where do they find the same make of cars in that? They must bring them over, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Jack Williams with Evil Edna.
That is looking so cool, that car. It's got a little nosy in the lanes on it. It's just little flicks of the artist's work on that car. Just so cool.
Without the 419 on the roof, it would look like a moving piece of tarmac from up here, wouldn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It blends into the racetrack really well. And Evil Edna, in case anyone was wondering, because I did, and I was very kindly answered, Will-O-the-Wisp.
This could be our quickest car of the day so far. Will it be our first 7?
It will. It is.
Yep. 773, 180 miles an hour, as I say, our first 7 of the day. Bearing in mind that their target is 760, that's where they like to race. 773, no surprise. There's something about a Tri-Chevy in primer grey. It just works, doesn't it?
Or matte black.
Or black, of course.
Matte black is the only real colour for race cars. But
yeah, but I like that. It's one of those as I'll paint it primer grey and I'll think about a colour later on. In 30 years' time, it's still the same.
After a few years of racing and then that breaks and that breaks and I need the money to fix that. Oh, no, that's
just works for me.
Paint it, yeah. It's the right way to do it, though, as in get out and enjoy yourself and then worry about what things look like afterwards.
That sounds like a proper 4 on the floor, unless it's a column, but nevertheless, 1140, 119.
You've got no hope. You might have, actually, because the bike's called Ramp. There we go.
I'm not actually sure. $13.41, 104 miles an hour, a nod of appreciation to go with it. Let's have a look in the lanes. Oh, God, what a mixed bag that is down there. It always is at Dragstalgia. Let's have a look, see who we've got down there. Looks like James Auld is coming around for his first pass of the weekend. Paul Hammond is down there once again with the Ford. It looks like Brian Watson is down there as well. But yeah, it's James Auld with Little Faust from the Wild Bunch.
James Rice is part of the Wild Bunch, of which there are numerous here this weekend. I do like this car.
Oh.
The Econorail.
I mean, one of the most distinctive sounding engines. It doesn't sound like anything else.
Well,
Well, when it goes up the track as well.
But the thing I can never quite get my head around with this as well is when they have to do any work on it, they just had to take the whole back end off the car.
Yeah.
You know, from the roll cage forward, it's just a removable piece of the rest of it. When he gets off and running, though, good looking run.
Nice, 11.15, 118. James goes 12.70 at 105. But there's a big plume of smoke from the Econorail.
Yeah, just going to have a track check up the top end after that one. It looked fine all the way down.
That was a nice, sweet little run until that moment. So we'll soon get news back to the start line. Obviously, he's cleared the track and turned the corner at the top end.
Well, Dave and Ian haven't moved. The track crew are moving, which is a good thing because they're going back over the wall. Always encouraging. Yeah, a pair of... How cool is this?
Oh. Track's good. Well, I'm guessing one of them is Paul Hammond because he's disappeared out of the lane, so it must be underneath us. Yeah, he is. It's a proper matchup, this one.
Yeah, what a race.
It's Vinny Naylor with the Model A down there. Thanks to Loz, I've now got the list of the Outlaw Outcast, and Vinny is one of those that are running under that prefix, so I've got a name at last.
1090 is pretty sporty as well.
$11 flat and 10.77. So a nice one there for Vinny. Ball just dropping off the pace just a little bit there. All right, Sam Glenn. And this little 100E, as I say, we don't know much about this one yet because it hasn't appeared on our radar before, but just so we can look at the clues. Obviously got a full cage there, looks like some Hauser work. There's a 400 cubic inch motor in there.
Nice, 1068, 124. Well, this is a car that should make Bob Beck feel right at home. Be able to squint and he'll be back in Bakersford. Brian Watson.
Oh, yeah.
With the blown small block Chevy in the slingshot dragster. It's funny, you know, they with this car, because it's the Formoso Speed Shop, it's literally a mile down a straight road from the drag strip. And they just towed the car down the road and took it in the pit.
That's the way to do it.
Well,
right?
the amount of people that do that here as well, don't they?
Yeah.
The Hales do that. John Webster does it. James Ald looked like he did it this morning. I've done it, funnily enough, in days gone by.
I've towed a few people from Webbo's workshop into the... Yeah. Do you know what's dangerous, actually? Joking aside.
Don't clench my arm like that when you're telling me.
Well, you know I've changed my road car.
Yes.
Right, okay. The towing capacity on the new one is 3.5 tonne.
Whoops.
Oh, dear. Oh, that
Which
allows me
means
to get something
everyone.
bigger.
Yeah. Just don't say, oh, you said it now. I was going to say,
I know.
don't tell anyone. That's quite a serious take, but then it's quite a serious car,
serious
isn't it?
car, yeah. No, I love it. Absolutely brilliant.
So if anybody Googles the words Slingshot Dragster living room, this car used to be in Steve Nymance's living room behind the sofa, and I'm not joking. I'm 100% not joking. And very at home it looks as well. Normally down in the 7s, that won't be a 7. It doesn't sound very happy at all on the way up. Cruises through with an 11-second ET.
Best to have an issue now than when you're running in class.
Oh, you got it.
All right, the purple days. Ah!
Gary Parks. I must admit, I didn't think we'd see Gary back racing after the Orchard broke a couple of years ago. He's in the other lane from Chris Coburn. So Gary Parks, member of the Supercharged Outlaws. Tyre spin right off the start line for Gary that time. No such problems for Chris Coburn in the other lane. Gary still goes 123 miles an hour. So another one of the varied Wild Bunch cars. And another immaculately turned out machine. A lot of these cars we don't get to see that often, simply because they don't run at regular drag racing events the vast majority of the time. This is pretty much my one and only chance to see them all year.
Yeah, Dave Schumacher, of course, that one.
Good news for everybody out there in the grandstands and on the banking. We have cars with their bodies wide up, which means it's going to get louder shortly. Right foot having a couple of yes-no moments, and then how about the wall moments? Still goes.
That was worse for the crew than it was for the driver, definitely.
Well,
the driver's going, yeah, I'm all right. The crew were going, yeah, get away.
He ain't stopped yet. Just kidding, he's all right, he's fine. Well, what a machine you're getting treated to here. Ian Merriweather. With the Merry Poppin'. Running in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend, Ian, all the way from the Isle of Man. And Ian's been around drag racing for a while. Used to run the Banzai Cobra. Wonder how difficult was it not to name it Banzai?
Wasn't the Banzai Cobra? That's Dave Rudd. The Banzai Altered, you mean?
No, Banzai Cobra. Way back when, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the car
I
is
didn't know
now
that.
the car from the 80s, I think. Even someone will know that will correct me. I think that is what now is Dave Rudd's car.
Oh, I didn't know. But obviously they kept the name with the little Banzai Altered.
Yeah. Do you know it was an awesome car. The best thing about it was our Garfield and Odie on the side.
Yeah.
Right, with Garfield hanging onto Odie's ears at a rate of knots. It was a really cool looking car. He used to run the Supergas.
Yeah.
But this car, anyway, I was in. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, saying it's exactly the same chassis as the Topolino.
Yes,
There's
just
been no
with a different
changes apart from a bar with two little pins sticking out where you can latch the body onto it. And in actual fact, the only difference is body mounting on it.
Is absolutely. I think you'll agree. Everybody out there looking in, that's absolutely show quality. That's what I said. Events like this are a car show where the cars go very fast indeed. I was also impressed to find out this is a mould of one of Colin Miller's bodies.
Is. They chopped it, channeled it, everything.
Well, the only thing is they don't know what the aerodynamics are going to be like at speed, but I think that was the plan. Yeah. Well done to the whole Merriweather family. Looks fabulous. Well done. And that's just a crew. That's definitely just a crew.
But even when you lift the body up and have a look inside, it's
mint.
So well prepped.
The car, everything about it, even before, you know, from years gone by, was terrific. We've also got Tim Garlick round there. Going to put in a test run. Tim does like a bit of a test run or two. So I think that's Nick Pepper in the Kestrel lane.
Danielle in the Slick Tricks lane with the moon bike. So Danielle Eposti from Italy. Got a funny feeling this bike was here last year as well.
It was, yeah. I definitely remember you struggling with the name before.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, it was. You're right. Here last year. Well, Nick is long gone. 9:42 at 1:38. Not bad at all. Well, Danielle has just pulled over, pointing towards the wall, not by the wall, pointing towards it at 1,000 foot. So we will have a quick retrieval job. Also, Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearls back down there. And like I said, Tim Garlick comes putting his test run, our first fuel car of the weekend. I can only say that because Adam Clayton didn't get to put in a run.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bike dolly is coming out because that's quite a long way to even to the first turn off.
Yeah, from the first turn off from here doesn't look that far, but
It's
that's
away.
good. What, 250, 200 yards, is it?
It's about 330. I think it's probably the distance, same sort of distance between the start line and the 330. Now, you imagine you have to push something from the start line to the 330 block. That's
Well, if you
how
consider
far
where the
past.
finish line is in the pits, and the first exit is past scrutineering.
Yes.
So
way
you
past.
realise it is actually is quite a distance. Well, day 1 of 3, Dragstalgia 2024 edition. It's Robbie Brung at the moment. It will be for the rest of the afternoon until we have a dinner break, and then when they come back from that, it will be into qualifying. Of course, all of our race classes this weekend. Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus, the Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, the Dragstalgia Cannonball, Nostalgia Superstock. This event really does have absolutely everything. In actual fact, I will give you the order in which they're actually going to be running in later on. I believe it's Gasser Circus that will be kicking things off in qualifying. They'll be followed by the Willis Wars, then it'll be the Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, then we go on to the old school stockers, of course, the bikes, Outlaw Anglia, and then Nostalgia Superstock. So you're going to have to wait until tomorrow for the Dragstalgia Cannonball. So Ron, we brung up until 4:30 this afternoon. As we turn our attention to our Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes. So Chris Spry going alongside Freddie Smith, but Chris not getting off the line, Freddie disappearing. But off the gas completely at the stripe. 12.89 and 14.30. Okay, so we've got the Bluebird just going out to put some extra traction down, which can only mean one thing. It's going to get fast, it's going to get very, very loud out there. So I'd imagine that the next vehicle possibly coming around the corner will be Apache with Tim Garlick at the wheel. So what to just give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will, of course, take it back when we continue the fun here at Dragstalgia.
Bob Beck up here chatting with us. He said he remembers that car running over in the States. So Tim goes 12.18, 114 and 11.12 next. $10.51 at 126 takes a 12.26. It's got a single bar over the top and then just one hoop down the back. Just one. However, power to weight ratio, as you probably gather, is rather exceptional. And it is the little dragster that gets there first with a 14.17 at 108. There's a 14.65. $11.37, 118. Though we ran later to qualify in Nostalgia Superstock, both of them 10.18, 10.07. Much better looking run for Jack. That will be all the way through to a 9.94 at 130. $12.68 takes a 15.66. Get there. Going to be the Mustang taking it with the 13.94. Now, I just said something I want to check. So Ash Rawson did win last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It's a double breakout in the Standard Superstock final with Vic Parsons. Vic broke out by 200s, Ash broke out by 100. So yeah, it's a 100th between it.
Oh, he's back here for another go. 10.38 and a 9.94. Oh, the little console. I love that.
So much going on.
Well, you came out with a big bag of stuff, which is never a...
It's swag.
Swag.
No, I had to buy some T-shirts from some people.
Of course.
And I feel like a drag racing groupie this weekend. You're just like, just picking up everything, like stickers, posters.
Just this weekend. 11:31, 116.
Alongside, where are we? Just lost the order here. That's Roger Bannister with the Camaro. Got the subtle little Surrey muscle sticker on the side window. Rick 11:32. And Roger goes 14:20.
It's not going to excite Beck much because the stuff
I'm going to give him a shout out because he's just having his lunch behind the tower at the moment. Keith Bartlett. Cool. I mean, he goes, right, so yeah, I want to do well in qualifying tonight. I want to do well. So James has said, oh, so you're not watching the football then? Oh, no. You know, I think the drag racer and Keith will take over tonight. I really do.
It didn't last weekend. Status quo and nitro. How most summers were spent back in those days, really. Tim Garlick with Apache underneath the tower. So Tim Garlick, the all-conquering Apache Nitro funny car, now not the quickest in Europe. That distinguished title belongs to Venom with Tony Betts and the team. Down into the 5.8s now. Tim's quickest run, 5.93. Ran that this season.
Yeah, that's when they were swapping the record.
They were,
weren't they?
That was a good day,
It
apart
was.
from Tony going in the field. Now, one thing I noticed about Tim, they've just changed the injector on top of the car, and I presume they just want to make sure everything still works before we go into our USA versus UK festivities for the rest of the weekend. Not sure how far he's going to run it down the racetrack. Normally every time I say he's going to put in a half pass, he takes it out the back door. Rob Loring changes the idle.
Little tap on the hat and say, go on. Love that.
I did that. So, good luck, Tim.
Well, there's your answer. Half pass, 108 to 60 foot.
Won't be too thrilled with the 60 foot. 8th mile, kind of where they normally are, but the whole idea of the this weekend, especially the Cannonball format, is running a mile, 4/4 miles at a time, and being the quickest overall. You just have to be consistent. You have to go down the racetrack every time. You do not have to set the world on fire, or more importantly, yourselves. Has he stopped before the first turn-off, or is that in the middle of
I
it?
think I'm in the middle of them. Let's have a look. Oh, no, mate, yeah. They opened the gate for exit 1, so...
He ain't far away. I'm just wondering whether something's locked up or the car's moving by the looks of it. Anyway, they've got to get Tim out the way. Here's the short version. Tim very unusually off at the first exit. I can't remember the last time I've ever said that. Yeah, they are manoeuvring the car to go off the...
yeah, it's a 3-point turn to get it through the first exit. There we go.
We've got more supercharged stuff coming your way. I can see Aaron Widridge with the Tiki altered. Again,
Knowing Aaron, that'll be crazy.
wow. Yeah. It's the idea, isn't it? It altered. If you look up altered in the dictionary, as in competent altered, or fuel altered, or blown altered, you will never see a sane person next to one. As the late, unfortunately, and great Ron Hope said, there are no pilots of fuel altered, there are just passengers. They go where they want to go.
Right, Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. Oh, no, maybe fingers. Ah, right, okay. So,
Thank you.
put that back on after your run.
Cooling. It might be just a cooling.
And it. Oh, you're going to send Nick on his own, and then Steve Lloyd's going to follow on afterwards.
Never good when the track crew hands you bits of your own car before you go into stage, is it really? It's obviously not an important one though.
That's a little bit of an odd pass.
Wobbly, I think is the word for that.
Okay, so Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl Impala. And as I said earlier on, Steve really wanted me to put a big shout out to Nick Williams at the Williams Brothers Racing for getting him out of a hole, basically. Ran the car up last weekend and shattered the flex plate.
Ow.
So over to the workshops, and it was a quick fit job. It was fit it while you wait, and it was
Really?
done. Yeah.
She had one in stock.
Their boys are good. Oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line. 11.2, 11.3, what we got? 11.34, 117. Slight problem here, we know these cars too well, don't we?
We've seen him a couple of times.
A very, very warm welcome to Bob and Sharon up there. Good to see you. Very, very good to see you. Bob and Sharon Mavaris. There we go. Royalties in the house. We will catch up with them a bit later on. Here we go. Well, we've already got a certifiable nutter in Street Eliminator. We've got to come up with something else for Aaron. Going alongside the Bobster himself, of course, Bob Main.
Yeah, two cars that look very similar. The supercharged power plant in one tends to make the difference, and for a blown small block Chevy, it goes very, very well indeed. Windridge family been members of the Supercharged Outlaws for a long, long while now. Class supported by Good Vibrations and a number of other fine companies. So Aaron last year was part of the highlight reel.
He was,
For
wasn't
a
he?
very, very sideways run, which he didn't. Actually, he lifted for a millisecond, pointed it in the right direction, and then stood on it again.
And that was after a stonking burnout as well. We gave him, I think it was moment of Dragstalgia
Could well
last
be
year,
that,
wasn't it? Yeah.
Not sure where Bob Main's going. He didn't need to go backwards, I don't think. Yeah, Aaron's unfortunately, the engine is dragging
cooking,
him through, yeah.
Well, there was definitely something wrong with Aaron's car that time round. It went absolutely straight. That's not Aaron.
Most disappointing.
Oh dear, love him to bits though. 8:48, only 112 miles an hour. He's off the gas by the stripe. That's right, he's off the gas quite a long way before the stripe. Bob goes 11:45 at 96 miles an hour. That is so clean and tidy. It's such a lovely car. In actual fact, both of them. Just seeing the 1930 Ford appear as well.
Good thing about Run What You Brung days, you're going to get another go.
All right, let's see what we got in the Kestrel lane. 15.05 at 88. So different vintages of Ford, obviously. Just roll the beams a little bit there. Straight and true though. 12.47. Actually, the quickest run of the weekend. And there's even a little bit more in it as well, as the car just rolled before the throttle kicked in there. So, yeah, that could be in the low 12s, possibly even the 11s. All right, Gary Cork, and I do believe that's the Ratcatcher Resurrection down there.
Mm-hmm. Might even be Andy Clifton board.
Well, Gary's going to get there first with an 11.91 at 114. And Andy or Terry, who's behind the wheel, goes 13.32 at 109.
Oh wow. Also, first sight of a car I've not seen before coming very shortly. Another one of those flip-top funny car types. But a brand spanking new stroke old one, if that makes any sense. It will do in a minute.
So, Paul Dominey with his Gasser Circus. And the name escapes me up, but the name Mark Lawrence rings a bell. Somewhere online with this Anglia. Because he's in just in Run What You Brung, I haven't got a name on the computer screen for him. 10.46, 124 for Paul.
A couple of our friends from Nostalgia Superstock. Colin is wearing out his index finger.
Yeah, Pete Walton. That's lovely. The Plymouth in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Very, very nice car indeed. And Stuart Arthur with What'll It Do? Pete just rolled through the beams. Top 15 plays a 14.90. So what's Mick got for us then this time round? He's already been in the 9.9s. I'd love to see him in the 9.8s. Let's see exactly what is best of the day so far. Find the button.
There it is there. Mick's put in one run, and it was a 9.9.
Yeah,
There you go.
9.98. Nice launch. $9.88. That's where he should be. And 10.93 from the Chevy.
Okay, the car we have sussed out is not Simon's
It's
Fabric.
not, no.
But neither of them are actually. There we are, 2 for 2.
Again, the car in the right lane, hadn't seen it before, but I saw it in the pairing lanes. It is so tidy. But the driver wasn't with it, so I couldn't actually ask him about it.
Maybe it's got no driver.
Lovely car.
Maybe it's
lovely
remote control.
$13.28 and $12.97.
The crew appeared very happy with the 13.28.
All right, Paul Smale, Peak Christmas. I'm sure Paul realises, but his door's still open.
Yeah, I think the track crew are just about to
Yeah, they've spotted it.
No, Ian has.
Yeah, Ian's got it. Actually, this is going to be quite an even match-up, this one. Paul slightly quicker on form at the moment. But I know Pete and the gang have been doing a fair bit of work on the car. Paul's just got his nose in front there, 10.16. His best of the day. Likewise, for Pete, goes 10.51. Carl Kenyon into the Slick Tricks lane. And of course Dave Tilsley. Dave's had quite a few runs already today, so certainly making most of Run What You Brung. $12.96 and $12.83. Glyn Dunford. I'm trying to work how long Glyn's been doing this now. I don't know if it's 2 years or 3, but he was a spectator on the banking. And I fancy a bit of this. When I bought a car,
so were you
in.
at one point. Actually, so was I at one point, I think. So you did, went and bought a car and joined in?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
dead simple.
Awesome. Why not?
Going alongside James Ellis with the Chevelle. I had to think about what it was for a moment there, but yeah, I've seen a few of these, but I should know. 67 Chevelle, very tidy.
That's
I think he's lost drive instantly then on the hook.
Well, there's nothing scattered on the floor, which is normally a good sign.
11.08, 117. Well, the inquiry begins as they have a good look at the car, but it was definitely a mechanical failure as such. But James absolutely fine, but it's a case of getting back to the pits, and the huge array of people in Nostalgia Superstock pits will be there. All of a sudden, Daryl's got younger.
Yeah, I haven't
and turned him into a Thomas.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, mate. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah. It's almost been a case of a long time no see.
Yeah.
But good to have you back. How's
Well,
things?
I saw you last weekend, but you didn't spot me.
Well, that's because I wasn't working last weekend.
Neither was I. Yeah, very good. I've had an amazing day. I've met Floyd Lippincott Jr. today.
Yeah.
I have.
Good stuff.
He's wandering around somewhere.
Yeah. That's, well, we can see Floyd. He's just chilling now. He's in chill mode today. It's really good. before the onslaught of everything that goes on for the rest of Dragstalgia. It is the coolest event of the year, and it is so nice to have so many guests here this weekend and that have made the trip over from the States. Obviously, we have had Bob Beck in the tower, and of course with the Moon Eyes gang that are here, and Randy Bradford's here. Obviously, Bob and Sharon are here. It's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love it.
I'm very, very excited to see what this afternoon and or this evening and what Saturday and Sunday can bring, because it's 17 Dragstalgia Cannonballs.
Yep.
And there's 6 or 7 of those that could easily be in the final, if not taking the win.
Oh, yes, easily.
Speaking of which.
And you never know what's going to happen. And, oh boy, I've just had a moment. I've seen this car on social media. I've had messages backwards and forwards with the guys. And obviously, it came out at it was just a run with your brung, wasn't it? It just did their first fire up a track, but here it is, the Hound Dog. I've never. How cool is that to say the Hound Dog name in commentary with a car coming under the tower? Simon Hayward. A real moment, this.
Doesn't it sound strong as well? As Colin said, it's been out for a few months ago now. Been missing in action since then, but it's come out with a beautiful paint job.
It just sounds so good. Just calming the driver down. Take it easy. So, for the first time at Dragstalgia then, Simon Hayward with the Hound Dog funny car. I think that was pre-planned, looking at the way they were looking at that. Well done.
Yeah, nice safe 129 60 foot, brilliant opener for Dragstalgia for the Hound Dog car. He doesn't have to turn the wick up yet. That comes later.
Yeah. Now, the only thing I will just throw into the ring is that if the team are going to progress forward with running a Nostalgia Funny car, they've got a sort of license, really, haven't it? Although it's not a motorsports class, burnout and launch.
Yeah.
But as I say, I am guessing. But nevertheless, it is so good to see that car here. And it's one of those where you get goosebumps. You see the car come around the corner, you think, oh, yes. So cool. So cool.
What's nice to hear as well is, because of the kind of event that it is, it brings a lot of the older racers back to the track.
You're absolutely right, it does. And people build cars for this event. And you may see them appear again at like the Nosnats or Vintage National, something like that. But Dragstalgia is the time for these cars to make their appearance. And we will be forever grateful for these guys and girls and these teams, and to put these things together, because it is. There's no profit in it. It's purely passion that fuels these things, and I'm in awe of them. I really am. And it also drags the old crews back out.
Yes.
And they get to work on the cars again that maybe haven't worked on a car for 20, 30, 40 years. And then they come back. It's just brilliant.
It's like riding a bike. Speaking of which.
Okay, Nostalgia Pro Stock bike.
I've just been sent a lot of frowny faces saying older races.
I tell you what, Peter McGuinness is getting quite a few runs in today. Really, really good. He is in the Kestrel lane. And for company, he has Richard Peachy. Now Richard hasn't put a run in yet today, so this is his first one. Well, that's a lovely opener there for Richard. 890, 143. Instantly goes the quickest of the bikes. 11.53 at 114 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure what fell off it, but I can see it sat on the track about the 8th mile. I'm sure Bob will go and spot that in a second.
So Alan Ward is in the Kestrel lane.
There we go. I think that's Holly going to go get it.
Yeah, Dean Stevens down there in Slick Tricks lane.
One thing I do love about the Nostalgia class for the Pro Stock bikes is the mixture between the 2 strokes and the 4 strokes. And it's a really, really level playing field as well. It's definitely one of the classes to watch this weekend. Well, anything with a Pro Stock name usually is. Yeah, look at these two. Handlebar to handlebar all the way down the track. 994 and a 1004.
Yeah, Nipper's bike's missing something today. It's like about a second, actually, funnily enough. He's normally down in a high 8 fairly regularly. I didn't miss it, but how good was that to see the kind of debut of Hound Dog Resurrected?
Yeah, brilliant.
The only, I must admit, what looked really cool about it, it's been years since I've seen a funny car that's got a bigger side window than the rest of the body, if you see what I mean. It's great.
That's one thing I'm loving about the Nostalgia funny cars at the minute. No two are the same. There's no two similar body styles.
Which is the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
So, Steve Matthews with the ProCharger Zephyr. And the nitrous with the T-bar. That's what you need, isn't it? Or tow bar, I should say. Just the way forward, really.
Oh, skating all over the lane, side to side. Oh, I thought he just missed the wall then.
Well, it was a glance. It wasn't a proper whack, but trying to hang on to it with the tyres spinning, of course. 11.95, 112 in the Slick Tricks lane. He's actually done the decent look. He's still driving off the racetrack. Going to leave at turn 1. Track crew checking just to make sure there's nothing on the track, because when you doink the wall, or pancake the wall, if you will, he's driving off the racetrack. Hopefully only cosmetic damage and a change of underwear needed. Yeah, we do need to do a bit of cleaning out there in the Kestrel lane, unfortunately. So I hope Steve's all right, most importantly. We may still see the car in action again for the rest of the weekend, because that didn't look that bad. It was just annoying. Okay, so just a few parish notices, if you will. Any first-time visitors here, don't forget, it's quite loud. So please make sure your kids have their ears covered. If you've never been before, this place is a U-shape. You came in one side, you can walk all the way around the other, go into the pit area, check out the vintage marquee and everything else as well. Now, the funny thing is, I can't remember if I told you this one before, but years ago when I came with somebody who was here for the first time, they said, why do they show all the cars before they race them? I said, no, we're walking around the pit area. This is where they're getting them ready. Anyway, historic marquee, once again, a selection of terrific stuff. including the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction. Now, the Vintage Hub, where the Beer Festival marquee is, they put that in just to wind me up. They know because every year I can't go. The Vintage Fair marquee, and for all your shopping requirements too. The live stage providing entertainment, show car parking on Saturday, and the show and sign on Sunday. Also, if you're here on Saturday, that is where we're going to have car shows, Saturday and Sunday. However, on Saturday, all the show cars must be shifted by 4 o'clock, please. Don't forget, we've got the pod shops with the new championship range as well, and the cycle cars in the live action arena, Saturday and Sunday. We know all about those. And we do actually have the football on, if anyone is interested and doesn't fancy watching the best sport in the world. 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock this evening, Spain against Germany and Portugal against France. And tomorrow, Switzerland against probably a place most of you come from, and Netherlands against Turkey in the evening. They are on in the big screen, ran by the Vintage Hub, and in the bar as well. Again, once again, if you are interested in that kind of thing. So while the track crew are doing their thing, this won't take long at all. It's just to make sure any debris is off the racetrack. Nitro FM for a few more tunes, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. There we go, the briefest of brief. Briefest of brief interludes. Thank you very much indeed, Tom.
Yeah, that'll be my job reading that then, will it? So, I think this must be Rich Butcher in the Slitrix lane, taking on one of our many Nostalgia Superstockers here this weekend.
Yeah, that's Bob Gallagher with the Fairlane with Hunter Ford Mode Company on the side. Check me out reading. Look at that. Sorry. Yeah, kind of. It looks very much like a certain Tasker Ford car that I've seen a number of times.
Well, one's away.
I was just going to say that was almost right. Who's going to go first? No, you. No, you. No, you. Let's be polite about it.
Oh, he's going to give it another go. 1582, but it wasn't really a 1582 because 3 second 60 foot is definitely not what he was looking for. Just waiting for the timer to reset. One of my favourite things to do with the Nostalgia Superstock cars is when they get called down to the pairing lanes is go and sit at the top of the pairing lanes because they all drive down to the start line.
Okay.
And you get a rumbling, rolling road show as they all come past.
It's kind of the idea. So this Triggers Broom down there was built when I was. Look at that, 1972. It's got a few bits from other cars as well. Mick Hillier's Pony Express wing, the parachute of Mike Cayson's curb dozer. Yeah, it's been through a few hands, just to say the least.
Oh, I didn't realise it was the Hang 'em High car.
Yeah, well, yeah,
there you go.
Read away.
Because the Hang 'em High car was going to come back out at one point, but then it became
and didn't.
Rod Harrison's car.
Oh, is that where it went?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Adam Krasinski with the 55. Taking on Paul Tarry.
It's going to come back out again at some point as well.
Really?
Yeah, with a Bantam body on it.
Adam 1147, 1183. Run that by me again, because I want to hear that.
It's going to have a Bantam body on it.
Oh, of course it is, yes.
I'm actually quite excited to see that come back out again.
Steve Matthews going to be taking on Sam Glenn with a straight shooter pickup.
I think he was too annoyed with losing it in a field because it was green before. He isn't losing it now. Bright orange with the Austin pickup.
I did say earlier, can you imagine what it must be like trying to see the light sitting in that car with the luminescent green windscreen? It's one way I've never red lighting, because like, you red lit? No, I didn't see it.
No.
Oh, well,
it was green to me, yeah.
Yeah, it was green to me. Everything's green. Steve Matthews, 965 and a 10.86 that time round. Okay, two cars that we don't unfortunately have names for. However, they are still very cool. I've mentioned this quite a lot. Two very different ways of doing the same thing, i.e. going quickly up the quarter mile.
Yeah, something tells me the car in the Kestrel beer lane wasn't originally designed to do this.
Nah. I think you could be right there, old chap.
Looks very hill climb-esque, doesn't it?
It looks like an out-and-out hill climber, to be honest with you.
Still very, very cool.
It's a Morgan. It always is. It's always going to be. From the Morgan Hills.
Telling you now, it's not got a Morgan engine in it.
That would be a lucky guess.
That sounds very Rover to me.
At 11.76 at 125 miles an hour. Very nice run indeed.
Well, in case you hadn't had enough of the Ford Pops, here comes another one. There's, how many is there? 19 this weekend, I believe.
In Outlaw Anglia?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I can see a couple more in the pairing lanes. Especially a one Mr. Scarlet.
Okay, this is Andy Cunningham with the with the Agent Orange Anglia. Very gently guided into stage.
So what are we hoping for here? A low 10, do you reckon?
Yeah, low 11, high 10 possibly.
Well, over the finish line, it would say 11.70. High 11, there we go.
Not bad at all. Well, up next, your defending event champion in Outlaw Anglia. Also, in his first ever event, that was too. Dalton Scarlett with the Hooligan. Now, Dalton put in a pass earlier today. Not, well, maybe what they were looking for. Who knows? They obviously made some chassis changes down there, and the only reason I know that is because a man that would make chassis changes is standing down there looking at it. Mr. John Webster. I think this car was originally a Webster car. Unfortunately, we are going to have to click them off, though, folks. We do have Sprinkles of rain at the top end, I'm afraid. I'm very sorry to tell you. There's the odd, like, annoying bit of drizzle about. It's nothing major, but there is no way we can send anything with high horsepower down the racetrack, especially if there's any sort of fluid on the track. So we will be on hold until the wet stuff dissipates. Hopefully it won't be too long at all. It really is just a case of our track marshals all the way down to the very last turn off, right up the top end. It's nearly a mile away from where we're sat on the start line. And it may well just be in the air, like really, really annoying. Don't check your sunglasses, Colin. They're under your hat. Right? How's that going to work? Seriously? Oh, look, my glasses are fine. Oh, yeah, because they're under my hat. There we go. Anyway, comedy moment of the day. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Anyway, so up the top end is more than likely where the sprinkles are starting. You can see a bit of grey stuff over there in the distance that is coming this way. The good news is it's supposed to be dry pretty much for all of the rest of the day, but we cannot send anything down there on slick tyres with high horsepower if there is any moisture on the racetrack anywhere on it. So we are going to be on pause once again. We will hand back to the radio station. Thank you very much indeed for your time and attention, and we will try and bring as much to you as we possibly can in the meantime. Thank you. Very at home it looks as well. Normally down in the sevens, that won't be a 7. It doesn't sound very happy at all on the way up. Tyre spin right off the start line for Gary that time. No such problems for Chris Coburn in the other lane. Gary still goes 123 miles an hour. Right foot having a couple of yes-no moments, and then how about the wall moments? Still goes.
That was worse for the crew than it was for the driver, definitely.
Well, that would be one of Colin Miller's bodies.
Is. They chopped it, channeled it, everything.
Well, the only thing is, they don't know what the aerodynamics are going to be like at speed, but I think that was the plan. Yeah. Well done to the whole Merriweather family. Looks fabulous. Well done. And that's just the crew. That's definitely just the crew.
But even when you lift the body up.
Well, Nick is long gone. 9:42 at 1:38.
So Chris Spry going alongside Freddie Smith, but Chris not getting off the line. Freddie disappearing. But off the gas completely at the stripe. 12:89 and 14:30.
So good luck, Tim.
Well, there's your answer. Half pass, 108 to 60 foot.
Won't be too thrilled with the 60 foot. 8th mile, kind of where they normally are, but the whole idea of the crew hands you bits of your own car before you go into stage, isn't it, really? It's obviously not an important one, though.
That's a little bit of an odd pass.
Wobbly, I think is the word for that. She had one in stock.
Their boys are good. Oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line. (11.2), 11.3. What we got? 11.34, 117. Slight problem here. We know these cars too well. Don't we? Well, there was definitely something wrong with Aaron's car that time round. It went absolutely straight. That's not Aaron.
That's a good thing about Run What You Brung days. You're going to get another go.
All right, let's see what we got in the Kestrel lane. 15.05 at 88. Just roll the beams a little bit there. Straight and true though. 12.47. Actually, the quickest run of the weekend. Well, Gary's going to get there first with an 11.91 at 114. And Andy or Terry, the name escapes me up, but the name Mark Lawrence rings a bell. Somewhere online with this Anglia. Because he's in just in Romney Rock, I haven't got a name on the computer screen for him. 10.46, 124 for Paul. He just rolled through the beams.
That was going to be a bigger spat than that, but it wasn't. Then again, I thought I was going to be bigger than I am, and well, there we go. We still have a packed staging lanes. If the sun, someone could just press pause on the sunshine, please, that would be marvellous. So the track crew doing their very best to keep everybody safe once again. So Dalton, a year ago this weekend, it was his first go in the car, and he won the event. 32-car Outlaw Anglia field. Beat Colin Miller in the final.
Running consistently in the 7.4s tends to help quite a lot.
There is way more in there than that, isn't there? It's just making sure the car behaves itself. I think that's what it's all about. Because his first couple of runs, one of them, I think it was pointed on two wheels at the grandstand, I seem to remember. It was rather lively. Taking on the pickup in the Kestrel lane, who you never know, might be joined by the wagon in the other lane shortly.
Whoa, what a beautiful launch from Dalton there. 116, 60 foot.
No wobbles at all. And a 7.47, 177 miles an hour. Colin Miller's standing down there going, that's what straight looks like. Wow. Just kidding, of course, Colin. Of course he knows what straight looks like because he does it sometimes. Okay, Jim Tucker, second time round with the Hellfire Hemi. What a car to go racing with, seriously, isn't that lovely? Definition of hot rod in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of this car, I think.
Well, the funny thing is, this weekend he's not the only one with a blown Hemi 34
He isn't.
Ford.
You're right. Yes. Yeah. There's more than one.
Steve Ashdown has the other one.
Oh. Yep. It's going to be a buy run for Jim Tucker. I'm not sure if he's running the H yet. Yeah, don't do that tank slapper thing. You can see the marks from the last person that did that, and they end up in the wall. Very wisely backs out of it. Just squatted and spun the tyres, and that was kind of the end of that. Beavis Allen getting pushed backwards.
Have you seen the new beadlocks on the back of Beavis's Cadillac?
Looks very smart, doesn't it? Now I know how Colin does it. Now he's sneaked out, I can pinch his binoculars. I'm also going to do one of those really annoying things, which is change them. I can see. It's like one of those Facebook posts that says, name something that if you were round in someone else's house and you're going to burgle, the thing that could mildly inconvenience them the most. Yeah. And one of the better ones that I really liked was the tray out of the microwave.
Oh, I was thinking more the tabs and all the top of their drinks cans.
That actually wouldn't be that hard to get around. Screwdriver, give it a whack. I'm not sure you could get around. Sorry, mate. Not sure you could get around the plate.
No.
Okay, Dave Shelley with Mr. Mouse.
Now, these are the kind of matchups you love at the Friday Dragstalgia. Two cars that they would never race in a class together. In fact, I don't think either car ever enters a class. But
That's probably why.
Yeah, it looks so good on the track together. The classic Roadster and the All-American Muscle Car.
I think that may well be weather-related once again. Yeah, we're just going to have to push everybody back and hang on for hopefully only a few moments. I mean, the last pause was very brief. Either that or it's an opportunity for Holly to come out and give us her dance moves up about 3:30. I saw that one. That looked like a good slide. That's a very, very good slide. Well done. Now you're just showing off because you can hop the wall without falling over it like others. Yep, it may well just be a couple of sprinkles is all I think it is. It's not going to be a lot, let's put it that way, because there's not a lot around. It's still a fairly warm day. We have packed staging lanes. We've got Christian Zulaf with the incredible Model A. Mark Flavel, first time I've seen him here. Seen him at Melbourne a number of times, but first time I've seen him here for a long while with the Mustang body.
I don't think
he's the funny car.
Has he been here with the Mustang body yet?
No, this is the first time I think it will be. So once again, folks, apologies for the delay. We will keep our eyes on and ears out for everything and tell you how everything's going. Back to Nitro FM for some more. What's the words I'm looking for? Appropriate tunes, I think. There we go. Right foot having a couple of yes-no moments, and then how about the wall moments? Still goes.
That was worse for the crew than it was for the driver, definitely.
Well, that was one of Colin Miller's
It
bodies.
is. They chopped it, channeled it, everything.
Well, the only thing is, they don't know what the aerodynamics are going to be like at speed, but I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Well done to the whole Merriweather family. Looks fabulous. Well done. And that's just the crew. That's definitely just the crew.
But even when you lift the body up,
Nick is long gone. 9:42 at 1:38.
So Chris Spry going alongside Freddie Smith, but Chris not getting off the line. Freddie disappearing. But off the gas completely at the stripe. 12:89 and 14:30.
So good luck, Tim.
Well, there's your answer. Half pass, 108 to 60 foot.
Won't be too thrilled with the 60 foot. 8th mile, kind of where they normally are, but the whole idea of the crew hands you bits of your own car before you go into stage, isn't it, really? It's obviously not an important one, though.
That's a little bit of an odd pass.
Wobbly, I think is the word for that. She had one in stock.
Their boys are good. Oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line. (11.2, 11.3). What we got? 11.34, 117. Slight problem here. We know these cars too well, don't we? Well, there was definitely something wrong with Aaron's car that time round. It went absolutely straight. That's not Aaron.
That's a good thing about Run What You Brung days. You're going to get another go.
All right, let's see what we got in the Kestrel lane. 15.05 at 88. Just roll the beams a little bit there. Straight and true though. 12:47. Actually, the quickest run of the weekend. Well, Gary's going to get there first with an 11.91 at 114. And Andy or Terry, the name escapes me up, but the name Mark Lawrence rings a bell. Somewhere online with this Anglia. Because he's in just in Dominic Rock, I haven't got a name on the computer screen for him. 10.46, 124 for Paul. He just rolled through the beams. .50 plays at 9.98. Nice launch. .988. That's where he should be. .13.28 and 12.97. Paul slightly quicker on form at the moment. I know Pete and the gang have been doing a fair bit of work on the car. Paul's just got his nose in front there. 10.16. His best of the day. Likewise.
No, great. Short and sweet. Two things. No, one of those things I've never been called. And I'll leave it to your imagination. I was going to say 2 things I've never been called, but no.
So attempt number 2 for these 2 cars. I'm loving the cutouts on the hot rod as well in the Kestrel beer lane.
Well, Dave Shelley goes 1061 at 125 and 1480 at 87. Right, NSS 435. Who is that? Stuart Floyd, new name to us in the Nostalgia Superstock, but welcome aboard with the Dodge. And that's Martin Hallam.
I think that's probably the tamest launch I've ever seen from Martin.
Yeah, that's not a clockwork run, basically.
No.
Troopers across the line with a 1302 at 64. And Stuart goes through with a 1499. Right on the cusp of Nostalgia Superstock.
I assume that must mean that's 15 seconds is the...
It is.
I tell you what, that's a pretty big window.
Yeah, it is.
6 seconds. Do we have anyone running 9.0s this weekend?
You've got 1 or 2 that can run in the 8s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 875, I think, is the cusp now.
Oof.
I need to double check that, actually, because I'm not 100%. But we have had Gary Carr, Pete Dodd. No, Pete hasn't run. Pete's run as 9.0s. I think Mike, when he ran Metamorphosis, got into the 8s, 8.9s. Gary Carr, when he had the Chevelle, he went into the 8, or did he go 8.7? I can't remember. But Gary is the quickest Nostalgia Superstock car legal that
has
run in the class, yeah. But having said that, Pete Dodd is putting a new engine together, and he don't want to go any slower than 9.0s.
Nope.
So whether I haven't seen Pete this weekend yet, but he was working hard last weekend to get the car ready for this weekend. So we'll find out later on. We will find out later.
Well, things have gone quiet.
Yeah, I think it's just a pause at the top end at the moment. Below us, Boz is down there, ready to put a run in with the Dodge. And you got a good mix of cars in the lanes. As per usual, you wouldn't expect anything less with Adrian Portelli head of the lanes there. And James Orr with the Little Faust. And I know you've mentioned Mark Flavel down there with the funny car. Just a reminder, folks, there is a dinner break at 4:30, and then at 5 o'clock when we come back, it will be the start of qualifying proper, and that will be Gasser Circus. That'll be starting things off when we go into our first qualifying session for Dragstalgia 2024. All of the classes will be out, with the exception of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. They come out tomorrow. But going to be a very interesting evening indeed. Matter of fact, the whole weekend is interesting. There's so much going on site, which gives you actually a perfect opportunity. The Dragstalgia program, £5 available from the Santapod vendors on site. You know where they are. But just to recap, oh, here we go. Being told to, was that start or was that indication of what's going on top of it? No, it was indication to start. Yeah, the Dragstalgia Cannonball, Dragstalgia program, £5 available from the Santapod vendors. The pot shop midway in the pits, secondary unit next to us here in the catering area, and then the third one up past the med centre. That will tell you everything that's going on site as we welcome to the racetrack. Glenda Thompson and Andy Bossenworth. Boss to everybody that knows him. You can see how I got mixed up with the cars now. Can't
Yeah,
you?
I totally get that.
Boss goes 10.57 at 128. Glenda 13.93 at 99. Glenda is looking worryingly consistent out there. She went 13.95, 13.93, and she's pulling 0 lights. Watch out.
Is there such a thing as worryingly consistent?
For the others, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Good news for Glenda.
One thing I've just noticed, come race day, they're going to be they've got to be careful of the tree. Because it's a different tree to what they usually run.
Yes.
And it hasn't got the blinder on it that they usually have.
Ah, good point.
So you can see each other's lights.
But they're bearing in mind that a lot of these cars are here purely for Dragstalgia because we don't get this many. So they're probably used to that tree and nothing else.
Yeah.
There
Very
is
true.
that. There is that. The gentleman that doesn't really care what tree he's running, as long as he can have fun behind the wheel of the car, is this man down here, Mark Flavel, with that gorgeous Mustang. I believe he's track record holder at Melbourne, with the exception of Graham Sykes.
so current holder of the Melbourne track record, wheel-driven ET.
Yep.
Anyway,
A good way of putting it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah, as opposed to steam-driven. Which, do you know something? In my normal line of work, I do refer to certain companies and institutions as steam-driven. Means they're bloody slow and take ages.
Yeah.
However, Graham Sykes is just not that completely sideways.
Yeah.
But there we are. Anyway, so Mark Flavel. With one of the more interesting and best uses for an old funny car body. The other body that used to be on this car is now on the entry sign into Melbourne Raceway. You probably drove past it, didn't you?
I
the
did.
other day?
Yes, saw it there. And I thought, I know there's a drag strip around here somewhere.
I think it's maybe, is it Mark on board or Andy? Because, no, Mark's bringing him into stage. This could well be Andy.
There we go.
As the sun comes out, see, that's what we need, a few more northerners to bring the weather with them. Look at that, blue sky. That's the first and last time I ever say that, but there we go. Lots of shrugging of shoulders. I think that was supposed to be slightly different to that, was it? Yeah, fair enough. Still great to see you all back. Thank you very much.
That's how we love full
that's
throttle.
where it is. Just to prove he gets back on the computer trace. Yeah, I did achieve full throttle. Where did you achieve it? 1,310 foot.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Christian Zulauf. I love that car. That is just awesome. I'm not sure what the quickest run he's ever made with it. It does very much look like a 7-second race car. I don't think I've ever seen him run that quick, though. It's also fabulous to see him back after what happened last year with the Slingshot, which was the poster car for last year's Dragstalgia, if you
Yes.
remember. I think.
Every proportion of that car, it just looks right, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Even the driver, you ever met?
I haven't, unfortunately.
No, super nice bloke.
Back onto two wheels for a second with some more of the Nostalgia Pro Stockers.
While you're away, Colin, I found...
Oh, Freddie Smith again. He's getting plenty of laps in.
So
Best so far of 961. Goes 994 on this one.
I found the entry list. However, it's a bit minute even for you, I would have thought, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's what I was just using.
It's all in the small print. Didn't you read it?
It is, yeah. Hang on. I've just found him. Now he's at the end of the shutdown area.
Yeah.
There's small print and there's tiny print, but yeah, there we go. They've all got their name in the programme.
I do love the starting procedure of these the sprint bikes.
Yeah, they used to have the rollers in front of the... That was one of the fun things to do in front of the...
yeah.
However, this one is a very special machine indeed. This is, if you're around that long, this is the original Hog Slayer.
Oh, wow.
That's why so many people very kindly loaned to us this weekend. I say us, I mean the team. By the National Motor Museum. Piloted by a chap who's been down this racetrack a few times.
He knows a few things about bikes.
The odd rate of knots on every single time. Anyway, TC Christensen's original Norton. It is the Hog Slayer out there for the first time in, I guess, a good 45, maybe even 50 years. Well, just to see it out on the start line, putting in a pass is immense. 14.16 at 94 miles an hour. However, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
Oh, 100%. And I think you've just got the exact right words for that moment. It's the journey, not the destination.
Yeah,
definitely.
You got it. They were, that machine, Keith Lee wrote an excellent piece on that very recently as well. He was, unfortunately, TC Christensen was beaten into the sevens by Russ Collins with a triple Honda, but that bike was just an absolute beast. I was going to say in its day, even now.
Yeah. Well, Ian King, what a moment for him. As I say,
I forgot to mention the rider. Yes,
you know, to run, you know, to have multiple championships over the years, to run regular 5-second passes, to be involved in one of the quickest fuel bikes in the world, and yet to have the honour of riding the Hog Slayer here this weekend, that is a major box ticked, that one, without a shadow of a doubt.
It's got to be a fun thing. He's also, isn't he not in Nostalgia Superstock?
He is,
well?
yes.
I thought so.
Yeah, he's in competition this weekend. He's got my generator in his picks. He didn't bring one. So I lent him a Jenny last night, and he goes, "When do you need it back?" I said, "Oh, tomorrow night when I cook my dinner." So yeah.
So one bike racer that's been here more times than virtually everyone wasn't prepared.
Well, to be fair, he didn't know that there wasn't main to hook up. So yeah, it's a fair judgment. So he goes, "Oh, I'll be better prepared next time."
Okay, what we're gonna do is, because the way they set the rollers up around the back there, it's easier to start and run a few bikes at a time, which is what we are going to be doing. So this is Gary Norman with the Norton. Now you notice as well, a number of these machines stage up off the main racing line, basically because when they were around and born, the track was nothing like as sticky as it is now.
That was tidy. 13.22, 99 miles an hour at the stripe.
So back onto four wheels for the moment. Yeah, you know what you said about that 55 Chevy that's in Brymer? Have you seen the intake as well?
Oh, yeah.
There's definitely a let's get it to the racetrack type of, yeah.
I just love the sounds it makes as it goes down the track, bang shifting gears the whole way down.
It looks like a bit of a workout for the driver, though, too, don't they?
Looks like something straight out of two-lane blacktop.
Right, now I think, if I am right, and thanks to Mike Dandridge for this one, I believe that is Mark Cornish down there, that 55, running a 454 big block Chevy. First outing, and it is the first time he's ever moved more than around the workshop. They had a loose hose fitting on the first run, and apologise for the down, but that was ages ago, so thanks, Mike. And as to say, slightly different, this is Mark Cornish. Going alongside Adrian Portelli.
Spot the auto and spot the manual, I think.
Oh, I wonder if that's that same fitting again. 12:42 at 82, just off the gas at the stripe, but track crew have a look. And Adrian goes 10:97, 121. Adrian, very, very consistent indeed. So I think we do have a little bit of fluid at the top end. So
that is Christian Zulauf. I'm not sure what class Christian's entered in, actually.
I assume it'd be custom car invitational.
That's a very good point.
Because it doesn't really, unfortunately, fit into any class.
Could be Wild Bunch, I suppose.
No, it's got doors.
How? Okay, it's cool.
It is cool.
going the
Yeah,
out
you're
the
right.
outcast. There we go.
Yeah.
They'll take him.
Should be found a member, that man.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, it's definitely Christian Zulauf. It's definitely the car that John Webster built for him a number of years ago now. Not, sadly, the Silver Blitz Dragster.
Yeah, it did a very bizarre thing early and sort of just hopped to the left, didn't it?
Yeah, I presume they're doing some chassis tuning, hence the fact John Webster's filming every single launch to try and get it right. Changing settings between runs.
That's a bit more like it.
Still a bit of tyre shake off the start line, but nothing major. 773. Give him a round of applause. 167 miles an hour. Well, the last time that fella went down the racetrack, he was upside down in the field. The chute's out. He's stopping. He's absolutely fine. No dramas this time round. What a run. 7.73. 167 miles an hour. That was outstanding.
That's not a lot of mile an hour for a 7.7.
I think that was all in the first. Yeah, it definitely was all in the first half, wasn't it? So we do have some cleaning to do out there in the Kestrel lane. Once again, if I may, just for a couple of moments, Vintage Hub going on all weekend. The beer festival, football starting in a little while, if anyone cares. Frankly, of course you do. I'm only joking. It's Germany against Spain, so let's hope one of them or both of them getting knocked out would be great. That would be really good. Don't think that's ever happened, though, is it? Both teams getting knocked out? No, I didn't think so. Anyway, don't forget the historic marquee. Please go and check out all the cool stuff in there. Dos Palamos, the Moon Eyes car, and so much other fabulous machinery. Yeah, just have a wander around, soak it all in, and we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can. Nitro FM, take it away, but not for too long, please. Thank you.
I think that's probably the tamest launch I've ever seen from Martin.
Yeah, that's not a clockwork run, basically.
No.
Cruise across the line with a 13.02 at 64. Glasgow's 10.57 at 128. Glen, the 13.93.
Blue sky. That's the first and last time I ever say that, but there we go. Lots of shrugging of shoulders. I think that was supposed to be slightly different to that, was it? Yeah, fair enough. Still great to see you all back. Thank you very much.
That's how I like full throttle.
That's where it is. Just to prove he gets back on the computer trace. Yeah, I did achieve full throttle.
They're also having a few jokes about how the drivers are younger than the cars. And if you guys don't know the story behind the Dos Palmos Dragster, please go, and I'm sure there's a notice board somewhere that'll have the story on it. If not, it's on Facebook all over the place. Wonderful story about how it came over by some Americans, got bought over here by some Americans who stayed, and then took it back home with them. But it's back in the UK now where it belongs, I think. James Auld, off and running. Going over the line to a 12.8.
Okay, we're just having a little shuffle around up here.
We've hijacked some people, haven't we?
We got some. This is pretty like royalty up here. Well, you know what I mean.
I got your royalty.
Okay, as Runway Run continues, Bob Beck is back in the tower with us once again, and Bob, you know it's an open invitation to come and see us. But this time, we are joined by the one and only. Now then, I don't know if to call him Floyd or to call him Bob.
If he's got the face mask on. If he's got the face mask on, it's Floyd.
Floyd.
Without the face mask, it's Bob.
Okay, so it's Bob.
It's Bob.
Okay.
Bob does the driving. Bob does the talking. Floyd does the walk.
Ah, right. Okay. So of course it is the one and only Bob Mavaris has joined us this weekend. It is an absolute delight and it's an absolute honour to have you and Sharon here this weekend, to come to a race meeting and to take part. We'll come a bit more about that later on. But how you getting on? How are you enjoying Santa Pod?
It's beautiful. Maybe switch not on.
No, that's it. It's just that the mic was a little bit far away from your mouth, Bob.
Really? That's strange.
Yeah.
Is that better now?
Yeah, that's good. So yeah, having a good time, yeah.
All right. This drag strip reminds me of the old days in California.
Yeah.
It's all in one drag strip. We had to get a show like this, we had to go to 6 different drag strips because each one had a specialty of the guys in the neighbor.
Gotcha.
This has got all of it in one place.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, for those that are out there that are unfamiliar with Bob Maravis,
you
think about Floyd Lippincott, and then think about the freight train dragster.
Oh.
That's what he was most notable for.
Right.
Yeah.
And you still hold the record in top gas, don't you?
Yeah, the 216 miles an hour in a 692.
Yeah. But what year did you set that in?
1970.
I mean, that just says, that tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? Unbelievable.
He had dark hair back then.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's still got hair.
Yes, he does.
Yes, I did.
Right, so, right, Jared and Chris going for it here. I mean, these two have done some laps today. They're going to have to go and get some fuel soon. 1281 and 1248 as the hits.
I love dragsters, I love drag cars, but this MG, this has got me. This thing is just so neat.
yeah.
Perfect.
But then there's another MG waiting in the wings, which Perry hopefully will be coming back out again soon. I don't know much about this one actually. First time we've seen the car.
Yeah, it looks like a road racer that's gone straight.
Yeah. But that's the diversity that we have here.
That's it.
Well, as you well know.
Yeah.
Yes.
This isn't the only Silverstone isn't the only world-class motor racing facility in North Staffordshire. Santa Pod Raceway exists as well,
No,
I know
this-
it's British Grand Prix this weekend.
Yeah, this is great. Now, this car, the guy would normally turn, but drag racers have a statement. If you can still turn, you're not going fast enough.
Exactly.
I like that. Do you realise, Bob, what you're doing to me this weekend?
No.
Is you're giving me a load more quotes I can use in the future. So I really appreciate you coming up, mate. I really
Not
do.
a problem. I can come up with a million of these.
Thing is, though, I know we've already spoken about this, but if I ever make it out to California,
You're welcome to the tower
I've
with
got to
me.
be careful not to use ones that you used here. So I've got to be careful. Right, okay, the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, it's Elliot Jones behind the wheel of the Raging Cajun.
Just the first time we got the name, because it's either Dave or Elliot, isn't it?
It is.
That is
50-50,
Elliot,
isn't it?
It is. Well, go through with the 1020 at 130 and 1255, 120 for the MG.
You know what I like about this track? You can feel every burnout here in the tower.
Wait until later.
All right. Now, I went down to the staging lanes. This Mustang comes out of California.
Yep.
It was a friend's car, Alan Ross. He bought the car. I hadn't seen it in years. And then I was looking out in the staging lanes, and there it was.
Yeah.
And it started out as a daily driver. Alan kept modifying it to the point that he had to put it on a trailer. And then I was talking to the current owner, and Alan had to move and decided to get rid of the car.
Yeah.
And so he bought the car about, I think, 4 or 5 years ago.
That's
he
right,
said.
yeah. Imported it during COVID, I think it was.
Yeah.
Is when it came over.
Yeah, and he said he blew the transmission up. So this is a new transmission. He says he's got a little shake in it at the top end. He's not sure what it is. Wheels come up, looking good.
Yeah. Tim Sambury, the guy who drives it, is one of these guys. He has a few cars.
Yeah.
And he's not in the Chevy camp. He's not in the Ford camp. He's in both. Because he's got a Camaro that he races hard. He's got the Mustang. He's gone over and done street events in America.
Oh, so he's bilingual.
But he's a good egg. Is our Tim.
I love these old darts too. I had one back in years ago, but it was a hot 6. It was a factory performance 6-cylinder. They called it the Hyper Pack. Had a 4-barrel cast iron header, a high compression head, and the 4-speed with the traction lock differential. And it was a fun little car. It was a 6-cylinder, 225 cubic inches, 225 horse. But then they replaced it with the 273 V8 shortly after that. So the first part of 1963 was still a 6. The second half, they had V8s. Old school, new school Mopar. If you want to call that new school, it's a lot, 10 years newer in the right way.
Right, so Jake Cawthorne goes, 1126 and 1378. One thing that you'll see this weekend, Nostalgia Superstock is our biggest class in racing. 64 car ladder.
Wow.
And you sort of think, where on earth have all these cars come from? But they keep appearing. And it's just a sheer joy just to see, especially when they come around in qualifying, the pairing lanes just chock-a-block with them. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that's a popular class too for us at the Hot Rod Reunion in Bowling Green.
Yes.
We get a lot of the Nostalgia Superstocks out, and they have their own little association they run.
So just changing the screens. There we go.
I walked back to the pits on the motorcycle. The engineering that they put into these is amazing. I love the twin engine lights. Bob, you never brought the freight train over here, did you?
No.
Ever have a
Boy,
chance to
I
race
wish you did.
Oh my God. So do I. So do I.
There's still time. Next year.
it? Yeah, right.
Car's still running.
Yeah.
You know,
So when was the last time you drove it in anger as such?
71.
Yeah.
And then they invited us after Top Gas went away in 71. We took it up to Indio Kern and set 2 tracks out there.
Yeah.
She unofficially went 218 in a 670 there.
That's bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. I love it. It's,
Now, this had a staggered tree. Are they running a competition?
yeah. Now basically what this is a new sort of group that have got together. This is the Outlaw Outcasts. And they've been putting some runs in earlier on, but now they are on like a ladder, but it's their own one. So they just sort of pair them up. You got Loz that's going to be dialing in, what, 18 something?
That's a 10-0 on the board, but it's not that, is it?
Well, Loz will never run a 10 in her life. Unless she gets hold of Dad's car.
True.
Because she has been quick in that. But no, she'll be 18 and a half. Going alongside the pickup. Now that is... no, that's not Chris Tyhurst, that's the wrong. Here we go. That is Gaz Atkinson with 59 Apache. So he's gone 12, Loz has gone 18, so you've got 6 seconds stagger on the tree.
Yeah.
There we go. Loz, she's in her early 20s, built that herself.
Okay.
The only help she had was the odd bit from Dad Phil.
Wow.
They run an auto restoration company. But I believe it's a Reliant Scimitar running gear, and it's got a BMW engine,
Really?
but there is a small rock shed.
She's way out there. I don't think she's going to break out.
Oh my! She did. Do you know, okay, so Loz breaks out by a 10th. She won't care because she's got a 17-second timing
There
stick.
she goes, yeah.
She has run a 17 before, but she'll be delighted that she's got the 17. That's more important than the win for her.
Yeah. I'm happy I lost. I
Yeah.
understand.
Now then, we're talking of Dad. This is Dad.
That's
This is
Dad,
Phil.
yeah.
With the Willis, has been as low as 9.6 with this
Okay.
run. Street legal, street registered, and what's he put on the back there?
It says it's shut with an exclamation mark.
Oh, so the trunk lid is shut.
Yeah. Going alongside Dave Mott, Dave dialing in 1160 with a Brickyard Slayer. You need to go and have a look at that in a bit. It's gorgeous.
It is. I looked back at it stagingly. Well, he's way out there.
So a good-looking race, this one. Dave's got his nose in front. Is he going to break out?
Left side.
Oh, big breakout.
Big out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Again, he'll be quite happy with that one.
Yeah.
11:20.
Yeah. That's that mixed emotion.
Yeah.
Wow, I went fast. Ooh, I lost.
Yeah. Now then, found out a little bit more about this Morris Minor.
Yes.
It's Rover V8, but the engine started life in a Range Rover.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's the thing there. He drives it here on LPG,
Oh.
and then when he gets here, he takes the tank out and runs it on normal fuel. I mean, it's a genius. It's absolutely
Petrol?
genius.
Is it petrol or alcohol?
No, so it runs on petrol here,
Okay,
but
okay.
it runs on gas when he drives it on the street.
So basically, he takes the tank out of the car, hooks it up to his barbecue.
Yeah, something like that. Oh dear. He does
got the win.
Basically, Vinny, a little bit too keen to get the job done. He went 11:38, 14:79.
But he didn't need it.
Yeah.
The
So
competition red light.
yeah, Nigel Speed. It was good to catch up in the lanes and have a little look round the car there.
Now the Willies, I like we call them Willies. You call them Willis,
Willis,
we call
yeah.
them Willies. The picnic table, spoiler in the back to keep it stable.
Yeah.
Now, not only does it keep it stable at speed, but it's a great picnic table when you get back to the pits. It seats 4.
Yeah. Knowing John, that's somewhere that he's saving to put a trophy on when he gets one day.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Right, it is Billy Jones with the 4-pop, and to say John Redford with
He's closing rapidly. He's got him.
yeah. Well, that was on the tree. That one 180 to 64.
Yeah. Yeah, but he ran the numbers, so he was able to get him.
Is this our friend with the Fiat engine Anglia?
Why would you put a Fiat engine in an Anglia?
Because we run all sorts of weird combinations.
Because you can, I assume.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
But
We put Chevys in Ford, so Fiat
Yeah,
and Ford.
exactly.
What the heck, yeah.
Well, he started the weekend in Nostalgia Nationals with a PB on his windscreen.
Okay.
And by the end of it, it was on his bonnet because he just PB'd.
He's got to watch what he's been drinking then if he's PBing all over the place.
We sussed it though. It's because his burnouts were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what it was.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. So he's got the Plymouth Valiant taking on the Anglia with a Fiat. Which Fiat motor? Is that a twin cam?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got him a Spider.
So we're back to run what you brung.
Oh, okay. I was going to say otherwise he got whole shot at that.
Well, yeah. It's 1090, tidy, and the Lawson Anglia goes 1446 at 91 miles an hour.
Now, my wife warned me, no matter how many cars I like, I can't bring any home with me.
Can you imagine what my problem is if I'm going to come out to the States, though? I'm going to have to get, like, Connie on the phone. Say, Connie, can I book a 747 cargo, please? Can you put this one in it, this one in it, this one in it?
Yeah. Well, we got plenty of parts for your Camaro there, too.
Yeah, you're true.
I saw your Camaro back there at the tent. Looks great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, do you have to carry spare parts in the trailer when you drive it?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, bizarrely, this chap here is Mark Evans with the Chevy down there. He is one of the well, he works for DHL, and he's quite high up in the pecking order. So he's a guy we keep sweet.
Oh yeah.
Just whisper pro mod in his ear every now and again.
Yeah, that's right. Nice to see Mark back out with a car, actually. It was a car that was basically built by the Williams brothers, as you would expect with a car looking like that. And then Mark said, I want to have some fun on the strip. So, obviously, it's a street strip car now. 12:23 at 1:08. Good to see Mark Evans here.
A good run from the Willis in the other lane as well, 10:51. Strong pass. He's entered in the Willis Wars this weekend.
I think he's going to do well with that.
Car goes nice and straight. That long wheelbase on it makes that thing handle a whole lot better.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So we talked about Bob and his racing. Floyd, yeah, sorry. Bob Bavari's, I mean, because that's good. We've got two Bobs here.
Yeah.
But Bob Beck, quarter mile history for you?
Quarter mile history for me is little street racing stuff. Moving into Orange County International Raceway at a 54 Merc, I raced there. I was able to get beat by stock Volkswagens. It was that slow.
Yeah.
Then I actually AHRA was the sanctioning body for LA County Raceway. I took my road race car and set a record in L stock.
Yeah.
17 seconds. No blazing speed, but I did that, and then they went out of business, so I never got a record saying that I got it. But most of what I did was turn right and left. So I did a lot of autocross and road race.
Yeah.
And that was fun for me. The drag racing, I just talked about it. Now, I did go to Frank Hawley's school, and Jack Benson taught me how to drive a drag. So Fast Jack was good. I've known him since before he was famous. This is the car that Dale Stoke
Well, this
built.
is the car that you probably know just as much as we do. You probably know more. Actually.
Well, not actually. I didn't know Dale had built it, and we were talking a couple of weeks ago that two of his cars were going to be over here. I knew the Rocket, the Comet was here, and then he said, "Well, I built that one too." And I go, "Oh, really?"
Yeah.
And we talked about that, and I'm kind of a Mopar fan.
Yeah.
I like Mopars. I have one myself. It's Chevy powered, but it's it's still a Mopar.
Yeah.
And we enjoy it.
Obviously, that's Brian Gibson. John Gibson on the other side of the racetrack.
Related?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a family feud.
I'll tell you a story about that.
Tell me the story about that, Bob.
Ed Pink was Riverside, and me and him were 200 feet past the finish line, and Connie Swinger was driving his top fuel car.
Yeah.
he drove it under the bridge under power.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
200 feet past the 1320.
Yeah.
And he
Well-
rattled the floor just like that.
Yeah. Bob, you've got to be up here, especially when Martin Hill runs.
Okay?
Okay. So that'll be a nice little treat for you. I know you've seen jet cars all over the world, but you haven't seen a jet car from here
No.
Yeah.
and felt it from
I
here.
want to
Yeah.
bring my wife up here.
Yeah. So that is your weekend treat.
Yeah.
And you.
Yeah.
You've got to be up here
will.
for that.
2 years ago, we had a jet car at Bowling Green, Kentucky, for the Hot Rod Reunion. And he did his burnout, literally, and blew the signage off the tower.
Yeah.
Because at Bowling Green, they have to go around the tower, pull in front and back up. And he set himself up. He hit the afterburner, and the signage all blew off the tower.
My wife at Sacramento, when we were running the train after we restored it in '93, the weenie roasters were getting ready to run down the track, and she was wondering why everybody was leaving, and she kept on filming it with and she crawled right up behind the back of the car, about 40 feet away, and then he hit that thing right there. Eyelashes.
It's not recommended, is it? It's not recommended.
Well, I always wanted to drive a front-motor jet car.
Front motor.
What the heck? It's a nostalgia car, front-motor jet.
Yeah.
And then one of the car builders sent me a picture of a jet engine out of a helicopter.
Yeah.
It's a shaft drive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can run a front-motor jet car.
Yeah, our funds built one, the Green Monster. That was a jet-powered slingshot.
Right, John Hurrian and Ian Challoner going at it at the moment. Ian in the Willis, John in the Camaro. 10:30. Wow. That is a proper run. They got it sorted out. There were a few issues earlier on today, but 10:30, very nice indeed. John goes 14:29.
Did you say Ed China?
Ian Challoner.
Okay.
Yeah.
They talk correct over here, Bob.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I know. I had to get an interpreter when I got off the plane.
Yeah.
Actually, we are coping with the pace of your Americanisms because we were having a little wind up about that over Messenger.
Yeah, we did.
So we are very, very good.
Yeah, no, really, I have to talk as fast as the cars go. So I get a break when I announce on a quarter-mile track because it takes long. Wow, wheels up on that. Whoa, bar.
Yeah, Ash Rawson, the winner of Dragstalgia last year.
Yeah,
Going alongside Richard Granger. Ash goes 10:32. Richard goes 11:08.
Yeah, top fuel car coming up.
There's Robin Reed.
Ah, Robin Reed, Daimler, Nitro.
Daimler?
Yeah.
A little Daimler Hemi?
Yeah. Oh, this is what they call the little car.
The little
And we'll
car,
talk
yes.
more about it when it comes round.
Please.
But it's just so special.
Now,
Special.
I find that I looked at the car. I see American power and dragsters all the time. But I walked through the set and looked at some of the cars that are British powered. That's more exciting to me than a V8 American, especially a Daimler Hemi. Now that is unusual, or at least for me. But I mean, the car variety that's here is just amazing.
Yeah.
And I love looking. We talk. I see the American cars all the time, but deep in my heart, I'm a British car nut.
Yeah.
I've had a number of British cars. I love them. I can't afford one now, but I would love to have another one. And the wife says, "No, you've got enough. You're not going to do it." But now that's the back-motored car coming up with the Hemi.
Now
in
let
the
me
back.
tell you,
Please.
because Robin Reed is, the Reed family are members of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Robin, what he has done in his drag racing career, he was runner-up in Competition Car Championship, and he was a one-time winner between 1998, 89, and 90. Now, that was an open class heads up, bearing in mind, back in the day.
About 85.
Yeah, I am smelling it. Yeah. Oh, it says if you can't smell the aroma from the fuel, you're in the wrong seats. That's it.
Now, this car, as I say, it's a 2.5 Daimler on nitro. It was running in the low sevens. It went 704, 184 miles an hour way back in the day, but they've been working hard on it. Eventually, in 1989, got it down to 6.8
Wow.
at 187 miles an hour, and it peaked at 6.69 at 199.89 miles an hour. But Robin has built another car. It's called the Spirit of Le Patron. That is a more modern car, and that has actually been in the 6.3s. Again, Daimler powered on nitro.
Wow.
But this is just rolling history. It really is. Robin has his own Facebook feed. It's called Tales from the Shed. Tell stories from it. It's just, and Robin is, and the team, just one of the nicest bunch of guys you'll ever meet.
From the sound of that, you would never know it's only 2.5 liter.
Yeah. 7 flat, 189.
Wow. Oh, good.
Absolutely superb from Robin. It just goes to show it's lost absolutely nothing. And the trouble they've got now, parts are just getting harder and harder and harder to find. And sometimes, you know, they can find a block, something like that. But the thing is that people want silly money for them now. So it just becomes more and more difficult. Whilst we've got a spare headset, I want Jeff to come up. Jeff, can you come up and see us, mate? We've got a spare headset. Because it's really important that we do involve Jeff in this, because it's without Jeff, well, a lot of this wouldn't be happening.
No, Bob and I
So,
wouldn't be here.
yeah, so I really want to get Jeff involved.
Jeff just went to the Dragster driving school.
Yeah.
He just came back from the States. He went to Frank Hawley's school.
Hey, that's the way to do it. I knew I should get the headset on. I knew I'd get him eventually. I knew I'd get him. Welcome. Jeff Stillwell. It is so good to see you, Jeff. First of all, good to have you back. Secondly, thanks for bringing your mates.
They're not my mates.
But no, it's so good. Jeff, so good to see you back here as well.
Thank you.
Sucking it all in, and yeah, life's pretty good, isn't it?
It is pretty good, yeah. Yeah, we got little Dos Palmos here, and we got Chico with Boon Eyes and, and that. So
And I can't be that far away, actually.
no,
So,
no.
yeah, we've been told what they're up to, which is fine, absolutely amazing. It's just the photo opportunity above everything else.
Yeah. Can I tell you something really?
Of course you can.
A lot of people don't realise the connection that we have with Land Speed Racing and Dos Palmos.
Yeah.
Bill Weichelt in 1971 set. Bill Weichelt set the standing start kilometre at Elvington, and that record has never been broken.
Really? Wow.
Land speed.
Wow.
Yeah, never been broken.
Now, for those people who don't know who Jeff Stillwell is, he is the current record holder at Formative at 258. Is that correct?
Yep, 258.
258 miles an hour. That was with the engine blowing out the back of the car.
Right. So he was shedding weight
Yes, as
to
he
try
went
and
down
go
the track.
faster.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
the reason for it? Okay.
Yeah, I had 2 rods come out at the 3-mile marker, and I
Thing
hung
is,
on to
though,
it.
you know, you may not realise this, but a lot of us do actually follow your social media posts, and when you know, and the amount of times that we go, oh God, I wish that water level would recede and give you a chance, because you've been out there a few times and you haven't run, and
We've
it's
been,
just
we've
it's
been
horrible.
we've been rained out 3 years on the trot.
Yeah, it's just not
And-
fair, is it?
But this year, they were testing their last weekend, and someone went 383,
Wow.
and they got a 14-mile course.
So Keith Freeman with the El Loco Ford. He's doing some stonking burnouts. It's a 933 this time, 143. No, I'm looking for a smile or something from Martin. What we got? Yeah, is that right? No, okay.
Spun the tire.
Yeah, okay.
So 300, was that in the same class as you're in?
No, it was a streamliner.
Oh, okay. But your target is 300.
My target actually is 350.
350.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but this coming Bob and all that fly back on Tuesday, I fly back the following week.
Yeah.
because we're getting ready for Bonneville, which starts August 3rd.
Yeah.
And we race for a week, and we're up at 4:30 in the morning. We're out at the track by 5.
Yeah. So have you got Scott, Nick, and Rob coming with you?
Yeah, we got Nick Davies, Scotty Barnes, we got Rob Loring, Paulie Rivera, who's my chassis builder. He's here as well. Scott Campbell's here as well. Our whole team is here.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I've just been advised that we're not far away, actually, from our 2 historical cars making their way around. So, very, very close indeed. Please do not go anywhere, gents. I want you to stay here for them making their first appearance. So, Gary Park goes 10-12. And lost it in 12.85. There it is. Right, Gary Cork and Stuart Arthur. You know, obviously, race car names are always part and parcel of drag racing. And when Stuart appeared with a new colour, but new graphics on the car, you can't see it on the side there, but the car is called What'll It Do? And it just sums it up brilliantly. But when you see the graphics, it's in the Joker style. And to me, I love it. It's brilliant. Because everybody goes up to him and says, what'll it do? You're just like, call the car that.
Can I get Sharon up here?
Of course you can, yeah.
Thank you. You going to get Sharon?
Yeah, I'm going to go because I'm going to bring the jacket.
Okay, should be all right then.
Push the button.
That's it.
All right, so we got 2 front motor dragsters coming up here now. American Power in both of these?
That is...
I don't think it's him, no.
I was going to say Rich Butcher, but I don't think it's Rich actually driving the car at the moment. Just going to check back through the messages.
Wheels come up here on the
And
right
that's Holly
lane.
Butcher driving the car in the left lane. And skip goes 879, 162 miles an hour.
There you go.
Oh yeah, doff of the cap, sir. Thank you. Well done. It's working then.
Yeah.
It's definitely working. Well done.
All right, the T-Bucket that's coming up here on the right lane, he had some problems earlier on, didn't make a good pass.
Other way around, Bob. That's it.
Yeah, see him putting on his full-face helmet.
Bob, that was like putting your crash helmet on backwards, mate, you know.
Yeah.
I've never done that. Maybe Floyd has, but I never.
Brilliant. Okay, Paul Tarry and someone just going out for a little drive.
Yeah, a little high boy Ford there. He needs a head start, so he's staging with
the back wheels, yeah. The bizarre thing is, thinks he's in stage, but that's class.
But the lights are on. Come on, I'm not in the right spot.
Yeah.
The lights are on and nobody's.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
Yeah.
Here.
So you got a T bucket against the Model A. The Model A replaced the T. Of course, they're not quite the way Henry designed them.
Yeah. So what's Paul Tarry got for us this time? Oh, cherry on the tree, don't
Oh, red light, big time. Yeah, 09 red.
Straight and true though. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
1127, 123. And Highboy gets 1490.
What are they spreading on the track over here in the left lane?
They're just taking up the moisture.
With gasoline?
Probably alcohol, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, it's red.
It might be, I guess.
Another flaming pentagon.
Yeah. All right, here we got 2 stages of Anglias. I love it.
Right, now this, I've had some information through. Many thanks indeed to Alice for sending this. This is Michael Sean. It was actually featured in Custom Car magazine a couple of months ago. So, if you can dig out your old copies, well, not that old, from a couple of months, you'll find out all about that car. Going alongside one of the good guys, Andy Cunningham, with this Anglia. Andy, he's retired now, hasn't got a huge budget, so it just comes to 2 or 3 meetings a year, comes to have some fun. Car runs in the 10s, lovely little Ford Anglia. What's he got this time? Well, 30, that's not a normal run for Andy. 105 against 1356.
Flathead Ford engine. You're in the right lane with 4 carburetors. That's 1 barrel for each cylinder.
Elmer Schneider, Flying Bedstead.
Right. So I looked at this car in the pits, and it is a true nostalgia vehicle.
It's Gavin Meanley, the driver.
Oh, it's slow. They gotta go. Wiggling just a little bit, but he has caught the high boy. And easily gets past him, going across the lights.
1332, 111, and 1444 at 91.
Not bad for the old flatheads.
Right, here we go, gents. If you want to have a look behind you and down.
Oh, here we go, yes.
This is a very, very special moment indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not anywhere near a viewing platform or the grandstand or the banking, I suggest you get there pretty sharpish and get your camera phones out, get your lenses tuned in, whatever you've got out there, because this is pure history. Tony Thacker with the Dos Palmas Slingshot Dragster. And, of course, Shige with the Moon Eyes car. Now, the plan is they're just going to do a burnout. There's nothing more than that. You've got to bear in mind how old these cars are.
And the drivers.
Yeah, we were going to get to that.
Something better left unsaid.
But this is just, well, this is a moment. You can't put it anymore.
Take your camera, shoot in black and white if you can.
Yeah.
And it will look like a shot out of the 60s.
Can I just tell everybody
Please.
that the Dos Palmas car is almost as original as you can get. And it has the original Tony Nancy upholstery.
Wow.
It's the original bodywork, and it was actually built by Tommy Ivo.
Yeah, the chassis was built by Rod Pitlow and Tommy Ivo.
This is so special, and everybody that's been involved in getting these two cars over here. I know Tony Thacker was instrumental in it. And when we had Shige and Chico come over to see us at the Hall of Fame Gala dinner last year, and it was sort of loosely mentioned, we would love to have you at Dragstalgia. And the response was, yeah. And then we thought, that ain't going to happen. But it has. And this is where we are.
Yeah, the Moon Eyes car, very famous. This is a reproduction of the original car. The original car, I believe, is in the Don Garlitz Museum right now. And this is a recreation with the Dragmaster chassis.
Yeah.
Oil pressure, that target.
He's having a bit.
Getting oil pressure.
So you have 2 different types of blown motors. You've got both the small block Chevys, but if you look at the yellow Moon Eyes car, it's got the pot fin blower, which is mounted on the front, crank driven. Now, the only limitation on that is you cannot change the speed of the blower. There's no pulleys. It's direct drive off the crankshaft. With the top-mounted blower, you can alter the pulley size to change amount of boost and how the blower is running.
I will say this, that Dos Palmas is a bit temperamental in terms, because it's a gas car.
Here we go.
There we go.
Sounds great. They fired them up back in the pit area or the display area, and they had a good crowd around them.
Be safe, boys. Be safe.
Yep.
So, Tony Thacker with that beautiful Dos Palmas car. It's so old, yet it is so current at the same time. Just perfection as far as I'm concerned.
The difference is, if you look at Moon Eyes, that was built in 61-2.
Yeah.
Dos Palmas was built in 62-3.
Yeah.
And then it came here in 64 and was one of the first cars.
And now I'm getting old, and that's before I was born. I mean, that just tells you everything.
Youngster. I mean, you got
Go, go.
There goes Shiggy.
Where-
Bye, Shiggy.
Bye, Shigo.
And Tony stalled it.
Now, what is strange is that out at Irwindale and stuff like that, it just runs
Yeah.
like that, and it's different atmospherics. It really plays with the tune-up on a gas car here.
A little bit more humidity here.
Yep.
And it is quite a humid day as well, actually, to be fair. But having said that, they've just been in a shipping container. They've come over the seas, and it's
It took
Do you know what?
2 months to get here.
yeah. So what? We've just had pure history.
Yep.
Yeah.
Combined over 120 years between with the two cars added together.
Yeah.
And for me, that was that was a moment. It was absolutely
I
fantastic.
think that's the first time the old boy's been down Santa Pod, actually.
Well, he was so
Tony.
keen to get the job done, he just disappeared.
Well,
Give him a huge appreciation. The Moon Eyes gang
Moon Eyes gang.
in the back of the pickup truck. They'll come down again tomorrow. But as I say, we are so chuffed, honoured,
Yeah.
and happy that Shigo and Chico kept their word and got the car over here with obviously Dos Palmos. And it just I'm running out of words.
Yeah, go back to when you have a chance. Go back to the tent. Look at the cars up close and personal. Take a photograph of the two cars side by side, like you're saying.
Yeah.
It's ancient history. Well, you said about 100 years there.
Yeah.
You got almost 200 years between the three of us standing here.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey. I take
Yeah, but you only count for 20 of those, Bob. Don't worry.
yeah, right, yeah,
You weren't born from 64.
65 I was born.
65.
I got fire suits older than you.
Oh dear, you're making me feel young. Thanks, Bob. I
you're
really
right.
appreciate that.
You are young.
Very young. Let's see. You're 64. I was. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'll tell you what, my Dragstalgia is complete. It's only day one.
That makes Thomas a fetus.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
yeah. You weren't even a thought.
Oh dear.
I'm going to go see how my bride's doing, guys.
Yeah, go
They
for
love
it.
She's just resting.
Yeah.
I know, but I get it.
Now the good news is that Tony's not going anywhere
No.
unless they are going to hook him up to.
Try it again.
Let's have a.
No,
I think they're going to
going
tow back
back.
to the pits actually.
See, back when Bill Wykout used to drive the course, they used to come down the Fire Up Road.
Yeah.
And he could really turn it over before.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a struggle sometimes with that one.
So would they have push started that car back?
Yeah. And the other funny part about it all is that we actually found Bill Wykout, and he lives in Chloride in Arizona, and he's 84 years old and he's still kicking.
So not quite as old as Bob.
Oh dear! Look at that lovely, lovely old Beetle from 1970. Could be before, but an H plate denotes 1970.
Yeah, he's got the earlier trunk lid or engine cover, and he's got Ford taillights. That's a travesty right there. I mean, you go.
Right, let's give him a huge round of applause as Tony Thacker and the Dos Palmos car heads back to the pits. And if you go and see them in the pits, say thank you for bringing it over here. Because, as I say, the car is over 60 years old. And to come out here this weekend, and as we're saying, it's so original.
Yeah.
So original.
As old as it is, Tony is even older, so he's the bigger antique.
Yeah. Has he got all his original parts, actually?
Yeah, he's got most of his original parts still on there, yeah. Some of them have been refurbished, and some of them you just give up on. But a good buffing, and he'll be fine.
Yeah. Now, we've got a lot of time for Tony, actually. Obviously, a regular visit to the shores here. And as I say, we do like it when when Jeff and Tony bring friends.
Yeah. Well,
Really
Tony comes back here and gets his a booster shot for his accent.
That's it. I was just going to ask Jeff a question. He's gone. So I'll pick up on that tomorrow because I want to talk about when we get Jeff back tomorrow, I want to talk about quarter mile stuff because we know he's
going to be going back to it.
Yeah, exactly that. So I don't want to have a word with him.
Now, Dale Snook, who was working on the Moon Eyes car, he built the Con. I believe that's the Rocket, isn't it?
That is, yeah. That's Simon Prest.
And that was Dale Snook's car. He used to drive it on the street back in L.A.
Simon still drives it on the street here.
Yeah. Well, and there's a photograph of Dale. He took it to Japan for the Yokohama show, and he drove it on the street doing the Yokohama.
Yeah.
Good side by side. Chevy's got the lead.
So Ray Turner should be in the high tens. Yep, 1091, 119. And 1103, 119.
What was the anniversary he had at Nostalgia's?
40. 40 years with that car.
Yeah, same driver, same car.
Yeah. Different engine. That's the only thing that's changed.
The end of the car.
Good question.
The watch shop. They have probably got 5 or 6 cars here. They'll probably all run together. Having said that, no, they've got some of the others stuck in the lanes. But always good to see the watch shop here taking part in. They come and do the Hot Rod Drags, Nostalgia Nats, and obviously here this weekend. So Glyn Baldwin goes through there with a 10.06. Nice opener for him. Can't tickle the 9s, but 10.06 he'll take that. And actually, they both went 10.06. So absolutely no issue.
You were saying about Volkswagens. How about this one?
Yeah, we saw that earlier. I didn't realize it was a Volkswagen engine.
Yeah.
There's too many pipes on there. It looks like spaghetti.
Yeah, it's what you call an engineer's dream and a plumber's nightmare.
That's it. But to mount a Volkswagen engine up front like that takes a lot of ingenuity and probably a lot of drinking.
Well, it's been into the 9s, so it's very, very quick for what it is. We haven't seen Graham out for a while, actually. It's his first outing, I think, for a little bit of time, but it's lovely to see him back out.
Great launch, a good 60 foot too. 1.3 60 foot. That is really good.
So's the 965.
Yeah.
Wow. Take that.
On an air-cooled Volkswagen engine. That's amazing.
Unbelievably. I logged his earlier run. He went earlier, 965 at 136.98. I think he's dialed.
Yeah, I think he's got it down there, yeah.
Wow.
I bet this is a bit odd for you coming over from the States and seeing lots of American cars again.
Yeah, and you see them and I go, wow, it's kind of nice. And then I look over to the right and I go, oh, I like that. So and we were talking earlier, I'm a British car nut. I've had a number of them and I just can't afford to have one now in the States. But if I had my druthers, I'd be driving an MG or a Triumph. I still kind of have a Triumph.
Kind of.
Well, Triumph made bicycles for a while.
Yeah.
And I have one.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
It's a 10-speed bicycle. I blew a tire on it 35 years ago, and I haven't been on it since.
Okay.
So it's hanging from the rafters in my garage.
All right, here's 2 more from the watch shop then. Oh, Scudderbolts.
Challenge is reminiscent of the old Dick Landy cars.
You see that quite a lot over here.
Yeah.
Reminiscence. We got some Sox and Martin reminiscent cars here around as well.
And that's great. I love that rekindling the look of those days because that was when drag racing really was the most popular. And you had the most spectator information.
Yeah, exactly.
Interest.
Well, one thing we've sort of run away with over here that was started in the States is the names on the side of the vehicles. That's sort of gone away now in the States. You don't see it as often, but over here, every car has a name.
Yeah, you got to nickname your car. You got to name your car. That's all there is to it.
Exactly.
That's what people remember. If you got a slapped on your vehicle and something on the side, why?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a billboard.
Yeah.
Fill it.
All right, that was Dave Simcott, went 10.31. Phil Hobson goes 12.26. And this is James Ald back round once again. with the Wild Bunch Little Faust Dragster. Another one of these cars steeped in history, and I believe, is it 50 years on this car?
Really?
I think it is.
Could be.
Pretty sure it is.
Well, back motor car would have to be mid-70s at the earliest.
Yeah.
Now, it's got a Rover motor in the back?
Yes, it has, yep.
It's amazing how Rover was able to fix the problems with the Buick V8. Because that's all it is.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah, the Buick V8, they bought it on license from General Motors. And they've made it stronger. They've made it even bigger. They've made it stouter. And,
Well, that's why you don't see many Buicks over here, because all the Buicks run over here are Rovers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same engine, it's just a label that's different on the rocker covers. That's about it.
And you talk about that high on my list would be an MGB GT V8.
Yeah. British car with an American engine.
Yeah, but
Works very well.
It was the Rover, 2 side draft SUs.
Yeah.
And I think it was a 5-speed manual transmission. It weighs less than a 4-cylinder car.
When do you go back?
Monday.
Okay, I'm just thinking of something. If I get a chance to shoot home, I'm going to pick something up for you.
Oh, okay.
I've just got to. I can't remember where it is though. But I've just had this thought.
There you go. Thinking again.
I've got to think. Got to think about that. Right, Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat, the 57 Chevy.
So you get 2 Tri-5 Chevys.
2 10-second Chevys.
Yeah. Oh, right lane rolled through the lead.
In fact, they're both in the lead.
Well, I think one set the other off basically.
Yeah. See, the more you talk about someone like that and give them kudos, the less they pay attention to what they're doing.
Well, 11-0 and then no number in the other lane. Brilliant.
Oh, he rolled through that fast, that much, that soon.
Yeah. Well, Keith's 60 foot 207 tells a story that wasn't what he was looking for at all.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear something loud coming around the corner. Oh, Adam Clayton with the firecracker. Second attempt. Had a tiny leak at the front of the engine. Do you remember he was shut off first time round? In actual fact, it's in the program. Get the right page. This was Adam Clayton last year.
Oh, good, yes.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Well, he saved the wear on the right-sized tires.
Yeah, the header pipes, I think, stopped him from
Probably,
actually going over. Adam's one of these guys, and a terminology that I've used a few times, and I'll apply it to Adam. It's once that right foot is down, the brain and the foot have an argument. And the brain's saying, lift. The foot's going, nah. Daryl's used it a few times. I think it's Daryl's quote, actually, but I like running with it. It's a good one.
I wonder what the Italians think of all the Brits and the Americans taking the Fiat lobby and making it great. Stay away from that wall. I guess he finally lifts and says, it's not worth it. I'm going to just coast on down. We see a lot of times where someone doesn't realize they can take their foot off the throttle.
Well, Adam, the brain engaged that time
and
took over. So, well done. But no, he's not shy of the loud pedal under any circumstances, Adam.
Well, one benefit we've got over here is we've got a man called Ian Marshall prepping our track. So we've got a very, very wide groove over here.
Yeah.
So the cars can be full throttle even on the centre line sometimes.
Yeah.
And they can still be under control.
That's something, actually, Bob, you can see that beautifully here. Look at the track prep. It's the groove, i.e. the non-prep groove, is the narrow bit in the middle. But the rest of the racetrack is treated equally.
Pro mods have been full throttle on that.
Yeah.
No, it's beautiful. It's flat. It's beautiful. It's smooth. I was here November 2019.
Yeah.
And I got to walk the track, and that was just to walk the track. This track, it is so smooth. It is so flat. I'm envious.
Yeah.
When compared to the tracks that we have in the States, there's only one other track like that, and that's Bakersfield, Formoso.
Yeah.
And they did it in cement, and then they diamond cut it to make sure it was perfectly flat.
How about this then? Another really, really nostalgic looking car. That is Paul Harris.
Oh, yeah.
With the Mr. Six tribute.
You know, every time these guys do a burnout, I get a whole body massage of it.
One of the perks of the job, that is, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is another American-built car. Started off life as a part of the Chi-Town Hustler
Yeah.
lineage.
Yep.
Was built as a tribute, but came over here. Now runs as Dennis Priddle tribute car, but driven expertly by Paul Harris.
Now, was it a nitro car when it came over?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is the only car Paul Harris has ever driven down the track as well.
I believe you're right.
Well, so he just steps into a nitro funny car. Yeah, why not? I could do that, yeah. Sounds amazing. Good looking car. Chevy Monza body.
Yeah, pretty much identical to a car that Dennis Priddle had. Back when this was just what Top Fuel funny cars looked like.
Yeah, when they actually looked like what they were supposed to.
Well, something in the sixes will be good, something in the lower sixes will be better. But as bearing in mind, this is Paul Harris's first run of the meet, one of his first runs of the year, I think. I don't know if he's been out this year yet.
Beautiful looking run, a little bit of fluid on the start line, but just couldn't click second gear.
Yeah.
Still goes 712 at 139, a 105 60 foot. 411 to the 8th, but was not flat out at the 8th, 155.
Yeah, he dumped some fuel there.
Yeah.
It's drying up really quickly.
Yeah, that was a stout launch. I've not seen that car launch like that for a long, long time.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. 1060 foot. That was definitely good.
Yeah.
He definitely had the pedal down and the traction was there.
But you could see as well how close over to the wall he could go and still
Yeah.
be on under throttle.
Yeah, you were talking about that. The groove is where you're running.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Use it all up.
Well, I can see Dave running for the tractor, unfortunately.
Well, we've only got 20 minutes left of running in Run What You Brung, so there is a dinner break at 4:30. And then it's obviously qualifying proper starts at
That's
5
gonna be good.
o'clock.
Yeah, so stick around, everybody, because grab yourself a munchie. There's plenty of places out there. Get something to eat, and then come back.
Yeah. Right, well, it looks like a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel lane, so we'll take a breather from commentary just for a moment. Our track crew just standing down as well. Let's give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2, and of course, we'll pick it up once again when the fun continues. Let's give them a huge round of applause as Tony Thacker and the Dos Palmas car heads back to the pits. And if you go and see them in the pits, say thank you for bringing it over here. Because, as I say, the car is over 60 years old. And to come out here this weekend, and as we're saying, it's so original.
Yeah.
So original.
As old as it is, Tony is even older, so he's the bigger antique.
Yeah. Has he got all his own?
Dale, he took it to Japan for the Yokohama show, and he drove it up the street doing the Yokohama.
Yeah.
Good side by side. Chevy's got the lead.
So Ray Turner should be in the high tens. Yep, 1091, 119. And 1103, 119. Taking part in Lake Cup to do the Hot Rod Drags, Nostalgia Nats, and obviously here this weekend. So Glyn Baldwin goes through there with a 10.06. Nice opener for him. Cat and Tick
outing, I think, for a little bit of time, but it's lovely to see him back out.
Great launch. A good 60 foot, too. 1.3 60 foot. That is really good.
So's the 965.
Yeah.
Wow.
But if I had my druthers, I'd be driving an MP or a Triumph. Challenge was reminiscent of the old Dick Landy cars.
You see that quite a lot over here.
Yeah.
Reminiscence. We got some Sox and Martin reminiscent cars here around as well.
And that's great. I love that. That high on my list would be an MGB GT V8.
Yeah. British car with an American engine.
Yeah, but
Works very well.
It was the Rover, 2 side draft SUs.
Yeah.
And I think it was a 5-speed manual transmission. It weighed less than a 4-cylinder.
2 10-second Chevys.
Yeah. Oh, right lane rolled to the beat.
In fact, they're both, I think.
Well, I think one set the other off, basically.
Yeah. See, the more you talk about someone like that and give them kudos, the less they pay attention to what they're doing.
Well, 11-0 and then no number in the other lane.
Underneath, and we can lift it up. Just raise it up on the air so we can work on it a bit easier.
What sort of checks do you have to do?
Normally, check the leak down, so make sure it's not lost any compression, drain the oil, check that for any bearing material or anything like that, and then just a general check over really, nothing too extraneous.
Are you happy with how it's running now?
He spun the tyres a bit, so he got a bit out of shape, so we had to abort the road, but it's a step in the right direction. It's a lot better than last year anyway.
What sort of things can you do if it was spinning the tyres out?
Normally, we probably drop the tyre pressures, maybe raise the wheelie bar so it pitches more weight onto the back. And if it still does it, then probably look at backing the clutch off and stuff like that, or maybe taking a bit of power out of it. Yeah, but lots of things we can do.
good luck to you next running tomorrow then.
Car, the Nurse Stoner car. She was a nostalgia driver, and
Okay.
she was actually a nurse. She ran the NDRA series at LA County Raceway on
Yeah.
a regular basis. I haven't seen that car for years either, and that see it again. That's great. Yeah, she was an actual nurse, and she raced the car.
See, we've got a nurse that races in British drag racing, but she drives a Volkswagen Beetle, and it's called the Nurse.
Okay. Yeah, I just looked at that and go, Nurse Stoner. I remember that car, but I haven't seen it in a long time.
Well, a big wheel stand for the Malibu in the Slick lane. 10.12 and a 10.99.
I love these square-bodied F100s. They are just cool. Starting in '57, they came out with a square body design, and it just really looks. It took away the work truck look.
Yes.
And made it something you want to drive every day. And in California, a lot of people do. They drive pickup trucks as a daily driver.
Okay. See, we can't do that in the UK because stuff gets nicked.
Yeah.
Taking on Andy Cunningham in the Kestrel beer lane with the Ford Pop. He's made a good few runs today.
Andy had to actually pop over to Wellingborough to get some more petrol. He's done so many miles. 1183 and 1277. We've got that corner now. Quarter out of Run What You've Rung left, and how about this then? 2 7-second door cars.
Wow.
Well, these two have got to get a shimmy on because they'll be racing later on this evening with the Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time though. Plenty of time. Pulled out, and how can I progress any further without saying a very, very big shout out to our great friend down under, John Willard, and the team, the Aussie Outlaw team. They're probably tuned in because this time last year they were here and having an absolute ball, trip of a lifetime. John, maybe see you in a couple of years' time, whenever, but we're looking forward to the return visit. And I know, John, that we've all now seen Terry's awesome Pod Wheels video, and it's just so special. So, the Jack and Paul show. What have we got this time? 8.16 a pair. Wow. Okay, so whatever you could do, I could do as well. 8.16 a pair. Nicely done.
The Angler was just a 5,000 quicker. I mean, that's tight. And if they had the same reaction times, that would have been even better.
But look at the difference in speeds as well.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of difference in
16
speed.
miles an hour.
Yeah, so he was making more horsepower over here in the right lane.
Yes.
Now,
But
I got a question for you.
what's that?
What's the difference between an Anglia and a Pop?
I believe it is the wing mirrors. No, not wing mirrors, windscreen wipers. And Anglia's only got one and a Pop's got two, or vice versa.
Well, when did they change the name from Anglia to Popular?
So the Anglias run 100E, 105E, and the sit-up and beg style, which we run as Outlaw Anglia.
Right.
And then I believe it's a different model variation.
Okay.
So a bit like a Malibu and a Chevelle. We've got an Anglia and a Pop.
Okay.
But visual-wise, there's
The same car.
the same car, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got different years where they look different. So
Well, yeah,
100,
the
100,
original Anglia was
105.
1937, roughly in that era, through 1948. And then the Pop came in about 1950 or something.
You could be very right with that.
I could be, but
just
not
don't
likely.
know.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm going to get many, many messages from people who run an Outlaw Anglia.
We're going to hear about that in a minute, yeah.
As I take my phone out of my pocket to make sure. This is Jim Usher with the Hemi Hunter. A very, very nostalgic car indeed. This is his first one of the day, I believe.
Yeah. Not the most nostalgic trainers, though. Have you seen his footwear when he's walking around? He's had them custom made.
The purple ones?
No, the green and,
Oh,
and the gold of the car.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
He's looking rather slick out there. No, I've got a lot of time for Jim. He's proper bloke. I don't think I've ever seen him look unhappy because he's just a permanently smiling chap. He's always smiling when he's driving this car.
Does it have nitrous? Never mind.
I don't believe he does, no. He's probably got it in his veins, but not in the car. So, slingshot shootout, supercharged outlaws, Cannonball, he can go anywhere.
They're looking at the car. I think they might think there's something coming out.
Well, he was one of the original drivers of the Mob, don't forget, as well.
The Mob?
Fuel Auto,
Really?
yeah.
That's the UK Mob, not the
The
American.
UK Mob, okay.
Yeah. So Jim is in the Cannonball this year, but
shut him
been
off.
shut off. I mean, that's a 7-second slingshot. It's a proper car,
Yeah.
but not playing this session, I don't think.
Now it looks like he's got a bit of a leak and nothing super serious.
Yeah, well, the good thing is being shut off, something not that serious can turn into something very serious very quickly, unfortunately. So
We all know that.
Yeah, it's a good thing. That's the best part about the safety crew. They
Yes.
stop an incident before it happens. Now, we talked about the cars I've had. I had the station wagon. I don't know what you call that here.
did it look like that?
I had the station wagon like that, yeah.
As a gasser, yeah?
No, it's just an every... No, back in those days, it wasn't gas. It was my daily driver.
Oh, okay.
3-speed on the floor, flathead 4-cylinder. My mother loved it because I couldn't get a speeding ticket.
No, you just pretend.
Yeah. But I thought it was a great little surf wagon
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
with the surfboards on top, heads on the beach.
11:22, 118 mile an hour, definitely quicker than the one that you had.
Oh, much quicker.
And I don't think you'll catch Dave Mott surfing either.
Yeah,
That's the
no.
other thing.
I was telling Colin, I said if I missed the shift, the pedestrians would pass me in the crosswalk.
When you're flat out, yeah, in third gear.
Yeah. There we go.
So Jim's out the car now. Unfortunately, they'll get it fixed. Move out tomorrow. Whatever the issue was.
Now, these little Fords, we talked about it earlier. I had never seen one of these before.
Okay.
And I think they're cool looking. Now, very rounded. I like the parachute in the back is the scary part to me.
That's the fun part.
Yeah.
So Loz with the Willis.
Yeah, she died in 18 flat when she ran in the Outlaw Outcast and proceeded to break out with a 1790. She wouldn't have cared one bit about that.
Yeah. What's
What she got this time? 1888.
Oh, wow. That's way off what she ran.
What about the nitrous bottle in the boot? Is
Yeah,
that
look
is
at that,
Is
yeah.
that fun?
Now, is that for the engine or the driver? Never mind.
Yeah, no, definitely the engine and not.
Yeah.
In
That's
fact,
a wicked looking car.
I've just noticed something with that car which is amazing. The purge for the nitrous comes out the top of the antenna.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
How cool's that?
Oh, man.
It's just the little attention to details that that you can engineer into
the
these
car
things.
looks so innocent from the outside, other than the wheels
And the parachute.
yeah, it's just you wouldn't know it is as quick as it is.
Well, let's find out how quick it is, shall we?
Let's do that. Double res.
142 to 60.
Man, look at it go. Straight down the track. Oh, 132 miles an hour?
Yeah, proper sleeper that one is, I think.
Yeah.
All right, the little Lawson Anglia going alongside. Come on, we need you back in the 10s, Paul. That's Paul Hammond.
Surprising launch for that Highboy Ford. Now, if you're not into hot rodding, you may say, why do you call it a Highboy? Well, the body is mounted on top of the frame.
Yeah.
So they call them Highboys.
Okay.
I was in 11.10 that time, but he did stage quite deep, so that possibly could have been a 10.
Yeah. So a 1451 at 90. It's 121 miles an hour for the Ford Roadster.
Ah, right. Okay, this, many thanks indeed to Colin. This is Darren Wood, Colin Wood's brother.
Okay.
Yeah, Colin Wood with the Husky. So, yeah, this is Darren Wood. He's got a big block Ford underneath, well, the bonnet, as we call it, the hood, as you call it.
So Ford in a Ford, that's a novel idea.
Yeah, who'd have thought of that?
Yeah, why would someone think of that? That's the other thought. Malibu is quick.
So Dave Shelley with the motor. Let's see what he's got for us then. That's a good looking run. 10.54, 126. So Darren Wood just restaging.
Oh, they hit the switch quick on that one. I didn't even see the stage.
What's he got for us then? Oh, 1512. And it's Hey Dougie with the Motor Mouse slingshot.
That is one beautiful dragster.
It's actually one of the most famous cars in the UK.
Really?
There's two pictures of it. One doing a wheelie, and the other one doing a bigger wheelie.
And that's why the wheelie bar's on there now.
Well,
unfortunately, the first wheelie, that was John's, wasn't it? When it had just like the little wheel underneath the back, and it just reached for the sky.
Yeah.
The car was built literally just outside the gate here by John Webster. It was one of two cars. The other car became the Grey Vegas Slingshot, owned by the Bishop family. But yeah, John ran this car, then eventually moved on to Stevie Johnson, who ran the car in Super Pro ET. And what Thomas is alluding to is that the car launched so hard, the front wheels came up and it folded the wheelie bar.
Oh.
And it came down with a fair old thud, and a little bit of a back issue, unfortunately, for Steve. But it's now Dougie's turn.
Not to do that. Come on, Doug. 107 to 60 big move over to the 8th mile, but he lifts. He knows what he's doing. Cracking driving job there from Dougie.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of respect for that one. Yeah. Well done.
We call that a pucker run.
Yeah.
Because your cheeks
we'll find Dougie eventually. When you see him later on, he's a member of the track crew here.
He's about 4'5".
Yeah, he's a little guy, but he's big on talent.
Yeah.
But when you meet him, he doesn't look like a race car driver at all. You know. Lovely guy. Lovely guy.
Yeah, he broke the shifter, I think it was, on the last run. Lost the bolt. Now, where that bolt disappeared to, I don't know. They're talking to him. There's something not quite right there. Wrong gloves.
No, that was the marshal.
Oh, he just took his gloves off, too.
Yeah.
They're going to refire him. Well, maybe.
Oh, I don't think his helmet was done up. I think that's what the issue was.
Oh, okay.
That's why the marshal was taking his gloves off, so he could get the fingers onto the helmet strap. There we go. Makes sense.
I tell you what a weekend to bring out your Moon Eyes bike when the Moon Eyes car's here as well.
Yeah, and I believe he's from Italy.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, the bike was here last year, don't forget.
Yep. There's 3 of them this year. 2 we're running in Nostalgia Pro Stock and 1 mini one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking to him after his last run on the shifter, the linkage fell off.
Oh, okay.
That's why he had to push it down, started pushing it down the track.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of respect for motorcycle riders. Oh, wrong gear. Oh.
And next up, this is James Clifford.
I like that. White wall slicks. Look at that.
So,
You say James, so is this Terry's son or what's
this is Terry's grandson.
grandson? Wow.
Wow.
So, Terry Clifford drives the Ratcatcher Resurrection, which is this car here. Son Andy Clifford drives Snake Eyes in
Yes,
Supercomp,
yeah.
which is another slingshot powered by a big block Ford. And then son again, James, usually just, dabbles every now and again, crewing on Duncan Mikulev's Top Fuel Dragster.
Yeah, as you do.
And this weekend not this weekend, today, he's having a dabble in Grandad's slingshot. On Pycross, as you do.
On old Pycross. Now, when those are the new Pycross that they're making?
The new old ones.
Yeah, the new ones. Radar is making recaps, or not recaps, recasting
Okay.
Pycross slicks. And they'll even groove them for you so you can run them on the street.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Well, that's a much better launch from James. That's what we've seen from him today.
Yeah.
166, 60 foot. 1077, 125 mile an hour. Brilliant job.
And I understand that is still Holly Butcher driving the slingshot there, the Wild Bunch car. Goes 1352 at 95 miles an hour. The reason I'm saying that is because I haven't been told that she's not driving it anymore. So that'd be good.
So there's a third car that was built by John Webster as well. That was very, very similar to the Motor Mouse car of Dougie Hill.
Yeah.
That unfortunately was Christian's.
Christian Zulov, who we've been talking about.
Oh, okay.
Which was this guy's, Darryl was talking about the silver car.
The one that...
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have a soft spot in my head for old Model A's. I've got one, and it's fun around town. I hate driving it on the freeway.
Well, looking in the lanes, we've got this pair, a solo or two, and then one other car, and then we're going on to our dinner break. So a chance to get ourselves set for the evening.
Oh, out of shape again.
Well, it was a 111 60 foot. 818, 169 mile an hour, and that was with a big pedal.
Yeah.
And an 11 75 for the dart in the other lane.
All right, so there's that Beetle again.
All right, Rick Denny with the Firebird.
Yeah, the cool thing about the Firebird, he tows a camper trailer with it.
Yeah, he tows it from the gate.
Oh, from the gate.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I just saw pictures of him towing the trailer. I didn't realize, it was that long.
Yeah, he actually tows his caravan in, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you call them caravan. We call them trailers.
Yeah. Yeah, fair comment, yeah. Because a trailer to us is like a little trailer.
Yeah. So I do the same thing, kind of.
So the Beetle being pushed back.
Oh, they both are.
No, it's a solo for Rick Denny.
Oh, is it? Oh. They both are then.
But I think there might be some work going on in the Slick lane in a second, so they're just going to run Rick as a solo, I think.
Well, subject to confirmation, we think Rick has got the nearest to a perfect light today. But we'll check with the timing crew. Also, the nearest to a perfect light, the best light of the day.
And so it goes 720, 95 miles an hour. Not bad.
Yeah, that's to the 8th, of course.
To the 8th, yeah. 7:20, and then 11:36 at the finish line.
Yeah, so as you're right there, Tom, we're having a good look at the slick tricks lane. But so we got very close to the end of Run What You Brung. Yet more cars seem to appear. I don't quite know what's going on down there at the moment. I'll try and
I'll show you.
try and find out.
Showing family pictures of.
Look at that.
Well, Tony Thacker took that photo.
Yeah.
And it was in a magazine. So that's my camper, or what you call a
Caravan.
And I towed it with 56 Chevy.
That's cool. Even the color coded and the matching, it just, that works. That works.
So it's been a good day. You know, we had a little moisture in the morning, which just helped wash the cars off. Get all the dust off them.
Right, I'm just going to try to get an update from what's going on.
So as Colin figures out what the plan is, just having a look around the back of the tower, I can see a few exciting vehicles. So folks, don't go anywhere for a second. I can see at least 2 cars that I want to watch. And if I want to watch them, that means you should definitely want to watch them.
Press the wrong button. 4:30, 4:45 when we run to finish. So what we'll try and do is just get through the cars that are in the lanes. Then it'll be the dinner break and then into to qualifying after that. So just one cycle of qualifying this evening. And then, of course, we get ready to do it all again tomorrow. But a thoroughly enjoyable day, actually. Loads of cars getting loads of runs in. We have not had the pairing lanes empty all day long.
No.
It's been absolutely superb. And, you know, sometimes when you do the Run What You Brung, it can be a little bit hit and miss, but today been a total hit. Everybody's got loads of runs in. The turnaround time's been pretty good for a lot of people. So there's a load of people who've got a good number of runs in today.
Yeah.
Very, very good number of runs in as well.
Even going out to get more fuel and still making
Yeah.
Yeah, they ran out of fuel running.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was good because we had. It was kind of sketchy this morning, not knowing how long the moisture would stay in the air.
Yeah.
But it cleared up. We were about 5 miles away from here when all of a sudden there's no rain and the ground was relatively dry. So it was good. We were happy about that.
What's been your favourite car today then, Bob?
Favorite car today?
What do you reckon?
That blue, what was it, console?
Yes.
That is actually my favorite car because it's so different.
Yeah.
You know, I see a lot of cars out here I like, but that is really different. Although the MG, I got a soft spot for that. So I don't know, but it's hard for me to make a choice on that, and that's why I have 8 cars.
Good problem to have, I suppose.
Oh yeah, it is a wonder, and luckily my wife is car crazy too.
That helps.
So
that does help.
If I don't pick the car, then she does. So we have a couple of cars that she's picked out. And she's just as nutty as I am.
So the 640.
That's Paul Dominey from the Gasser Circus. But I don't know who drives the Beetle, actually. Well, where you going, Paul?
Oops.
One of the few competitors that try and turn the quarter mile into a half mile today.
Yeah. I didn't know it was a slalom course.
14 flat at 83. And it is a struggle to get to the 8th. That in the quarter, unfortunately, for the Beetle. Yeah, 7 miles an hour tells you a story that that car is not going to get it off the track on its own. It's going to need a little bit of help. As I say, pairing lanes thinned out. Ready to close Run What You Brung today. Gonzo the Great down there. Fabulous historied 7-second altered.
Well, I love the fact it's still running its original race number, the CC-CA number. And if you notice as well, he doesn't have the butterfly style steering wheel that you see quite often in Altereds and Dragsters now. He still runs with a very, very small, complete steering wheel. And that's because it was in the rules back in the day. You weren't allowed the butterflies. They were only for the Dragsters.
Oh, well, yeah, I've been in Dragsters with the butterfly. I think I prefer a full steering wheel.
See, I prefer the butterfly.
Do you?
Yeah, because that's what I was race driving.
Okay. See, I've driven them with the butterfly, but when you're going to turn it, you gotta twist. But then you look at the Moon Eyes Dragster. That's got a huge steering wheel.
Yeah, there's one of the most difficult things to do is turn onto the track with a butterfly steering wheel.
Yes, turning off the track, turning on the track, coming through the staging lanes. It's tough to make that turn. But, like they say, it's a drag strip car. It's not supposed to turn.
Exactly.
Right, Ian Twaddell down there with the Anglia. I bumped into Ian in the lanes and I said, how you doing, mate? Blah, 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 blah. They've still got an issue. No. Basically, they've just put the car back together here today.
Oh, really?
I mean, they didn't have oil in it when I bumped into them earlier. So I wanted to get a checkout pass in today, but it ain't going to happen. In the meantime, Mr. Lloyd is having a good old look at the centre line.
Yeah.
Well, he looked at the 8th mile blocks, decided not to hit those.
Yeah.
He looked at 1,000 blocks and went, nah, not you either.
Yeah, I dusted off the rest of them.
Still
Especially
goes
with
931.
Yeah, 931, 110. Right, so I think it's just a couple of cars to go.
It's about to get loud, I think.
It could be. Yeah, that funny car coming up again. You know, one thing about the nostalgia funny cars I really like is you know what they are.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
You didn't have to paint the headlights on it to tell that it had them.
Yeah.
Very valid point, actually, Bob.
Yeah.
Very valid.
I think Kenny Bernstein was the one that ruined it for everybody with that. His Buick.
Was that when he started doing the aero work?
Yeah, that Buick that was really rounded, and everyone had to, that was we've got to go faster, we've got to cheat the wind, we're going to come up with a similar body, and we're going to call it whatever we want to call it. And now the body's the same, it's just what graphics you put on it. When John Force lost his sponsorship from Ford, all they did was rebadge the Ford body into a Camaro until they can come up with a Camaro body.
So, Andy Flavel with Steel River Hot Rod 3 coming out for a second attempt of the quarter mile. Something's not happy with that.
Yeah. There's something I like about your track here. It's the grass area that people can sit on. It's like being at a picnic and enjoying a race at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's great. We can't have grass like that.
No?
No, it dries up and it turns to dirt.
Okay.
Oh, it did a couple of years ago, didn't it? We had that. It was just like brown.
Yes, I do remember, yeah.
But no, we've had a lot of wet weather recently. That's going to stay lush and green for a little while.
They're shutting them off, I think.
Yeah, something came off in the burnout which Ian picked up. I'm not certain what it is because my eyes aren't quite that good.
Nothing serious. One of the bolts that holds the rods in. No. No, we've had a lot of rain in Southern California this last year, but the last couple of months we've not seen any.
Okay.
And with that, all the greenage, all the foliage starts to dry, except for the trees because they've got long roots.
Yeah.
So our mountains that was colored green are now turning brown.
Okay.
Which is an annual thing that happens. I mean, everyone talks about, well, it's global this and global that. No, it's not. It's summer.
Yes. Well, it's about to get loud again. Adam Gledo with the motorcycle car. The debut of the new paint job.
Yeah, because last time we saw that was in Primer, wasn't it? And I believe he is the last car to run in Normandy Run today.
like the body on that car. We can't have a wing. Let's reshape the body.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm shocked you managed to get that into reverse.
Yeah, I
actually.
was going to say, because those revs sounded very high to get it in reverse. But yeah, you're right, Tom.
Well, that sounds badass.
So the crew diving onto the car, turning the idle down.
The smell of nitro. I love it.
Adam Vito taking to the bottom mile for the first time this year. What has he got for us?
It's pumping a lot of fuel out the exhaust.
Yeah, that was a very, very soft sap on the clutch, I believe. Yeah, 137.60 not what they will be looking for, but they'll turn the wick up for tomorrow. I think they're just happy they got a run in today.
Yeah.
Well, at least he practiced. He popped his laundry out the back. Or parachute. We call it popping the laundry.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay, folks, that's the end of Run What You Brung for today. Thank you ever so much indeed. Dinner break.
Yeah.
Chance for you to have a breather, Bob.
What?
Breather, breast, you know.
Oh, yes. Get
a drink, get some fluid refreshment, suck it all in, enjoy the atmosphere and everything.
Oh, definitely. Enjoying the atmosphere and the people. Enjoying the people.
Yes.
I've met a lot of people that I've met on Facebook. And we know each other on Facebook, but never had met.
Yeah. Now, you're going to come back and see us tomorrow?
You bet. I'm going to be here all weekend.
Good man. Good
Rain
man.
or shine, I'll be here.
You've earned your pass out for this evening.
Well,
you
thank
have.
you.
Yes, you can go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
What you need to do, you mentioned the grass banking.
Yes.
Go and watch some of it from over there, because it's an experience that you need to soak in.
Yeah.
Obviously the grandstands, but I know there's going to be a whole host of people that love to have a chat with you in the pits as well. So continue to meet the people. And
you can tell the people that have been sitting on the grass all day.
Really?
Yeah, the back of the pants is a little dark right now.
Okay, right.
Well, you can tell.
It's been awesome having you up here today.
Thank you very much.
And we do look forward to having you back up here again
Okay, so
tomorrow.
I can come back tomorrow and harass you.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, in and out.
Yeah.
But you've got to soak up everything here this weekend.
Yeah, well,
And an actual fact, I'm going to bring Nitro FM here.
Okay.
Because they want you to pop down to Nitro FM at some stage over the weekend and do a jingle.
A jingle?
Yeah. It's what we play occasionally.
Okay.
Like, hi, my name's Bob Beck.
Okay, yeah.
I only listen to Nitro FM with mine in the UK, or stuff like that. So they'll come up with something.
But
then knowing you've got a repertoire of things that you can come up with.
Yeah, I can do that. Yes.
You're like me in a funny sort of way. So we got good faces for radio.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why I've always worked in that.
That's right. Yeah. So so that's why I remember that they did say
Okay.
that they wanted you to do that.
Well, that'd be great. Now, can I do a gratuitous plug?
Yeah, of course you
All
can.
right.
Well, that's what you're here for.
Okay, got a show on PowerTube TV. You can access it on the internet, PowerTubeTV.com, talking about cars. Randy Gardoon and myself. We talk to celebrities and people about their cars.
Yeah.
And we just talked to Alana Shear, who many of you may not know, but if you read Car and Driver magazine, she's the senior editor. And she's fun. We've talked with TV stars, movie stars, all sorts of people that are important, that have car stories.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to be a car aficionado or someone famous in the auto industry, but they've all got a car story. They ran out of gas on this date the first time out, and things like that. Or, I had this great car. I don't remember what it was, and so you never know what story you're going to get. We talk to a number of people throughout the year. We do a show a week. Our last show just dropped on Wednesday night, and then it goes in 2 weeks. It goes to YouTube. So it's talking about cars.
Yeah.
And we've been doing that for 10 years, maybe. Something like that.
Yeah.
And we were on local radio in Los Angeles, and then that ended. So we went. PowerTube TV said, "Hey, why don't you come work for us?" We said, "Okay, we're there."
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. Okay, right, we're going to sign off for a little while. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airwaves back. When we come back later on, it will be round 1 qualifying for our race classes this evening. It's honestly, Bob is a lovely guy to go and have a chat with. Go and collar him. He'll probably go around to somewhere like the Nostalgia Marquee, and check in with all his buddies over there. Make sure they're all still here. That they'll be here. But yeah, come back and see us tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. And it's been a real joy having you here today. Thank you ever so much indeed. Brilliant stuff. Okay, Nitro FM 96.2. If you can take the airwaves over, we will take it back when we start qualifying here at Dragstalgia, the 2024 edition.
Tell us a little bit about the Gasser Circus and what they are.
You're going to have to talk to one of the members of the Gasser Circus. I'm not one.
Okay.
And it looks like they're all going into the staging lanes now. You'll get all of them in one place.
Brilliant.
I need to go up there and get key.
Hi. What's this car?
A 1929 Model A.
And how long have you had it for?
I've owned it twice. So in total, I've probably had it about 10 years. Between the two ownerships.
And what's it run?
I don't race it.
You don't race
Oh
it?
no, it's not a race car.
No.
It's street legal.
Sorry?
It's a street legal car. On the
Can you tell me a bit about like the engine of that?
road. The engine is a Rover, 3.5 litre, a Borg-Warner gearbox, and a Mark 10 Jaguar rear axle. And the bodywork's fiberglass.
Ah.
It's
And what's your favourite feature about the car?
driving it.
Yeah. Nice. Alright, thank you. It's lovely.
Right, cheers, buddy.
Take care.
Bye now. Smile.
Training day.
What's he doing here?
What's he doing?
Yeah.
Cleaning.
Is that after every run?
Depends if you're going to oil leak or not.
You going to be firing this up again this evening, or packing it away for the night?
First thing tomorrow morning we'll fire it back on. So. Yeah.
Go again.
Give it another go tomorrow. I reckon that'll do it. Yeah. Just go over it again. Not pretty successful though.
Yeah. Yeah, quite worse first day, is that what?
We said we're straight up the trail. Second run.
What engine is this?
It's 426 Hemi on alcohol. All aluminium.
How old is the car? How long has it been running for?
I started assembling it about 4 years ago. So we've had it together now for 3 years. It's our third Dragstalgia with it. So, yeah. And it's slowly coming round to where we can drive it. It's been a bit wild the last couple of years, so.
Managed to have a calendar last year, didn't we?
Yeah, we don't want to do that again.
What's the history behind the car?
It's the ex-Matt Wright all or nothing funny car, nostalgia funny car. We bought it
Got an alcohol engine in it as an altered, and when we finally earn enough money to go nitro, then we'll bring it back out with the Barracuda body and give it a run in Nostalgia Funny Car. So.
And when it's nitro, does that mean it's back to how it originally was?
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
That's the end goal. So.
That's it, yeah. Yeah.
And what sort of time have you got to run when you get it to nitro to match what it used to run?
Yeah, I want to really to run mid-60s.
Mid-60s?
Yeah, just over 200 mile an hour, I'll be happy with that.
And what's it running at the moment?
It's running mid-7s.
And it's happy running mid-7s at the moment?
Yeah, it's getting there. It's just we need to do a bit more testing as and when we can, so certainly a fun car to drive. Okay.
Awesome. All right, well, have fun.
Yeah.
Take care.
Oh yeah, real quick run. Nothing anyone probably doesn't already know. But could we have Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please? I think they've already started accumulating at the head of the lanes. But Gasser Circus, please. We're about to go into our evening qualifying session for the Friday here at Dragstalgia. So Gasser Circus are going to be the first class out. If you could join us, please. So all the classes are actually racing and stroke competing this weekend. We're into proper full-on qualifying for all of our race classes. So Gasser Circus will probably be starting in about 10 minutes time, something like that, 10 to 15 minutes maybe. But if you could join us down in the lanes, that would be fabulous.
And look at this twin engine. Hi Martin. You running this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah. In.
It's the yellow one.
Oh, happy days.
Oh, you look like a course buster with that.
It's a new rig we're trying out. Sweet. Alright, have a good one. Cheers, Martin. might work. So we're just
How well timed was that then? Two try fives, sorry. 55 for Ray Turner and a 57 for Steve Matthews.
We are on with qualifying at Dragstalgia 2024.
This is Gasser Circus.
I know a few people that want to join Gasser Circus, but only because they've got bad wind.
Oh. That took me a second.
Yeah, they think it's they think they can play a tune. No, it doesn't work like that. Anyway, so Ray Turner, dial-ins you see on the board up the top end. They are their predicted times. Obviously, if you've been here before, you know what's happening, but just in case. So Ray Turner in Green Onions, 10.90. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, 9.63. Put in a couple of runs already, Steve Matthews has.
Cut them both up.
So it's all about matching the numbers on the top to the numbers on the bottom. Almost like that. Much more like that, though. Ray Turner, 1091 on a 90. That means he's only 0.019 of a second, i.e. hardly anything off of his dialing.
And knowing the way Gasser Circus works, that'll be bottom half of the draw. They're so good.
So Jason Hollenby, who has put in a couple of runs today as well, does 1070 with the jumping jalapeno, and Nick Hewitson with short fuse, one of a couple of Fortum vans we got competing.
So qualifying ready to race on Sunday, if not Saturday evening. I'm not too sure on that one.
I think for them they start Sunday. I think it's the 64.
Okay.
Definitely the 64s start tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's not about getting there first, it's about, like I said, matching numbers. Kind of like that. Nick Hewitson 3, Jason Hollenby 4. Should have dialed a tenth slower and he would have been perfect. Okay, Harvey Turner with Nurse Stone, the Chevy Nova, and Dean Maudsley with the Defiant one. Dean Maudsley's Willis looks like it's pre-twisting for a launch already, before it's even moved. So, want to be number one, you've got to be 100th or better
Already.
in no time. So the Nova will get there first. 11.05, 11.69. Our first breakout of the day for Dean Maudsley by just over a tenth of a second. Harvey Turner slots into number 3 for now. How cool is it to see? I didn't think he could drive a car. I thought he only rode bikes in Turberville. With the Bad Blood 2.0 being guided into stage by Laura into Slick Tricks Lane against Sam Glenn, who we have seen a number of times today.
Where are you going, Sam?
That was tight.
I think he was actually on the blue there for a little bit.
Or, I don't have to look at the replay. I think he kissed the white. I don't know if we went to the blue or not. 13.04, plays a 13.88. Right, Adam Krasinski with the not-so-mellow yellow Chevy. And Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. 11.39 and 10.06. Points chase. It's Chris Layram that leads at the moment from 20 points from Steve Matthews and Honky Tonkin. Third, Sean Milsom. He's only 10 points behind. Very, very tight between the top three. So Ray gets there first with a 10.68, 11.45. Adam goes number 2.
Still plenty of room at the top, but then we're only not even halfway through the first session. I would love to know what it's like to look out of tinted. They're not tinted, are they? They're a completely different colour.
Yeah.
It's like me and Tom were saying earlier, is like, I only saw a red light. Well, yeah, they're all red, aren't they? Yeah.
That's Chris Layram with the Out of Gas Anglia. Going alongside John Gibson, of course, with the High Roller. The Ford Falcon, 10.85 dial-in for John. Chris dialing in 10.20.
That's another Williams Brothers car from days gone by.
It is, yeah, from back in the day. Nick did that 300-foot wheelie. And 10.29. Chris goes 6, John 8. Yeah, Nick pulled that Summer National 300-foot wheelie and still went 9.6.
Of course.
Brilliant.
When they were whippersnappers, like,
They were
how long
then.
ago?
Oh,
Yeah,
that was 14 years ago, that one was.
What's scary about that is I think they're only in their 30s now. They look like they are.
No, they're in the
They're
40s.
not, okay. fair enough.
Dan's 40
No,
now.
don't.
So Nick's far away. Not far away. All right, Brian Gibson and Nervous Nick.
Well, it looks like Sean Milsom isn't going to be making this run due to the potential weather situation. That might not be ideal.
Look around the back of the tower, it looks like Martin Hallam won't be making this run either. He had issues earlier on today, so...
They are just checking, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
A couple of spits and spots in the air. You just got to see how this develops. That's
sorry, that was Colin looking at me, by the way, that gave that reaction. Yeah, it is actually spitting with rain. Yeah, Colin looked in my direction, obviously. It is actually spitting with rain right down at the top end. The track crew at the top end of radioed the start line crew. However, I don't want to be a real meanie, which is why Colin went, honestly. Looking at the radar and looking at the clouds, it may be an idea to take some shelter for a little while. Yeah, or run away, as somebody just next door to me said. You could always do that. But yeah, it's time to probably unfortunately take a little bit of cover. Well, not a little bit, a lot of cover, maybe. We'll see how this works out, because obviously the time now is like 25 past 5. If it was dry, we could go all the way till 8 o'clock, no problem. However, if it isn't, we may be done much sooner than that. So we can only apologise. We can't run with any wet stuff on the track, in the air, or anything else as well, whether that be oil, water, trans fluid, anything like that at all. This is going to start out as a few spits and spots, and there's every chance it may get a bit heavier as we move into the evening. So again, we can only apologise. We will keep you posted as soon as we have word from the race director on what will be happening for the rest of the day. We will absolutely let you know. The plan is to keep going. However, the plan is subject to weather and track conditions. If those windmills could actually blow everything in the other direction, that would be awesome.
That would be lovely.
That's what they're for.
Yeah.
I always thought that's what they were for. Anyway, folks, we'll hand back to Nitro FM. We will await news from the race director and obviously God to see what's going to happen. That sounds perfectly feasible, especially when it comes from you.
Of course, they're not quite the way Henry designed them.
Yeah. So what's Paul Tarry got for us this time? Oh, cherry on the tree, don't
Oh, red light, big time. Yeah, 09 red.
Straight and true, though. I don't mind that. Yeah. 11:27, 123. And the high boy goes 14.90. And he's retired now. Hasn't got a huge budget, so it just comes to 2 or 3 meetings a year. Comes to have fun. Car runs in the 10s. Lovely little Ford Anglia. What's he got this time? Well, 30, that's not a normal run for Andy. 105 against 13.56. So Gavin Meanley, the driver.
Oh, it's slow. They gotta go. Wiggling just a little bit, but he has caught the high boy. And easily gets past him, going across the lights.
13.32, 111, and 14.44.
Right there. I mean, you go.
Right, let's give him a huge round of applause as Tony Thacker and the Dos Palmas car heads back to the pits. And if you go and see them in the pits, say thank you for bringing it over here. Because, as I say, the car is over 60 years old, and to come out here this weekend, and as we're saying, it's so original.
Yeah.
So original.
You know, as old as it is, Tony is even older, so he's the bigger antique.
Yeah. Has he got all his own?
Dale, he took it to Japan for the Yokohama show. And he drove it up the street doing the Yokohama.
Yeah.
Good side by side. Chevy's got the lead.
So Ray Turner should be in the high tens. Yep, 1091, 119. And 1103, 119. Taking part in Lake Cup to do the Hot Rod Drags, Nostalgia Nats, and obviously here this weekend. So Glyn Baldwin goes through there with a 10.06. Nice opener for him. Cat and Tickle.
Outing, I think, for a little bit of time, but it's lovely to see him back out.
Great launch. A good 60 foot, too. 1.3 60 foot. That is really good.
So's the 965.
Yeah.
Wow.
But if I had my druthers, I'd be driving an MP or a Triumph. Challenge is reminiscent of the old Dick Landy cars.
You see that quite a lot over here.
Yeah.
Reminiscence. We got some Sox and Martin reminiscent cars here around as well.
And that's great. I love that. That high on my list would be an MGB GT V8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. British car with an American engine.
Yeah, but
Works very well.
It was the Rover, 2 side draft SUs.
Yeah.
And I think it was a 5-speed manual transmission. It weighs less than a 4-cylinder.
2 10-second Chevys, yeah.
Oh, right lane roll to the speed.
In fact, they're both, I think.
Well, I think one set the other off, basically.
Yeah. See, the more you talk about someone like that and give them kudos, the less they pay attention to what they're doing.
Well, 11-0 and then no number in the other lane. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah, Brits and the Americans taking Fiat Bobby and making it great. Stay away from that wall. I guess he finally lifts and says, it's not worth it. I'm going to just coast on down. We see a lot of times where someone doesn't realize they can take their foot off the throttle.
Well, Adam, the brake.
Beautiful looking run. A little bit of fluid on the start line, but just couldn't click second gear.
Yeah.
Still goes 712 at 139 and 105.
Well, a big wheel stand for the Malibu in the Slitrix lane. 10-12 and a 10-99. He's made a good few runs today.
Andy had to actually pop over to Wellingborough to get some more petrol. He's done so many miles. 1183 and 1277. And it was just so special. So, the Jack and Paul show. What have we got this time? 816 a pair. Wow. Wow. Okay, so whatever you could do, I could do as well. 816.
But I thought it was a great little surf wagon.
Yeah.
With the surfboards on top, heads on the beach.
1122, 118 mile an hour. Definitely quicker than the one that you had with the Willis.
Yeah, she died in 18 flat when she ran in the Outlaw Outcast and proceeded to break out with a 1790. She wouldn't have cared one bit about that.
Yeah.
What's she got this time? 1888.
Oh, wow. That's way off what she ran. Malibu is quick.
So Dave Shelley with the motor. Let's see what he's got for us then. That's a good looking run. 1054, 126. So Darren Wood just restaging.
they hit the switch quick on that one. I didn't even see the stage.
What's he got for us then? Oh, 15-12. And it's hey, Dougie!
Yeah, a little bit of a back issue, unfortunately, for Steve. But it's now Dougie's turn.
Not to do that. Come on, Doug. 107 to 60 foot. Big move over to the 8th mile, but he lifts. He knows what he's doing. Cracking driving job there from Dougie.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of respect for that one.
Yeah.
Well done.
For motorcycle riders. Oh, wrong gear. Oh.
And next up, this is James Clifford.
I like.
So a chance to get ourselves set for the evening.
Whoa! Out of shape again.
Well, it was a 111 60 foot. 818, 169 mile an hour, and that was with a big pedal.
Yeah.
Well, subject to confirmation, we think Rick has got the nearest to a perfect light today. But we'll check with the timing crew. Also, the nearest to a perfect light, the best light of the day.
That's so good.
I don't know who drives the Beetle, actually. Well, where you go, Paul? Oops. One of the few competitors that try and turn the quarter mile into a half mile today.
Yeah. I didn't know it was a slalom course.
14 flat at 83. And it is.
First time this year. What has he got for us?
Pumping a lot of fuel out the exhaust.
Yeah, that was a very, very soft sap on the clutch, I believe. Yeah, 137 60 foot. Not what they will be looking for, but they'll turn the wick up for tomorrow. In fact, they both have.
So it's all about matching the numbers on the top to the numbers on the bottom. Almost like that. Much more like that, though. They start Sunday. I think it's the 64.
Okay.
Definitely the 64s start tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's not about getting there first, it's about, like I said, matching numbers. Kind of like that. Nick Hewitson 3, Jason Thor better.
Already.
In no time. So the Nova will get there first. 11:05, 11:69, our first.
Where are you going, Sam?
That was tight.
I think he was actually on the blue there for a little bit.
Or I'm looking at the replay. I think he kissed the white. Don't we went to the blue or not? 13:04 plays a 13:88. Very, very tight between the top three. So Ray gets there first with a 10:68, 11:45. Adam, 85 dial in for John. Chris dialing in 10:20.
That's another Williams Brothers car from days gone by.
It is, yeah, from back in the day. Nick did that 300-foot wheelie. Then 4 and 10:29. Chris goes 6, John 8. Yeah. Right, 1471, 91 mile an hour from the. Oh dear.
So we will be back to 2 lanes, and we're not racing, but effectively kind of racing. Got a whole bunch of bikes down there as well. We'll put in some runs. Excellent stuff. That's what you need on a Friday morning when you're supposed to be at work. 15:24:89.
Oh, loads more. That, bizarrely, I've got that down as Adam Campion in a Mini, but unless he's changed vehicles or the numbers changed.
Maybe identifies as a Mini, mate.
Yeah.
It's a very 2024 thing to do. 8:10:82, 124.
That'll do.
There is a long and deep connection between sprinting and drag racing. And by that I mean bike sprinting, not running very fast. 15:45 at 78 miles an hour, still breaking the speed limit. Using the centre line to ride down just so he knows where to go. 12:13, 114.
And if I'm right, that's Danny Wilson's dad's car, I think. I need to check on that.
You could well be right.
1370 at 106 and 1406 at 9. And so good to see the Morgan back once again as well. Now the advantage being is that Rick car will really launch hard. The Morgan that builds up speed towards the strike. Rick 1136, Morgan goes 1248. So 1579 this time round.
Definitely. Well, that's definitely a good thing.
God, my God. We're going to go into the 10 straight away. Oh, not quite. 11:31, 109. Nice to see the Nostalgia marquee. That is a must-stop visit. So Peter McGuinness going through with a 11:31 at 109. Having a close look at the wall, but kept away from it. Going through the gears to run 11:42, 118.
Different vintage pickups in the Gasser.
First run of the weekend.
And it will be at 12.50, 105. Nostalgia Superstock is going to be fun this weekend. A couple of Nostalgia Superstockers.
That's Paul Singer. 12.66, 107. 64 plus, hopefully. Gary Court. His first run of the weekend. Gary goes 11.80, 114. Right, this car,
Terrific.
Right, Freddie Smith putting his first pass of the weekend in, running in the old school Stockers. That's a good looking run. Sounds good. Goes 9.66, 136.
Sounds ideal.
Right, a regular at Dragstalgia, Chris Spry. Oh, sorry, no, that's wrong class.
10,
yeah,
20,
it's Chris Spry, actually.
Yeah, 10.29 at 126. Typically for the Nostalgia Stockers, they'll be down in the 8s. It's not something that's... The new modern stadiums, yeah, they're good, but they're facilities. Yeah. They're not, you know... So Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Gasser.
He wasn't worried about reaction time, was he?
No. He's not worried about the money. Definitely not that.
10.65, that'll do.
Well, let's face it, anyone who's here racing, common over here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mainly here, as in within a square mile of where we are at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of them running this weekend.
I love the Morris, though.
Ah, yeah, that's class.
Well, the good thing, that's one thing I was just going to say, that it'd be great to get your thoughts on a lot of stuff, because back in the formative days of drag racing in this country in the 60s and 70s, so many of the races, getting your hands on like high-end, high-performance American V8 stuff.
I see those all the time. So seeing the British vehicles, the British powered, and the approach. The British cars are done differently. I like it.
It's just a different way of doing the same thing, isn't it? It's just a different take on doing the same thing.
It's hot. It's pure hot rodding.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the base vehicle is.
Yeah, we have our own brand of crazy on this side of the world as well.
You use what you can.
Right, previous car was Rob Cawthorne. This is Carl Kenyon, his first run in the Plymouth in the Standard Superstock. And the regular Willis. Always good to see the Willis Wars represented here at Dragstalgia. And that, of course, Chris Coburn.
Go back to your line.
No problem.
Right, Steve Howe in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside Dean Stevens. Well, Dean got his nose out in front. The 1025, 132 problems, though.
Yeah, left lane's got a problem.
Yeah.
Whatsoever, because the owners, the people that work with them, but they're allowed to do it, and it's great fun. It's a great fun place to go. We do have an abundance of old airfields, but as you probably gathered, England is a lot of people in a small place.
Yeah.
So the noise, all that kind of thing. Sorry, Colin.
No worries. Jake Cawthorne going through. Bob Gallagher being pushed.
Good 60 foot. He did leave well.
And a 1091, 120 miles and
together to rebuild.
Good reactions in the right lane.
He's a good racer, is Rick. Been doing this a long time. 11.45.
It was mobbed. It was like nothing else on the planet. It was like the Glastonbury of the drag racing world. It was amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. And obviously with Don Garlett's in 76 as well. That was another one of those moments too. There's been a lot of them over the years.
Well, you know, I'm still surprised. I mean, watching this, I'm surprised the drag racing craze came from here.
Yep.
With the airmen and so forth, the military coming back over and bringing sports cars.
Yeah.
That was the foundation of what became
right.
the Corvette.
No surprise
And so
on this particular announcement at this hour of the day, but as we approach 10 to 6 in the evening, with the weather still not on our side and it is still raining out there, and as we know, when we get this amount of water, it takes 2 hours to dry the track. It ain't going to happen. So unfortunately for today, we are done. So we'll get to play again tomorrow, folks. So it's your opportunity now to have fun, go and have a beer, have something to eat, have a wander around the pits, those that haven't put cars under cover, and have a very, very pleasant evening. But don't forget, there's Fuelers Bar open. Obviously, the stage is still open for this evening. Go and enjoy yourselves. Have a good time out there. And we'll get to race again tomorrow morning. But no surprise, we got as far as we could today. We had a really good day. We run what you brung. But unfortunately, as I say, it is game over for today. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. Have a great evening. We'll see you then.